Boom, what's up, guys? Dad Dash Industries here for another trip recap. I just got done with my day shift. Worked.
No, man. We're doing that again. Conquering the gig economy. Is Dad Dash? We're going to conquer the gig economy. Conquering the gig economy in the morning. Ooh, it's January. Oh, wait, it's July 2, 2021 with Dad Dash. We're going to conquer the gig economy.
Boom, what's up, guys?
Boom, what's up,
guys? Dad Dash Industries.
Boom, what's up,
guys? Dad Dash Industries here for another trip recap. I just got done with my day shift.
It's Mornings with Dad Dash. Morning, everybody. Production Dad Dash Industries 2 years, July 2nd, 2021. Don't know why nobody ever saw these, but damn, that's good music when I'm cheating. I hope you're all dancing with me this morning. Hey, Matthew, we getting down to some Dad Dash. Like, share, and subscribe. I had 9 views of this, friends. 9 views. That's many? Well, it's that many. 9 views. This may be the 10th view. I'm headed for double-digit watching this morning from my video from July 2nd, 2021. That's not suspicious at all. When you go with Dad Dash, you're using spreadsheets to conquer the gig economy, one spreadsheet at a time. This is production Dad Dash Industries. Welcome, everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe.
Boom, what's up, guys?
Oh, hey, my hat. That ain't no fair. I guess I don't know. I decided, well, my bosses, my wife, my bosses, everybody decided that, Steve, you got to start wearing your hat. And I said, all right.
Boom, what's up,
guys? Matthew, I hope you're dancing with me this morning. It's a friendly group here. It's a friendly group in the gig economy. We have nice guys like Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, keeps it all friendly.
Boom, what's up, guys?
It's a Dad Dash morning. Production Dad Dash Industries 2021. You'll see here. July 2nd, 2021. I have 9 views. You are now joining me for the 10th view. Boom. 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 It is almost 8 o'clock in the West Coast. On the West Coast, not where Dad Dash is. Dad Dash somewhere down in the south here. I am the salt of the earth. Ready for a boom?
Boom. What's up, guys?
All right, we got another boom. I'm here today to talk about conquering the gig economy, 1 gig at a time. How is everybody doing this morning? Jay Stokes, boom, we banging some unicorns. We are banging unicorns right here on Dad Dash. We are banging unicorns here on Dad Dash. Y'all here on the real morning show of the gig economy, the real morning gig economy. Well, Steve Johnson of Rideshare Rodeo is actually one of my closest friends, Wild Alaska. Well, you see, he was a close friend of Jeff Thomas Black too. Had him on the show. went on his show, was real nice guy, and then stabbing him in the back from behind, which is pretty funny. Look, this is I'll show you a new video, show you something my friend Jeff Black sent me. This is great shit. It's great shit. We're gonna share it straight. Oh, Steve Johnson, just such a powerful man, such a wonderful man, salt of the earth. Salt of the earth. Let's share that. Oh, look. So Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, who apparently likes playing evil motherfuckers. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. That's his. I didn't put that up. That guy put that up. That guy put that up. He was like, I'm an evil motherfucker. I'm like going all Darth bet on you with Dad Dash. And I'm like, hell yeah, motherfucker. We all go into the dark side. We all go into the dark side. Like I got a history. You know, Steve Johnson bragging to me. He goes, I got this woman. I fucked this woman and this man over. I kept him from getting support to maybe get a kidney transplant. So she's stuck on dialysis. It's a life-threatening condition. Man, Steve Johnson, that an evil motherfucker. He's proud of that shit. He's proud of that shit. He runs those trolling accounts, I tell you. So, you know what, Steve Johnson, right here, he running that account called gig economy corruption or something like that. That's pretty funny. He's a good troll. And then he got his new gang over here. The new gang, what's the new gang called, Steve? We looking it up. Dad Dash don't have the greatest memory in the world, but I do have spreadsheets. I got a shit ton of motherfucking spreadsheets. And you will all be victims of my spreadsheet someday because I will conquer the gig economy. There is no question. I told you I would. I basically, look, I set this shit up years ago. Look, I want you to notice something, everybody join in. 9 views. July 2nd, 2021, this motherfucker been up over 2 years. I got 9 views. I was a star. I was a star in the waiting. I'm a star in the waiting now. Now, see, I was waiting to go dark bet on you, but see, this is called preparation. This is called planning. This is called foreshadowing. Sometimes in literature, for those of you that can read sociology, it's a thing. It's something that can be read. Glitch Dash, I'm glad you're here, sir. Glitch Dash, I'm a little perturbed at Glitch Dash, I must say. Glitch Dash, I feel like Glitch Dash. Hey, you motherfuckers, get off my lawn! Excuse me. I feel like Glitch Dash ain't being fully truthful with us. I mean, I feel like maybe this guy's a secret billionaire living in that Grand Michigan on the Lake of the Superiors. Ain't making no sense to me. I don't know. He eating a lot of popcorn. He's smiling too much. Go, you know. I don't know. I don't even know if he's capable of going dark bet on you. I don't trust him. I do not trust the man, and that's coming from somebody who has the experience in sociology that I do. I don't know if I explained to everybody yesterday clearly, because it is a clear point. I'm an innovator in the gig economy, which is why I do. Look up here. I conquered the gig economy 2 years ago with this video that has been seen 9 times. That was the beginning of my conqueration. So when I conquered the gig economy, wait, some of you may need to dance. Let's take a quick dance break while we dance into Dad Dash. Let's do that, shall we? Let's do. Oh.
Boom! What's up, guys? Dad Dash.
Now you see. When I entered the gig economy, I did it as a very, very honest man. I covered nothing. I gave you my full person. I gave you my full personality, and you only watched me 9 times. I'm still a little bit upset at that. I am still upset at that. Well, you know, everything comes out. I figured, you know, I put on a baseball hat every once in a while. People forget and see me as the feral man that I am. Hello, Eric Clapper. I hope you do not have the clap, sir. I hope that you are just a clapper, not a clappy. I do. And Jordan Freeman, I hope that you are free as any man can be. Glitch Dash, I hope you are glitchy. Matthew Arredondo, I hope you are Arredondorific. Wild Alaska. I hope you are Buck Wild Alaska. I hope you're having so much fun. Dave Crosby, I hope you are both a Stills and a Nash. Jay Stokes, I hope that you, sir, are just basically sitting back, sipping gin and juice, I guess, is what John Ashford, well, look, if you have a name like Ashford, you're obviously part of the inner circle. So John Ashford, I bow to you. I assume you are an oligarch. Thank you, sir. That is a almost a statuesque name, I would say. Let's folks. I think we need to do me some fairness. Hi, Suzanne Smith. Susanna Smith. That sounds like a fake name. I do not believe you. I think you may be Steve Johnson of Rideshare Rodeo, but I do not know. Okay, let's listen to me from July 2nd, 2021. To be fair, I think we need to see what other human beings have seen in the history of the world. Of course, that is not counting the corporate offices of DoorDash. I assume this was heavily reviewed in the marketing department. Hello, Chicken Wong.
Industries here for another trip recap. I just got done with my day shift. Worked 12:06 to 3:43. And I want to kind of go over the shift, what we learned, what we saw.
Hold on a minute. I need a spreadsheet. 12:06 to 3:43. How many fucking minutes is that? Somebody get me a spreadsheet. 12:06 to 3:43. 12:06 to 3:43. Hold on. So 12 to 3, that's like a 3, and the 12:46 to 3. What was it again?
With my day shift,
problems like this.
Worked 12:06 to 3:43.
12:06 to 3:43. So 43 minus 6 would be 37. So that's 3 hours and 37 minutes in a spreadsheet. If you have a spreadsheet, you're going to be able to do what I talked to you about, which is to, as you know, it's Dad Dash Industries production watched by 9 people, and we will be conquering the gig economy. So 2 years later, have I not conquered the gig economy as a sociologist? Oh, I know what I wanted to tell you. Well, this is part of something special. You've heard of a psyop, like psychological operation, where people like then psychological operation where they fuck with your head, try and make you believe things. Well, I created this. I'm a genius. I'm a fucking genius. I'm a sociologist, as you know. I studied the sociology of calculus. I studied the calculus of sociology. I do spreadsheets no man's ever seen. And I created the idea of a sociology operation, a shop. It's like I created it in tandem, in pairing, in unison, even with the gig economy. Because if I did not enculturate all of you sociology students of mine into the Dad Dash conqueration, then how would you believe all the dark side bullshit from Darth Bet on You and Steve Johnson and Rideshare Rodeo and Kim and Zach and all the nice people, right? All the salt of the earth. I mean, hell, you can watch Gig Economy. Get my other channel. What's Steve Johnson's other channel? The new Gig Gang. What? Gig Wars, Gig Economy Wars. Some crazy woman called Cray Cray. That was a little on the nose, I gotta admit. They got crazy people all cray leading you around for the cult. I think they should call them like sane or something, right? Just at least give you an idea that maybe they got something to say. I'm sane. I'm not insane, but no, they got cray leading the thing. Cray gonna lead you right along the path. That's called the shop. Social operation, sociology operation. I tried to get them to call it a dad shop or a dash dad shop or a Pedro DoorDash shop. They wouldn't go for any of that branding. They said, no, we are not going to brand it more than a shop. Shop is big enough. We've had psyops forever. Now we got a shop. Just be happy with it. And I said, look, I'm fucking trying to cut the gig economy. I'm trying to conquer the gig economy, and I feel like you're slowing me down. I mean, 2 years ago, July 2nd, 2021, as you can all see on the screen right here, I made this video about conquering the gig economy, and in 3 hours and 37 minutes, I gave you some content let's dance ourselves into this. I'm so sorry, because I really am excited to watch myself. You got to understand, you got more fingers and toes, unless you had an amputation, unless you lost a digit or you were born with a disability. And I'm very, very sorry if that happened to you. Unless any of those things happen, you got enough fingers and toes to count all the people that watch this in 2 years. I think that's. Get the fuck off my lawn! Sorry. I'm sorry, folks.
Boom, what's up, guys? Dad Dash Industries here for another trip recap. I just got done with my day shift. Worked 12:06 to 3:43, and I want to kind of go over the shift, what we learned, what we saw. It was kind of a mixed shift, as far as there were some slow periods and there were some periods where things were.
Hold on. He said it was busy, then it was slow. It was slow, but this is shit. This is how you conquer the gig economy.
Really going well. So I jumped out for my first order of the shift.
He jumped.
And I had a Long John Silver order.
The man had a Long John Silver.
Okay, and it was a double order, so it was 2 orders.
So when I'm teaching people with spreadsheets, I like to make sure that they understand that double. When I say double, I want you to think 2. When I say double, you just add in there, you just use that human brain ears that you got left on this gig economy, and you think 2 when I say double. We got a code now. We got a code. This is the Dad Dash Conquering the Gig Economy code. And I do have a spreadsheet that will help you count 2. I do. For a total of $10.
That order took me about
$10 is more dollars than people have watched this video in 2 years.
2 minutes to do, and netted me a projected hourly rate of $18.75.
What projected? Yeah, I got a projection. Right here.
And then after that, there was a little bit of a delay in getting another order for a little bit. I went about, for DoorDash. I actually picked up an Uber order, and I didn't end up getting a DoorDash order again. I mean, I didn't even get anything until about 30 minutes later. I think there was an issue with the DoorDash app. I'm not 100% certain, but I went ahead and I picked up.
Well, Glitch Dash, the honest answer to your inquiry is that at this very moment, I'm going to go take care of some of that business. So I'll be right back.
Uber Eats order, got a $4 tip, $2.50 base pay, traveled 3 miles. It was $2.17 per mile, or miles per dollar. The first one was $1.67. So this was a really, really good order. Got a $24.38 projected hourly, got it done in 16 minutes. Now, the next thing that happens is something that's very, very interesting. And I don't know if anyone else has seen this yet, but I want to bring it up. I want to make everyone aware just in case you see this happen. So I mentioned I didn't get an order for
all right, I'm back. Dad Dash has a lot of fiber, and the bathroom is close to the garage. So my wife will not let me in the house, but I am allowed to use the bathroom still. So as you can see, we be innovating. I'm telling you some of my numbers and totals, and do remember that double means 2. Let's continue. Thank you, Glitch Dash, for helping me remember that I do need to spread my sheets. Thank you, sir.
30 minutes from DoorDash, right? And then I finally get an order, and it's a $11 order, stacked order, Chipotle and tropical smoothie. Now, I recognized it was like 6.
Now, I do love me some tropical smoothie. I'm just going to be honest with you there. Dad Dash is the salt of the earth. We do like the tropical smoothies.
$6.50 for each order. I went into Chipotle. The order was not ready.
Jay Stokes,
It was a
I
25
do hope
item
you're
order from Tropical Smoothie with 8 smoothies and everything else. It was $130 price tag.
Jay Stokes, you are inflaming me. I do hope you are laughing with Dad Dash, not at DoorDash. Not at Dad Dash. You may laugh with me. You may not laugh at me. Please. Thank you, sir.
It's only showing 650, but I figured, you know what? There's got to be some overpay in here. But I didn't want to have to sit here and wait for too long on a hot day with
some overpay. What the fuck am I talking about? What the fuck am I talking about? I don't even remember.
The order was not ready. It was a 25 item order from Tropical Smoothie with 8 smoothies and everything else. It was $130 price tag. It was only showing 650, but I figured, you know what? There's got to be some overpay in here.
Oh, I see. Dad Dash is Dad. Well, I forgot. There's got to be some overpay. I guess overpay is 2 years ago what I called some kind of hidden tip or some kind of bullshit. I guess overpay. Overpay sounds more positive. Overpay maybe like if a corporate marketing department was going to come up with something, instead of calling it hidden, they'd call it like overpay because it's positive. It's positive connotation. If you're going to do a so shop, you go on to use as many positive connotations as you can, I would say. I mean, that's just what I'm kind of thinking out loud as Dad Dash. So overpay. I like to be overpaid. I want you to put a 1 in the chat if you like being overpaid. Will you please? I want to see it right now. I want to see the audience come alive with Dad Dash here, because we're giving you the key to conquering the gig economy through multi-apping and spreadsheet. Put a 1 in the chat if you like to be overpaid. I'm putting a 1. I'm gonna put a 1 in the chat. I'm putting a 1 in the chat, you motherfuckers. I don't care. I ain't waiting for you. Dad Dash don't wait for no man. Dad Dash does not wait for any man. Look at that. Jeff Thomas Black put a 1 in the chat, taking the leadership of the people who are afraid to take the leadership of one. Jeff Thomas Black, Jeff Thomas Michael, cult leader out there telling people what to think and how to awaken, how to be conscious. I'll put a 1 in the chat. I see the rest of you are afraid to do that, and I do respect that, because we are part of one of the finest gang stalking networks. So I do appreciate that you're afraid. You should be afraid. Thank you so much for your lack of courage. Now, I do want you to notice Dad Dash have zero likes on this. So let's give me my first like. I got my first like on my 10th viewing. I think that's wonderful. It's like a 1 and a 0. We call that digital in the spreadsheet business. When you got 1s and 0s, call that digital. That's innovation. It's innovation. So let's keep going. I'm sorry I interrupted myself with my overpay, but overpay is a tremendous term. Overpay is so positive.
But I didn't want to have to sit here and wait for too long on a hot day with frozen smoothies in my car. So I went ahead and detached order. I had like a 9.
Well, Dad Dash, don't you have some cooler? I mean, what the fuck are you doing, Dad Dash? You got smoothies sitting on your car seat, melting? You put them in a cooler, son.
92% completion rate. So
watching back on myself, I look stupid. It makes me feel stupid. It makes me look stupid. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to share this with you. I got to be honest.
You know what? I can give up one. I'll give it up, right? So I give it up, go into Tropical Smoothie, get the order, complete the order. Now, I did not touch my phone. I did not do anything with my phone. All right.
Okay.
I literally go in my car. I had to fill up a couple bags with food and secured the drinks and beverages. Go, click confirm.
I bet he secured them with armed guards.
Order to go to my next thing, and it comes up and says go to Chipotle, which is actually right next to the Tropical Smoothie I was at.
So he's all worried about the tropical smoothies melting, and so he's going to go do another thing while they're melting, because that's what you do when you're concerned about the food.
And I said, what the heck?
What the heck?
Somehow, they, DoorDash, went in and added another Chipotle order. Now, I already have frozen drinks in my car.
Oh my God.
So I'm going, okay. All right.
All right.
I don't know what this is, but I can't wait. So I go in. I said, well, let me see if it's ready. I go in, and of course, it's not ready. So I'm sitting there like, oh.
I hope you see I am conquering the DoorDash and multi-apping game. I conquered it 2 years ago.
My God, what am I going to do?
My
right?
God.
It's not ready. I've got all these frozen drinks. So I go to the I said, well, I'll have to take 2. So I go in to try to take that order.
Now this when Glitch Dash is always bitching to you like this ain't good enough, this ain't real, this ain't real, this ain't real. Well, see, this analysis that I'm giving you about my stratagem for frozen goods and Chipotle's and double orders and single orders and hot cars and hot bags and cold bags, that is the key to conquering the gig economy. And see, Glitch Dash don't want to tell you that it's all about hot bags and cold bags and spreadsheets. Glitch Dash wants you to think it's about money. We don't do this for money. We do this for love. I mean, Dad Dash, Pedro DoorDash Santiago, our leader, our real leader, Pedro, married DoorDash for us. Pedro sacrificed his life to marry a global corporation. Now, I mean, as Dad Dash, me and my 25 kids got respect for that. That's salt of the earth type behavior. And if I had a spreadsheet for every one of my kids, I would still be a fan of Pedro DoorDash Santiago. I mean, even if he's going to be flying around the United States doing showdowns with people, anybody that says maybe he isn't the nicest guy on the planet, he's going to go up and he's going to meet you on your walking trail and he's going to go, hey, I'm Pedro. I'm here to stare you in the eye like a man. And then it's all over. Just a Pedro stare. Man, Pedro stare will put you down for life, I hear. That's what, I mean, it's apparent. Whoa, me, Dad Dash, what was Dad Dash was watching Pedro and Hannibal gangstalking show, which one of my favorite when I'm trying to keep up on what the gangstalking networks are doing. Well, Pedro, excuse me, Dad Dash. Oh, Dad Dash. I do some of the silliest things. Sometimes I get all excited, get coughing, pull out my own headphone jack. Can't even hear myself. Can't even hear you hearing me. Anyway, I was watching the gang stalking show. I'll be darned if Pedro wasn't so nutso that Hannibal spent like an hour trying to talk sense into that young man. Hannibal's like, look, man, this ain't gonna stop. You keep reacting, you keep acting like a nut job, telling people you're gonna fly all over the United States and go walking with them on nature trails. People gonna think you crazy motherfucker. Like, shouldn't we talk about Beyonce some more? And Pedro's like, I don't know, I'm not a very smart person. And Hannibal's like, yeah, you're not. And Pedro's like, I got a lot of growing up to do. I'm kind of a crazy motherfucker. And Hannibal's like, yeah, you are. And Pedro's like, I'm insane, but I'm gonna get my monetization back October 1st. And Hannibal don't say nothing because I think Hannibal knows Pedro's probably fucked. Anyway, we don't know. I don't run Google. You don't run Google. Maybe Pedro does run Google. We don't know how far that reach of that Jesus hair and flesh mask does go in the gig economy and in Silicon Valley. We know that there are many, many, many connections. When people are making money, they're making money. You got to make more money. All right, let's watch some more of this Dad Dash brilliance. Let's watch some more of this.
And cancel it out, get rid of it, and it wouldn't let me do it. No. It would not let. The only option it gave me was to call support.
Oh,
so DoorDash.
Well, if you call support, ain't all those tropical smoothies going to be melting? I'm confused. The stratagem is confusing me.
Basically went in, added an order to my thing, and then locked me into being unable to cancel any more orders after that and forced me to take that order. So I had to sit there for about 10 minutes. I went out to my car, I turned the air conditioner on.
This is some complex strategy I'm sharing with you.
Sat for a few minutes. I asked the lady, I said, how long do you think it'll be? She said, we're really backed up, probably, give me another 5-10 minutes. So I sat out in the car, turned the air conditioning on, tried to do the best I could do to make sure that the drinks and quality of drinks were good.
quality assessment of the drinks is a primary job of the dasher. You got to keep quality control when you pick up the stuff that you have no responsibility for and drop it off to somebody that you don't know on behalf of a global corporation that don't know you. You got to keep everything clean. You got to keep everything clean. You got to clean your nails. You got to wear your wedding ring like you see there. You got to have your wristbands on. Notice Dad Dash got the band on. Sometimes you sweat. Sometimes you sweat when you're dashing.
Back into the Chipotle, got the
Go
order.
back in.
Now, the only good thing about this is literally the order drop-offs were right near each other. So I dropped the Chipotle order off first because that's what it told me to do. That turned out to be $5. Okay.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
So that was a
Hold
$5.
on. $5. Glitch Dash, check me on this. $5. Glitchy. $5. Okay. Now, I don't want you to get confused by the fact that $5. Well, I don't know. I'm all confused. I need a spreadsheet. I need to get a spreadsheet.
Order for $8.33 hourly because it took 36 minutes to do that order.
What?
Okay. And I drove a total of 10 miles. All right. Now
What the fuck am I doing using a calculator? I thought I had spreadsheets.
picked up the mileage tracking for the next order from that drop off. All right. And this was a surprise of the day. That tropical smoothie order was a $22.04 order.
Oh.
So an excellent order.
Oh.
It really, I mean, that was well worth it.
I got the O face on that one and went, that was excellent. Excellent order. Ooh.
That gave me a projected hourly of $110.20 an hour. It took me 12 minutes to do the order to go from that customer's house. And when I got there was some drama because it took me to a dental office, and apparently
dramatic. Took him to a dental office. The drama of the gig economy does not stop. It does not wait for any man. When we conquer the gig economy, we got to conquer the drama.
The order went to a place that didn't even exist yet, that was behind the dental office where people were moving in. I had to go find that.
Sometimes I am forced to submit myself to delivering in another dimension. It did not even exist. I had to deliver to a place that literally did not exist.
I could not park there, so I had to literally go. I took the drinks in first because I wanted to get them secured. Then I had to run back to my car, and I mean, I had several bags and carry several bags.
I know you guys like the long story, and this is scintillating detail that I was giving you in July 2nd of 2021, but we're going to skip ahead here because I'm fucking dying watching myself. Jesus Christ. I was not.
So, anyways, all right, guys, I'm going to be back for this evening. So hopefully
for the 0 people that watched this when he made it over 3 years ago, the 0 people that watched my video, Dad Dash, that I made 2 years ago, I'm going to be back that evening because they was waiting. They was waiting for me.
I have a good shift. I'm looking to make $130 tonight, basically, is what it comes down to. I'm going to be back on about 5:30, going out for about 3 to 4, maybe 5 hours. We'll see where it all comes in at. Hopefully I get $200. That's always my goal for today. So, guys, keep dashing, keep stashing.
Wait, keep dashing and stashing. All right.
Stash that cash. All right.
What? Keep dashing and stashing and stash that cash.
Where it all comes in at. Hopefully I get $200. That's always my goal for today.
All right.
So, guys, keep dashing, keep stashing, stash that cash. All right.
Stash that cash.
3, 2, 1, guys. I'm gonna throw you back in, and I will see you tonight.
One gig at a time. We're conquering the gig economy. Ooh-wee. That sounds like Dad Dash is always ahead of his time. Dad Dash was always ahead of his time musically. Let's see what Dad Dash. We got Dad Dash some shorts. Dad Dash Industries some shorts. Let's go for let's see. Well, let's go. We haven't. Maybe I ain't watched all my shorts yet. We gamble on a hidden tip. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. 1 year ago. 1 year ago. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now this is fun stuff. 1 year ago it says. But now let's see what we got here. 1 year ago. Okay, so now this premiered 1 year
Hello,
ago.
Dad Dash here with another video.
We don't know when this was
Today, I want to
made.
talk to you about DoorDash and 5 things every Dasher needs to know to be successful. I've been dashing now for over a year, and
Okay. Okay. My channel is meant to show the real side of gig apps. I joined the gig economy 10 months ago and just recently completed my 1,000th delivery. I'm a multi-apper and use Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber Eats mostly with an occasional Shipt and Instacart delivery. I also will occasionally do Amazon Flex, but have not done much lately. The channel is meant to contribute positively to the already large YouTube gig community that exists and be an additional forum and new and experienced drivers to share tips and tips, tricks, strategies. Please contribute your perspective in the comments. One of the perspectives, a great perspective here was a thumb up. It said thumbs up. My perspective is thumbs up. Now, this was watched 43 times over the last year. 43. 43. That is more than 4 times 10 if you put it in a spreadsheet. So here we go. I was very successful at this time. Let's watch what I had to say.
I definitely wish I knew the things I will be discussing. Before we get started, if you're new to the channel, I've been working in the gig world for over a year and started a YouTube channel to document that journey and to help out other gig business operators by sharing my experiences on the road. I do ride-alongs, tips and tricks, videos like these, income breakdowns, order breakdowns, etc. If that interests you, consider subscribing to my channel. Also, if you find the information in this video helpful and interesting, please like and share this video with others in the gig world. Thanks so much for watching, and let's get into today's video. The first thing you need to know is that acceptance rate doesn't matter. So, what do I mean by that? Well, the first thing you need to know about this is that this might be the most important thing to know when working DoorDash. Acceptance rate is not a grounds for deactivation. You can let your acceptance rate fall to 0%, and DoorDash cannot use that.
Well, that's not true.
I
DoorDash
need
can
it
use
for
anything or
the
nothing. There ain't no rules. I mean, the contract says they ain't gonna deactivate you for acceptance rate, but they can deactivate you for any reason or no reason. And everybody knows that there ain't no they. They is just artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence deactivate you for any reason, no reason. Ain't no human to talk to. So just curious your opinion. We got a wild Alaska question. Just curious opinion. Do you think gig workers are business owners? Well, that's the lie of the gig economy, right? That's why I use secret spreadsheets. In the secret spreadsheets, I know that everybody loses, but you don't forget, Wild Alaska. This was prior to the time when I had gone all Darth Bet on you. This was prior to the time when I had gone all Darth Bet on you. This was when I was preparing to meet Jeff Thomas Black, and I was going to recommend his book for a year, and I was going to do a number of things that made me look like a positive member of the community. But then, we was waiting. We was waiting for them to go dark. They was all waiting for me to go dark. That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun.
valued offer and should be turned down. Treating all situations the same would have you turning down a high value.
Dad Dash have done a variety of videos over the time. Obviously, I'm a bit sociopathic as a sociology, sociop runner, if you will. I run the shops. Does Dad Dash lives. Dad Dash hiding orders 3 weeks ago. Dad Dash. Let's drive 1 month ago. Let's see, 96 views, 113 views. How come nobody was watching Dad Dash before he flipped? Do you know nobody was watching? 46 views, 4 to 3 views. Hell, Jeff Thomas Black ain't got no subscribers. Gets more watchers than that. And fucking cult leader. Fucking cult leader. Dad Dash Industry Large Momo Program. The Large Momo Program. That's a program named after Flex, the Large Momo Program. Oh, Tuesday morning breakfast live 11 months ago. Look at Dad Dash conquering the industry. 27 views. 27 views. Well, you can see now. You can see. Oh, now look. This is like a blast from the past. This is like a blast from the past. We like a blast from the past. This was how I dressed when I was making 5 figures and running my
weekly. Now I'm actually going to start.
This is where,
because
and I also will tell you, this is where the glory of my spreadsheets has shined. This is where the glory of my spreadsheet shines.
I haven't done this yet.
How to make money.
So I figure I'll go ahead. This time it might be a little longer.
Join me live.
Because I'm going to go ahead and share with you the earnings for this entire month. So far this month, and you're going to see the hours I've worked as well. I've worked 103 hours, actual hours, and 80.
Now wait a minute. I'm getting all confused again. So I want you to look at this. November 29th, 2021. Now that ain't 2022. That's 2021. That's 2 years ago. That's like twice the 1 year ago, and it's 2 years ago. But how come? Why is it nobody ever? I'm going to give this video my first like. Watch it. I like my own video. I got first like, 1 like, and 13 views streamed live November 29, 2021. So nobody ever watched this thing, but it's still here. It's still here. You can watch the spreadsheets. It's like I was building. It's like I was building a repository of Dad Dash genius, a repository of spreadsheet analysis for you to gain from in 2023. It's my foresight and planning and 3 and 4D chess playing is unprecedented.
Come on. So it's really not bad when you think about it. That's about
God, this is boring. I forgot what a boring man I am. I need some charisma.
0.84. Now again, compare this to week 1.
Okay. Now I want you to know that we may be overloading the Google YouTube servers.
Remember,
if you all log on and try and be the 14th viewer at the same time. So don't everybody go to, don't everybody jump on the number 14 viewer. You're going to break the system. Break the system down.
So put this together and start trying to do this weekly. So I can show you guys my earnings, show you where we're at. I'm going to also
like 100 weeks since I did this
and show you my.
Yeah. So while let's talk about this excellent question.
The biggest
are gig tubers are gig workers business owners? No, they are not, sir. They are not business owners. There is no independence in a game system. You cannot be an independent Mario Kart driver. You are still in the Mario Kart game. That is the answer to your question. No, sir, you cannot play a video game and be independent in their game world. That is not possible. And you get that straight from the mouth of Dad Dash. Now, let's look at something just a little bit fascinating here. Let's look at Hannibal and Pedro. Hannibal and Pedro and Hannibal. Now, Pedro and Hannibal are fine gentlemen. They did a video like a lol cow. They're lol cowing.
Hello, everybody.
They lol cow, which is like they're lol cowing on a guy named Eli, who is another YouTuber. But they don't like that Eli. They don't like that Eli. So they like everybody got to not like Eli, like we don't like Eli. So it's a compelling argument they got. Now the fun part is actually when you go to the gangstalking suggestion network. Uh, you get to say who was in there. So here's me, Dad Dash. Here's me, Dad Dash, in there in the gang, having fun with the gang stalking. I say, I think it was necessary and well handled, right? Because I am the salt of the earth. Oh, there you go. So my commentary was, yes, I think we must threaten people, scare people, uh, stalk people, and take personal offense if anybody mentions the things that we mention on our live. I think that's the appropriate way to handle it, and that's exactly what I would like to do. I think that's the way to go. So Dad Dash approves of that. So there's you go. You got my comment. Hector Mello. There's a gentleman who came on. I saw that man on Robert Reese showing his nipples. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. Hector Mello is a character. He is a character that shows his nipples. Oh, you got your cray cray in there. She ain't joking. She cray cray. She ain't joking. She cray cray. Oh, we got. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Gig giggity, free funny. Gig giggity, always joking around. Mm-hmm. Now where's old Rideshare Rodeo Steve? That's my favorite one. Rideshare Rodeo Steve. Rideshare Rodeo Steve when old Darth bet on you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Rideshare Rodeo Steve's the darkest of the dark. That's what I was like, hey, that man's got some evil inside. And I was impressed. I was downright impressed. Oh, this one. Now wait a minute. Funniest thing right here. You tell me with the one in the chat if Pedro looks.
Hello, everybody.
You tell me with the one in the chat if Pedro looks like a Teletubby, because he did this whole video looking like a Teletubby. The one he looks like, what would we name Pedro? Pedro bought the Teletubby. We named Pedro bought the Teletubby like Binky or something, Banky or Stanky or maybe Panky. I don't know. I don't know how you name a Teletubby, but sure enough, Pedro pulled it off.
Labor Day. Welcome to the Pedro and Hannibal YouTube channel.
Pedro's about to spontaneously combust.
Very special, a very
Labor Day
special, Monday edition of this podcast. Before we really get into it, I was thinking about this.
Oh, let's see. Now we don't want to watch. We ain't really so interested in there.
And then when they hide,
wait,
don't
Wild
show
Alaska.
up,
Wild
that
Alaska.
tells.
Look at this nice guy. Rideshare Rodeo, the nicest guy in the world. Rideshare Rodeo says 1-800 lick my taint. 1-800 lick my taint. That is the commentary from the nicest individual on the face of the planet, known as I'm sorry, I screwed up my view. Let's go actual size. I was getting all excited. That is from the fine man known as Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo. He's a real friend. He's a friend. He invests in Paraworks. He invests in. He is
Me a lot about that,
Colorado,
right? So it's just it's very sad. You know, I go through these moments of like,
Rideshare Rodeo.
I'm a little angry, confused, mostly sad is really what I use.
Rideshare Rodeo. I'm going high
level.
Hey, Rideshare Rodeo, you get him.
Some deep issues here, and when you're a man, you project yourself onto others, and if you're not doing well, it's somehow another man's.
Hi, Steve. Look at the Teletubbies. And then Craig says, hey, Chris, he's like a whole meeting. And then Gang Wars official. Now, Gang Wars official, that's also Steve, right? That's also Steve. Are you cold, Pedro? Why are you dressed like a Teletubby? You didn't answer that. Sup, Hannibal Pedro? Shut. Now, of course, everybody in here, some people are just like trying to figure this stuff out, going, which one's the Teletubby cult leader? Which one's the black cult leader? Which one works with Dad Dash? Which one works with Steve from Rideshare Rodeo? Like, who's at the top? Where's Rideshare guy fit in this? Where's Harry Campbell? Is he a watching? Is Harry Campbell a watching? We don't know. We don't know. DoorDash sucks. I never said nothing about your family. That's Brian. DoorDash sucks. Yeah, Brian's just a normal guy, just commenting. But these people, well, when you're part of the gang stalking network and you're dressing like Teletubbies, you get to take people out. Hot facts. There is fighting amongst the cult members. That's from Gang War Official. Now, that's also Steve Rideshare Rodeo, right? That's his controlled gang. They got a list of gang members on there. It's pretty funny. If you go to Gig Wars Official, we'll do that. We'll go to Gig Wars Official. Let's go to Gig Wars Official. Gig Wars Official. It's like a family gathering. They do Gig Wars Official. They post the Gig Wars Official family gatherings just right on the YouTubes. Watch all this fun. This is good. This is fun. Let's see. We got this all muted. Come on, Dad Dash. Come on, Dad Dash. This is Gig Wars Official. Y'all subscribe. I liked it. Wait.
You probably never met him. Yeah, you knew each other before that?
Pedro. What's up?
For me, and he was.
I know, Cody. Everybody's creative.
Pedro. Oh, we got products. What products we got with the Gig Wars Official Warrior Collection? You could be part of the Gig Wars gang. I hope this is probably knife proof for when they stab each other in the back. I'm assuming it is. I'm assuming that this is backstabbing proof. I assume it's probably got like a metallic back, I would hope, for the gang stalking. Let's see here. Now, descriptions, like playlist, Let's go back here. This all goes by so fast. It's all so exciting. It all goes so exciting. I like to watch it a little slower. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Oh, there's Sergio and there's Hannibal. Okay. There's Dashing Trader. No, is that Bentley Coop? That's Bentley Coop. There's Dashing Trader. I don't know. I can't see the right angle. Here's a guy. Sergio, rideshare guy. There's I think that's somebody. Whoop. Well, that's a Dash Wagon. That's Dash Wagon guy. He's having a party. I believe he's there having a good time. Craig. No, wait a minute. That's Red. I think that's Red, not Craig. I don't know all the members of the gang. I did not attend.
Yeah, you knew each other before that?
Oh, or Zach Drive Fast. Zach does drive fast. Having a wonderful time. He got a humble cow spreadsheet. Hey, that's me. That's right. Hey, Gig Official, that's me. You guys, the family party. There's Dashing Dad making all the nice merch. Sergio. There's Pedro.
What's up?
Pedro.
Everybody's creative.
Jesus hair and the bracelets, looking wonderful as always. There we go. People on the phones having a good time, drinking. All the good people.
Yeah, you knew each other before that?
Even Arrow. What exactly would you find funny about this? This is like a family get-together. It's a family meeting. It's a family official family gathering. It's beautiful. It's what we call family. Family. There's nothing more important than family. So let's watch some more family. Gig Wars official. It's Gig Wars official.
Hey guys, sitting here hanging out with my girl Cray Nay.
Oh, Cray Night. Cray Night. That's how I call her. I go, hi, Cray Night. Hey, Cray Night.
How's it going? We just wanted to come on and say thank you to everybody that we met. We met so many people and connected with so many content creators and friends along this journey.
We want to be friends. Everybody needs friends. Everybody needs friends. Your hair is fire. You are a beautiful woman. You are a beautiful person.
We just wanted to give a shout out to Pedro. Thank you for putting all of this together, and
did a great job.
Absolutely. I'm hanging out with my friends and family. It was just a great time all together, and we just wanted to come on and say thank you.
Yes, thank you to everyone. It was so lovely to meet you all.
Lovely.
Everybody is just as kind in person as they are on YouTube. So this is officially the end of GigCon 2023. Big shout out to everybody.
Whoop, whoop. Fair enough, people. Very nice message. I don't have anything bad to say about that. What could you say? Just a nice bunch of people being nice. Oh, let's see here. Fun game app for the gig economy. This is some more of my Gig Wars content, because we are the Gig Wars official, because gigging is a war. This is a war that we're in here. Okay. No, I don't want to see people dancing just because we got dancing music. I'm the one doing the dancing on this show. Ain't nobody stealing Dad Dash's dancing show. That ain't gonna happen. Anybody gonna be getting jiggy with it around here? It's gonna be me. Play your short from yesterday. Okay. Shorts. Short. 30K by New Year's Eve. This creeped me out. I gotta be honest with you. I don't know what the fuck this means. I don't know what the fuck this is. I gave it a thumbs down.
This is Red from the Gig Wars channel.
Dad Dash gave it a thumbs down.
I wanted to invite all of you to join the $30,000 war.
What's war?
$30,000 war. What the hell is that? Well, let me tell you. My good friend Boots, aka Dasher Life Hawaii, created this war yesterday. He is challenging 30 people to make.
Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to gamify everything. We want to make everybody compete against each other, so they get stupider and do stupider things. So that's going to be fun. I agree with that. I think that's a fine thing. Let's see here. No tip, I sip, motherfucker. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. I like to party. You like to party? Yeah. Oh, handsome man. Team official Gig Wars. I assume I can buy that T-shirt. I would appreciate it. Being Dad Dash, I'd appreciate it if somebody would send me one gratis. Look at the muscle on Adders. That's right. My beard got muscles. Okay, there's a guy. Now, see, I don't know that gig tuber. I assume that person is part of the Gig Wars family. The Gig Wars family. And let's see here. Now, I don't know what this video is. It looks like more family stuff. I don't know what that is.
Everybody, guess who's in the house?
It's all very strange material. What do we got here? There we go.
Vinny, did you ever get a phone call from DoorDash support telling you that the order you picked up was the stolen credit card or anything like that?
I'll be right back. I got that phone number before, and I knew right away it was not the real DoorDash because I've talked to DoorDash support hundreds of times, and I know how they sound like. And I heard that call, and I was like, dude, this guy does not sound. I'll be right back.
Well, that was weird. That was weird. This is some weird content. I don't get it. I do not understand what I am expected to watch here. Now, let's see. That's some very strange. Now, Steve Johnson also does some things called gig economy, corruption. I like this one. This is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite. This is Steve Johnson being a nice guy. Shorts. Oh, look at this. This is the Oppo research channel. I got Oppo research on Jeff Thomas Black, cult leader, being arrested. Let's see. Torp confesses the truth about gig tube hate. Yeah, Torp go on. Torp always going on doing like these long, full videos saying what he wants to say, but he don't have the ability to edit himself like I do. I can edit Torp down to saying whatever I want him to say. Hannibal throws a slick shot. Look at the approach. So this is the Steve Johnson. They call me Steve Johnson Rideshare Rodeo trolling site. So they call him a glitch dash. Admits he has zero proof. That must have been funny. 19 people watched that. 19. I'm really, that's the thing.
In my opinion, in my estimation, I would say Darth Bet on you did use the glitch, but that's just my opinion, Like, it's just take it or leave it. Because at the end of the day, all these people, clamoring for proof. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's something that I concede that I don't have the fucking the hard forensic evidence to fucking, you know what I mean? To like call it a fucking slam dunk or whatever the fuck, but it is what it is, man. We just got to move on with our life.
So that was definitive. I think we got Glitchgate. We got Glitch Dash just admitting in a single sentence that he ain't got no proof at the moment. Amazing. I feel like he was defeated. Oh, Coach Eli says, Mr. Bet on you, wife has no moral values. Well, when you're in the gang stalking and gang business, you got to tolerate your man having some gang activity. It's just the way it goes. Torp, after a hard day of work, we're trolling Torp. We're getting him in the sensitive spots. We like to get people in sensitive spots. Oh, let's see. Oh, they call me Glitch Dash, gives his opinion on Torp. Well, I got to see this. This must be nefarious. I know that Glitch Dash is a bastard. I know the Glitch Dash is a bastard. I want to see what he said. Bastard. I'm going to like this one because I like
Mr. Funkadelic, what's your opinion on food deliveries and personal hygiene? For example, dirty nails and dirty clothing. I would say that it's important to maintain good hygiene, but I don't know. I would say
I see. This was a thing where they were trying to spread rumors and take a specific anecdote and say just because one guy did one thing one time on one order that's the way to live and that's the whole totality of the universe. Now, that's called a so-shop. That's what Dad Dash actually specializes in. Is I specialize in the so-shop. So like as soon as you don't comb your hair, like that cult leader Jeff Thomas Black, he don't shave and comb his hair when he's out there just writing all day. Don't shave, don't comb his hair, look like shit. He's an old fucking man. He's at least 55, looks like he's 75. Obviously does not exercise. Obviously eats poorly. Probably doesn't have the type of spreadsheets that are needed to manage a multi-apping life. So, what we can do is we take that, we say, look, that motherfucker don't cut his hair. And we go like that's a dirty motherfucker. all the time, all the time. He never combs his hair. He don't take a shower before sex. He don't wash his dog. He don't wash his car. He don't wash his nails. So I would say that well, this is kind of silly. I don't know. I guess so look, Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, who is gig economy corruption. Look, he's doing how many videos? He did 4 videos for DoorDash Revolution. Now, see, these are what you call like little hit pieces, because Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, is a giant piece of shit, right? That's one of the key elements that we've got to get through to you today, is that Steve Johnson, giant piece of shit. And I'll show you something. I'm going to show you something. Dad Dash is going to show you what Steve Johnson does on the side. So, Steve Johnson is a little bastard. Steve Johnson is a little backstabbing bastard. But on the side, he plays a nice guy. He plays a very, very nice individual. YouTube content creators. No, we're not going to watch that. That's stupid Pedro. We ain't going to watch you be psychopath. We ain't interested, Pedro. We already know you a psychopath. Let's go to history. I apologize, people. It's hard for me to prepare for a show with so much nefarious activity going on in the Dad Dash world. All right. Okay. What we got here? Glitchgate. Now, this was Jeff Thomas Black, the cult leader. He was like saying something about the what was he doing? He was saying something about Glitchgate. What was he saying? I don't know. Oh hell. I know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for my other side gig where I play a nice guy that does podcasting. So I got another side gig too. So I'm out there politicking and growing and learning. And well, heck, we're just gonna stop sharing that screen for 1 second. We're gonna look at the old cell phone. Dad Dash is gonna check a spreadsheet here. I apologize, people. I apologize. Let's see here. Well, this isn't very interesting, is it? Good morning, Jeff Thomas Black. Thanks for exposing this. I'm ready for Thomas deactivation stream. Oh, excellent. Looks like Eli is watching Dad Dash this morning, and that's very important to watch Dad Dash because I have the truth and the spreadsheets that will help you. Let's see here. Oh yes. I like this one. I
just feel like this is a common thing with
hell. I just ain't doing it this morning. Dad Dash just ain't finding it. But let's watch. Let's go to this. So Steve, Rideshare Rodeo. I had Jeff Black on a podcast. You can watch that. That's number 236, and I believe that is in the notes to this. So let's see what we can do. Settings. Look, we're gonna share the screen. Share the screen. So Steve and Steve Black's
news and interviews, sponsored by Para and ParaWorks. I'm your host, SJ. It's time to get it on.
My name is SJ. It's time to get it on. Now, SJ plays a really, really nice guy. So SJ is out there. He's in Colorado. He does search and rescue. He's the salt of the earth. He does podcasts with everybody. And he seemed like such a nice guy. And it's like, what's this guy doing? He's such a nice guy. He's just on a million podcasts. Well, okay, we ain't gonna listen to him.
Just isn't that into, and nobody's gonna hire.
Okay, so I think the problem here, with Jeff Thomas Black, cult leader, I think the problem is he goes on these shows and he don't say what he's supposed to say, or he's not controlled appropriately. I don't know.
The gig economy.
But I mean, are you still writing the book, or are you just kind of editing it now at this point?
No. Mostly editing.
Okay.
But because I really enjoyed releasing concept and doing the podcast and everything else, because I take into this book everything that you're doing, everything that's coming out of the legislation, what's coming out of any organization attempts from the gig economy, and it makes the product, the book, ultimately, and the podcast better. The story is not over. It certainly has to come to a closing point so I can sell a book. But I think we're actually kind of there. And by that, I mean what you were alluding to. I think the jig is up. I think that we've had
so I think they started kind of losing their mind when they realized that the book's pretty much done. Jeff Black got that book done, and we can pretend it don't exist, but it does, and that's hard. I don't like that. That don't fit in spreadsheets is the problem. Let's listen to this. This was a good interview. Now, the problem here is that in this very interview, Jeff Thomas Black said Pedro needed to evolve. Thomas Black said Pedro was full of shit and gave him bad gambling advice, and Steve kind of pooped his pants. And then it became a big, big thing 2 months ago. Pedro had to go, Jeff Black, you got to come on my show. You got to come on my show. Jeff Thomas Black, you're a coward. Got to come on my show. Got to come on my show. You're a coward, Jeff Thomas Black. And I said, no, Pedro, I ain't going to come on your stupid channel. I said, if we want to meet, if you want to meet, yeah, the con game's over, Steve. The con game's over, Steve Arow. Because we know who all the players is. We know who all the players is now. This is the funny part for Dad Dash. Dad Dash got them all in a spreadsheet. Dad Dash got them all in a spreadsheet. So the jig is up, right? And so they panicked and they said, well, what are we going to do to stop this Jeff Black now that this thing's over? And he just called out Pedro. So Pedro is going to take Jeff Black down. Jeff Black's going to go on Pedro's show, and Pedro is going to teach Jeff Black a lesson. He's going to look deep into his eyes. He's going to do the Pedro Charles Manson brainwashing technique. He's going to make Jeff Black just stand right there and lose his memory and forget that he wrote an entire book that's in his head about DoorDash, right? Oh, it's also written down on in computer drives and backed up and all that stuff too. But it's all in Jeff Black's head. That motherfucker can just go out and talk about it. Poor bastard. So anyway, let's listen to some more of this. I'm a nice guy.
Pandemic, enough time to watch this gig economy change and grow that we have now hit a precipice. And the precipice is, do we keep spouting the same stories and still play the same chaotic games of the DoorDash simulation and their fake ratings and their fake data and their deception and their fraudulent business model? I mean, this is the bottom line, is this thing crept up into existence as pure unadulterated fraud.
Yes.
And because there are many, many, many desperate people in the world that need to earn income, and because getting a job is not something any of us can just choose to do, we must be accepted by that job. So what made the gig economy different is all of a sudden people like me, like anybody else, that maybe there's something about you that the place that you live just isn't that into and nobody's going to hire you. Well, all of a sudden you go out and hire yourself, and that sounds amazing. That sounds like freedom, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It does sound like freedom.
But what if it's not? What if it's a freaking trap? So that's where we're getting to, is it's a trap.
So Dad Dash knows. I mean, we got it in a spreadsheet. It's a trap. It's a trap. You do the stuff in a spreadsheet, you'll realize you're an app slave, right? And that's where Pedro Pedro and Steve lost their mind when Jeff Black started using App Slave, and it started getting taken and used by people, and people using labor laundering and app colonization. Starting to bite into the cabal, the flex, the everybody. This shit's getting out of control. So I got him on here, and well, I don't know. Pedro is a DoorDash backdoor blower. I would assume Pedro does yard work for DoorDash. I would assume that Pedro does all of the blowing for DoorDash. I would assume he has a gas blower, although it could be electric. I would bet on the gas. Excuse me, Dad Dash has had a cold. Dad Dash has had a cold, so you're gonna have to excuse me. My voice is even slightly more manly than usual. There is no business, a business owner with a hot bag. Now, see, I think you are defining app slavery here, right? That if you tell the app slaves that they're a business owner, well, that's just good marketing. That's just a good spreadsheet right there. That's what spreadsheets are for, right? You say, this is my business. My name is Jeff Thomas Black. I am a cult leader, and this is my spreadsheet. Robert Reese, I see you in there. Robert Reese in there, another one of the people who does not cooperate with Steve Johnson of the Rideshare Rodeo and the Gangstalking Network. Robert Reese, it's a shameful thing that you're doing to talk about a man like Pedro DoorDash Santiago. Shameful thing that you're doing to talk about a man who has created a cult of personality on YouTube and maybe a robot with a flesh mask and Jesus hair, but still has something approximating relationships with people that have feelings.
And the problem that we have, Steve, and I'm going to, this is full dash closure, is that there are people that have been around for a long time, like Pedro, DoorDash Santiago, like
I just said Voldemort. I just said the name that you are not allowed to say. Well, no, Jeff Thomas Black did. I get confused. Who's DoorDash? Who's Jeff Thomas Black? Who's Dad Dash? Anyway, I just said the name. You cannot say Pedro DoorDash Santiago. If you say that, you're going to get challenged to come on the show. He's going to go, hi. Oh, look, Gig Wars Official wants to gang stalk people in my chat. Robert, have you been gang stalked by Gig Wars Official in my chat? Could you please answer the question? Because Gang Wars Official wants to know if the gang stalking has been effective. Please answer the question, sir. Thank you. Let's listen to Jeff Thomas Black talk about Pedro DoorDash Santiago, because this was the start of the war. This was the start when Pedro became obsessed with Jeff Thomas Black. Pedro lost his motherfucking mind.
Just isn't that into, and nobody's going to hire you. Well, all of a sudden, you go out and hire yourself, and that sounds amazing. That sounds like freedom, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But what if it's not? What if it's a freaking trap? So that's where we're getting to, is it's a trap. And the problem that we have, Steve, and I'm going to, this is full dash closure, is that there are people that have been around for a long time, like Pedro, DoorDash Santiago, like Kim's side money plans, like any of these folks that do YouTube gig app broadcasting. And the fact is they haven't evolved. And so what was once kind of maybe charming speculation, or maybe, Pedro DoorDash had some wisdom to share. Now I look at it and it's just this clown show of Pedro wavering in the wind as he tries to find an audience for his bullshit. And the problem with that isn't that necessarily Pedro's a bad guy. Pedro got trapped too, right? There is no way to solve the gig economy equation, because you don't have all the data. And so anybody like Pedro or anyone else that goes around and tells you how to work your market and how to work the algorithm and anything else is just full of shit. Whether they know they're full of shit or not is immaterial. There are two things about corporate AI. there's a twin impossibility matrix, okay? And this applies to DoorDash, this applies to Uber, this applies to Lyft, everything else. A twin impossibility matrix. Impossibility means it's impossible. It can't happen. Number one, it's unexplainable. Nobody in the world, not DoorDash's top engineer, not Tony Xu, can explain to you how the DoorDash system works. That's intentional, first of all. Yes. It's a benefit to the corporation, second of all. And third, it keeps them from having any accountability because at the end of the day, hey, who's responsible? Nobody knows how it works. Now, here's the other problem. Not only do you not know how it works, even if we could find an explainer, there's nobody that could explain it to us. So it's unknowable and unexplainable. And so somebody like Pedro DoorDash Santiago, who I'm going to call out real hard today because he blocked me last night because I used the word app slavery, which is, by the way, a very technically correct term. People work in these gig app corporate frauds for a loss of money, a net loss of money. I take a job, I go out and work for 2 hours, and I come home poorer than when I left. If you can call that anything else but app slavery, I want your definition. And so their concept last night, and it's on TikTok, it's also on my Twitter. I shared that 1 minute because if somebody wants to call me out, they can call me out all day long. But I hope they bring their facts in their big boy pants because Pedro's been exposed. He's a clown. And so Pedro, my message to you is that slavery is very real and you're leading people into it. And so I'm kind of at my limit too, Steve, of being a nice guy and going to Pedro and going to all these other content creators and go, hey, you're lying to people. This is a game world. This is a simulation. You're lying to people. Whether you know you're doing it or not, you're lying to people. And so at some point, as a civil rights activist, as a writer.
Yeah, that's right. As Dad Dash, I go to people and I go, hi, you got to stop deceiving people. And nobody listens. Nobody listens.
As a person who cares about labor, you know, we have Vina Dubal. We've got worldwide experts all over the place that are telling us this is gamification, this is rigged, this is abusive, this is exploitative. So I don't care if they have, a nice following on YouTube. I'm going to call these people out because they're lying to people. And who are they lying to? They're lying to the new people at the bottom of the pyramid that are going to get their pants fleeced off, ruin their car, not make any money, and are now entering DoorDash in the gig app world at the lowest point in history. And guess where it's headed? Lower. Yeah. To brown kids on bikes. That's where it's headed. That's where they want this to go, is to brown people on bikes because cars are too expensive and people that have had other employment opportunities in the past are too expensive. So what they want now is the least economically viable, least trackable employees on earth. And remember this, and I'm going to pass it over to you, Steve. There is an amount of money that must be earned from any one of these gig app companies before any information whatsoever must be sent to the IRS or any taxable authority. And I believe is it $600? I apologize to the audience. I haven't looked for a while. I believe it's $600.
Yeah. Now it is.
So keep in mind, okay, if I'm averaging around, let's be very generous, Steve, for a newbie, $15 an hour. Okay, $15 an hour and this is gross income. This isn't my expenses or anything else, right? This is just, I'm going to say that I'm gross and net $15 an hour. So how many hours would that take for me to earn $600? That would take 15 times 10 is 150. So that's 4 more times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that would take 40 hours of work for the average person. The average Dasher never completes 40 hours. The average Uber driver never completes 40 hours. The average Lyft driver never completes 40 hours. The average Grubhub and Uber Eats driver never completes 40 hours. So there's 5 different companies I could do 39 hours each from. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I could work 5 weeks tax-free without reporting it to the government, without employment statistics or anything else measuring me. Hey, I could even not be a U.S. citizen. Who the hell's going to know? Right?
Well, you could be anyway, because on Uber Eats, you can let other people use your account.
Right. And so there's nothing, I'm fine with people that are not U.S. citizens working. Let me make sure I'm correct. What happens though, is that when we employ people that don't have the right to work, they're further exploitable. This is just like migrant labor. So if we employ somebody that doesn't have the full authorization to work in the United States legally, what are they going to do? They're going to work illegally on gig apps, just like you or I would if we were trying to survive in a foreign country. Hey, I've worked illegal in a foreign country before. I won't tell you which one, so they don't come get me. But I've done it.
But a lot of people do that. That's
right.
For those that haven't traveled, I've traveled the globe extensively with a laser company, and not that I had to do it, but I've spent enough time in locations where I know this happens a lot, actually.
Funny enough, do you know what happened to me when I worked illegally in Canada? The employer stole like $2,000 from me because I had no workers' rights, and they knew it. And so, isn't that hilarious? It happens to an old white American guy. Yeah, it wasn't as funny as at the time. It's kind of funny now because that's exactly what happens to these other folks, right? DoorDash can just deplatform somebody, keep their money, and let's assume that this person doesn't have the legal right to. So DoorDash is seeking victims. DoorDash is seeking app slaves worldwide, and Pedro DoorDash and these other ridiculous shills are their lead recruiters. So, hey, Pedro, get a new day job, will you?
I have to play devil's advocate for a second because Pedro.
People. I think Dad Dash just saw where the shit hit the fan. I think Dad Dash just saw where the shit hit the fan. Did I just there will be no multitasking. I do have a lot of phones. I multi-app. It gets very confusing. But I think we need to review the fact that Steve is upset, and Steve was upset because I criticized Pedro on his show, and nobody's allowed to do that. You're not allowed to criticize the other gang members of Steve's gang on his show. So I think Steve did not like that, let's say.
Worldwide, and Pedro DoorDash and these other ridiculous shills are their lead recruiters. So, hey, Pedro, get a new day job, will you?
I have to play.
Okay. To work in the United States legally, what are they going to do? They're going to work illegally on gig apps, just like you or I would if we were trying to survive in a foreign.
This is Steve Arajo's telling you in the chat. Steve Arajo is telling you, yes, DoorDash wants to immigrate brown kids, give them bikes, and have them replace you. That is true.
Country. Hey, I've worked illegal in a foreign country before. I won't tell you which one, so they don't come get me. But I've done it.
But a lot of people do that. That's right. For those that haven't traveled, I've traveled the globe extensively with a laser company, and not that I.
Steve is a globetrotter. Steve travels the globe extensively, and now Steve also did not release this podcast with Jeff Thomas Black, cult leader. Did not release it on YouTube, because I do not think he wanted the YouTube audience to ever say this. Hello, sinful toaster. I do wonder why your toast is so sinful, and I worry about you. I do pray for you because I'm the salt of the earth.
Had to do it, but I've spent enough time in locations where I know this happens a lot, actually.
Funny enough, do you know what happened to me when I worked illegally in Canada?
The
employer
funny.
Stole like $2,000 from me
not
because
as
I had no
funny as
workers'
it
rights,
sounds to get your money.
and they knew it. And so, isn't that hilarious? It happens to an old white American guy. Yeah, it wasn't as funny as at the time. It's kind of funny now because that's exactly what happens to these other folks, right? DoorDash can just deplatform somebody, keep their money, and let's assume that this person doesn't have the legal right to work in the United States. Their recourse is what? Nothing, right? So DoorDash is seeking victims. DoorDash is seeking app slaves worldwide, and Pedro DoorDash and these other ridiculous shills are their lead recruiters. So, hey, Pedro, get a new day job, will you?
I have to play devil's advocate for a second because Pedro, I can state this because I don't focus my content on DoorDash or this or that like a lot of creators do. I'm all over the map. Right. We're covering politics, all kinds of things. Yep. But what I can say is that I've been doing gig work since 2014. Kim and Pedro both came in at the beginning of the pandemic.
They did.
So they came in at a time of like the gold rush for food delivery.
Yep.
And when you come in at that time, it was the pandemic. But, were you really putting the pieces together like, oh my gosh, the pandemic did this? Or are you just like, wow, this is really lucrative? And even if like you somewhat recognize it in the back of your head, you're still working going, man, I'm crushing it. And you're moving along. And now it's starting to, I mean, look, we've been talking about this for a long time. Food delivery wasn't going to last forever.
No.
I mean, people got in habits over the pandemic, clearly. And those habits have taken a while to die off.
It's not a
So this is interesting as Dad Dash to listen to this, because Steve is agreeing with me. He played devil's advocate, said, well, maybe Pedro's a piece of shit, but DoorDash is changing. But he didn't argue. He didn't defend Pedro. I said, Pedro, get a new day job. He didn't say, no, Pedro needs to keep his cult leader job. So I don't know. I get confused.
Viable business model in a day-to-day economy. It wasn't a viable business model then either, but we had a unique event in the world that forced people to adopt habits, and they are habits that they wouldn't otherwise have. Now, the gig economy is desperate to keep those habits alive. Why do they want DoorDash drivers to not receive tips? Why do they want DoorDash drivers to earn as little as possible? Because every penny a Dasher earns decreases the demand for DoorDash services, right? So this is the thing about an independent contractor scenario, not that they're really independent in a gig app game world, but this is the thing about that scenario that is so very powerful, right?
Yeah. And I mean, again, though, with I'll hit on Kim for a minute. Like Kim's side money plans works harder than anybody I know.
Yeah, absolutely.
She really does. She goes in and puts 10 hours out there every day. She's making money and she's going through the day. So,
I have been both a fan and a supporter of both of them. And so that's where it comes out. I mean, Pedro took off after me and blocked me for using the term app slavery, which I believe is an academically and philosophically and correct terminology, that being what it is.
And even if it's not, it's one that should be accepted for discussion.
Sure. Well, we have slavery.
Well, you just heard Steve say that app slavery should be accepted in discussion. So how come Steve was trolling in the Pedro and Hannibal show, talking about how app slavery was just such an awful word? Is Steve Johnson just playing a character too? Is Steve Johnson just a lying piece of shit with Rideshare Rodeo? Let's look at this. Let's look at this GigCon for a minute. I think we want to share this tab. So we had Gig Wars official. We had Gig Wars official, and so they had a family gathering at the GigCon, the con gig in 2023, and they posted that up on the internet publicly. And so we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it and see, like, we're gonna see what the comments say too. We say, thanks for the mention. I really appreciate it. Dasher Life in Hawaii. Let's watch it. So here we go. We're gonna read the comments here. So sore I crashed. This man gig in the Great North 3 weeks, and I am so sore I crashed. I'm gonna like that hot Pedro. It is nice to see you guys as a gig community. I like that. Gig Wars is part of the community. It was great to meet everyone. So a Gig War met you. Gig Wars, it's great to meet everyone. Gig Wars, if we all come together to make Uber and DoorDash pay us more, it would be great. That's from Forever Young, Forever Naive. Forever Naive. Forever Naive. Forever Naive. That's funny. Gig Wars official newest team member. Who is that? Gig Wars official newest team member. Who are you talking to? Who am I talking to? All the best of the best. This is the all-star team. I don't know who that guy is. He's an all-star. I do not know who this woman is. She is an all-star.
Oh, look at the baby.
That is Pedro. He is the cult leader. He's an amazing individual.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah.
Oh, that is I believe that's Sarah Elizabeth. It's a different angle than I'm used to seeing her at, but I believe that's Sarah Elizabeth. What happened? There we go. We got Cray, EWO Secret Service. Is that funny? That's funny. I think it's funny to be because it's secret. Where's Mr. Flex Thomas Schubeck? Thomas Schubeck? Glitch Dash, were you with this? Glitch Dash? Is that you sitting next to Pedro? Glitch Dash, is that you behind the tablet? Glitch Dash, have you betrayed me? Have you betrayed me? App slavery is an addiction and supports W-2 avoidance. It absolutely does. It steals real jobs from the economy. Look, Tony Shu, where's you at? Where's you at? Tony Shu wants DoorDash to replace your mail service, the U.S. Postal Service. He wants to replace UPS. He wants you to replace FedEx. He wants you to replace everything. He just wants a bunch of you little motherfuckers running around in your own cars, asset-free, burning gas and fuel and your time in your car on behalf of corporate America. But not corporate America. Corporate America would be an overstatement. This is on behalf of BlackRock, SoftBank, Saudi Arabia, China, Japanese billionaire who owns SoftBank, billionaires, Tony Shu, Andy Fang, Stanley Tang. Oh, Glitch Dash is admitting. I think Glitch Dash just admitted in our chat that he was at the gang meeting with Pedro. Glitch Dash, are you a double agent? Are you a double agent? Are you a double agent? Answer the question, sir. Answer the question, sir. Bravo thought this was funny. I know Bravo. I think it's pretty funny too.
You were the one that shoved
they had shoved my head in the urinal. I don't know what the fuck that was. That's a different short. Let's watch this. I like this. It's like a family video. There's a guy, there's a lady. There's a guy, that guy's gas wagon. There's a guy, I don't know who that guy is. There's a lady, she's a great dasher. I know she feeds children, that's nice for her. There's Pedro, he's a good guy. There's that was Glitch Dash, that was Glitch Dash behind the menu. I saw it. I saw the guy. This is a nefarious meeting. Oh, there's Hannibal's thirsty. He looks so thirsty. 2023. Is that Bentley Duke? Is that Bentley Duke? Wait a minute, Grandpa. Wait. That's fashion. I noticed that beautiful beard anywhere. That's a cray cray. Is that cray cray?
Cray cray.
Cray cray. Oh shit. This is good. This is good. Glitch Dash. Anyone? Yes. I mean, this guy, big wagon guy. This big wagon guy is an enthusiastic man as well. Now, I do not know the identity of this person who is at gang meeting. I do not know why they posted this video with all of these people. There's Elizabeth. There's a guy back in his head. There's a guy. There's a waiter's ass. I like the waiter's ass. I'm kind of an ass man. Oh, that's your video. Well, Big Words, why don't you narrate for us? Tell us who all these people are. Who's got the solo hat? I like the solo hat. Now that's Tony, I think. Tony sold that on a black t-shirt. Cray looking cray. I don't know who that guy is. He's a guy. He's a dasher for life, I think. Dashing's a lot better when you got a gang to dash with. I think you don't want to dash alone. Dash alone. You don't want to dash or gash alone. You want to dash and gash with other people. That's my video. You must be very proud. I'm glad that you made this wonderful video. Let's watch another video from the Gig Wars official, shall we? Let's watch. If you are in fact official, then I think that you must be officially official. There's Van, Ron B, the dead guy, Gig War secret weapon. This is Dad, Dash Wagon.
What's your name?
Hey, what's your name?
The dead guy.
Do you have a channel?
Yeah, it's the Dash Wagon. Look at that.
Okay, good.
Did he come out of retirement for this?
Yeah. Check it out.
Thank you, Gig Wars. Thank you, Gig Wars. You are welcome in my chat anytime.
What team are you on?
Gig Wars official.
Matthew Arredondo, I'll Dash Go Live.
Come try to beat the undefeated.
I am an undefeated dasher.
Can I see the back of your shirt?
Gang Dash and Mob Dash, I think those are.
Dash track and buckets and the Dash Wagon.
This is my crew thing. If you on this crew, you on that crew. If we did a shark and a jet stance off, I can tell you that Dad Dash Dad Dash is beyond its depths, and Dad Dash would also dazzle you all with my stunning physical prowess in dancing. I would. So I'm going to share this tab again, and let's listen to more Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, the gang stalking leader of the cult. Steve Johnson. Steve Johnson, Steve Johnson's such a nice guy. Rideshare Rodeo. Woo! He's a nice guy.
We have prison slavery. We have debt slavery.
I'm just saying you don't need to agree with that to allow that to be discussed.
Right. And I was not trolling Pedro either. I said,
Jeff Thomas Black, that cult leader, never ever trolled Pedro. Pedro told Jeff Thomas Black. That was pretty funny. Pedro said, "Yeah, you a coward. You're wrong. You got to come on my podcast and debate me." And Jeff Thomas Black said, "What would we debate, you dumb motherfucker?" And Pedro said, "You got to come on and debate me, you coward." And Jeff Thomas Black said, "Pedro, you dumb motherfucker, what would we debate?" Pedro said, "You got to debate me." And then Jeff Thomas Black never came on to Pedro's show to debate him about nothing. And then Pedro said, "Well, that guy's a coward." And he was right. Yeah, it's funny. Steve is pretty awesome. Steve is awesome. I considered Steve to be one of my friends until Jeff Thomas Black considered Steve to be a friend until he found out Steve's real identity of trolling and backstabbing and undermining people with opposition research, even though his opposition research was terrible. It was terrible. That guy did opposition research from Jeff Black's YouTube channel. If you're going to do opposition research, you got to go beyond the guy's YouTube channel. You just got it. You got it. Because if you're putting it on the YouTube, he might want you to watch it.
Here's the problem. If when we have employees, right? Employees and corporations by nature, even if they want to minimize the cost of labor, which most corporations or all corporations do, they have to move in the same direction. If a corporation moves without its employees, the corporation doesn't function anymore. Now, when you have a shell corporation that's just corporate AI, and you have independent contractors, this corporation's only motive is that this goes the other way. The corporation can only benefit as the total compensation for the delivery function decreases. And it's a delivery function. It's not their business. You're not their employee. They don't care about you. They don't even care if you're successful. They just want the share of the income, and whatever else happens after that, it's all good. This is a global play for app slavery. They're in 27 countries. This is why they're willing to pay and lose money on every single order for Uber, for Lyft, for DoorDash, for Grubhub, for all these. They're money losers. Why would you lose money if you were establishing a monopoly on app slavery and the evil of corporate AI? And you want to talk about an existential threat? This is nasty, nasty stuff, because people believe that they have agency. People are listening to Pedro and other people that are telling them they can have a market strategy. They can do this. They can do that. Well, what happens? They ruin their car. They get in terrible car accidents. They find out Pedro and Kim were wrong, and that Pedro is in St. Louis and Peoria, Illinois ain't St. Louis, right? We're all markets of one. AI is playing you like an individual chess match. And so Pedro's telling you, look, I can beat the chess computer in St. Louis. Who cares? Okay, you're not playing the chess computer in St. Louis. You're playing the chess computer on your phone. And so again, Pedro and others, whatever their intentions are, they're grossly misleading people.
Yeah, well, I mean, one thing I can say for Pedro is I've heard him say many times lately, "Hey guys, this isn't going to be your full-time gig. Start working on an exit plan." So he is saying
try it.
But he's saying some things that are at least, I mean, better resonate with you, because he's not that wrong.
But that's worse, because what he's doing is he's telling his audience, which is mostly the neophytes and the new people, that this is a valid way to spend a few weeks, a few months, or a few years. It's not. It's a damn trap. What if you wreck your car in the first 2 weeks because you're looking at the gig apps and you're distracted on the road? I did it. And you know what? You know how many accidents I had in my life till I started DoorDash? Zero. And I was in my late 40s.
Well,
you know how many accidents
that's really good.
I had?
I've had a handful.
You know how many accidents I had with DoorDash? I don't want to tell you how many accidents I had with DoorDash.
See, I'm the opposite. I haven't had any on the apps. I don't work a lot at DoorDash, but I do Curry and some of the other better ones that I consider better. But I haven't had any, but I've had a bunch before.
and physical injuries. So let's do the math. So I used to go out and I used to start dashing maybe at about 6 a.m. and dash till about 2:30 to 4 in the afternoon. So how many hours is it? Let's just call it 9 hours on average. Okay. So in that entire time, you get somewhere, you get out of your car, you're waiting, or you're sitting there, you're driving. So then you get an order. You stop, you get out of your car, you pick up that order, you get back in your car, you drive somewhere, you get out of your car, you take to the doorstep, you get back in your car, you drive somewhere, you get another. So if I'm doing, let's say, 20 deliveries in that day, and I often did 21, 22, 23 deliveries in that day. I don't think you could do that now. I don't think there's the volume of business to support that. But I would do about that many deliveries in a day. So multiply each one of those by 4. Why don't you get an old man in and out of his car, a low-seated sedan for delivery packages, 100 times a day? My hip, after about a year and a half, my hip was so screwed up I could barely walk because of getting in and out of low sedan. 1 out of every 5 Amazon delivery drivers working for the company, not as independent contractors, was injured on the job in 2021. That's right. 1 out of 5. That's 20%. So let's extrapolate that to this millions strong gig app labor force, which is neither employed nor has any rights, nor protections, nor insurance, nor benefits, nor anything else. And we can assume that there are millions of on-the-job injuries for gig app companies that are not covered. This is a societal nightmare. It was created to destroy employment. It was created to enslave the lower castes of the United States. I'm going to have on a journalist from India on the podcast in the next few weeks who will talk about caste discrimination, attacks, brutal beatings, and even murders of gig economy workers in India. We've seen the same thing here in the United States. We saw a gig app worker in Florida chopped up into pieces by a psychopath who was delivering for Uber Eats. We've seen DoorDash drivers survive gunfire. We've seen all of this. This is absurd.
I mean, there's disclaimers and warnings from wherever you buy a ticket from, whether it be some online thing to go take a trip to Cancun, about not using Uber in Cancun. Because the Uber drivers are attacked so often, you're likely to be attacked.
Right. And so why wouldn't they be targets? I mean, a cab driver, 40-something-year-old cab driver was tragically murdered here in Portland a few weeks ago. That's a full-grown man driving for a cab company. Okay. So you would assume he probably has even more experience than most Uber drivers or Lyft drivers. He was murdered on the job. Like, would you send your college kid out doing this? Would you send your spouse out doing this? Your partner? Anybody that you love? No. So the answer to that is, well, then who are we sending to do this? And why is that okay?
Yep.
Right? This is Juneteenth Day, right? We're recording this on Juneteenth Day, which was a day that is celebrated for the fight against slavery at the very least, if not the attempt to end slavery. Okay. And so what we've allowed while this is happening is this corporate gig economy cabal, and make no mistake about it, they collude all over the world against governments, against legislators, against nations, against businesses, you name it. We've allowed this heinous corporatocracy that's funded by SoftBank and Saudi Arabian money and Chinese money. I mean, these Americans that I see on these gig shows, and they're like, I don't want to be W-2, I want to be independent. Okay, you're working for China and Saudi Arabia, friend. You're working for China, SoftBank, and Saudi Arabia and Tony Hsu. How independent are you? Right? So I hope people are seeing right now that this is an atrocity, a human atrocity that is being foisted upon people. And so we got to stop, right? Now, Are there people like you and me that may do this between now and when the gig economy implodes, which it will, because it's fraud? Yeah, there are. Okay. And so there's a cap. I'm not going to hold anything against you if you personally go out and figure out that you can make a few bucks and feed your family in some way. But I'm here to tell you, unlike Pedro or unlike any of these other people, you're risking too much. You're not going to make enough money. You're in terrible danger. You can be trapped, and it is a net.
Well, I just wanted to pause this podcast just a second. Just remember, let you know this is my name's Dad Dash. My name's Dad Dash. And that I got spreadsheets for you today. I got spreadsheets that are going to help you have wins in the multi-apping game. And if you come on the YouTube and with your spreadsheets, I'm sorry, my phone went dark there. If you come on the YouTube with your spreadsheets, you will have an advantage in the multi-apping game. Now, if you get into the Steve Johnson Rideshare Rodeo gang, you may have to go to the dark side. So I spent as Dad Dash, I spent a year working on going all dark bet on you. That is not something that is easily done, ladies and gentlemen. It's not easily done to go all dark bet on you. It is not. It is hard work to go dark bet on you. It is dark work to go dark bet on you. You have to go into dark places, dark states of mind, dark cars, dark alleys, dark restaurants. It's very dark. It's very, very dark. All the criminals in DC approve. That is true. Sir, Sinful Toaster. Sir, I assume you are, sir. You may be a ma'am. You may correct me if I'm misgendering your green character. However, sir, Sinful Toaster, assuming you are a green character, sir. Everything that has happened in the gig economy and DoorDash has been approved by your governmental agencies. They are not as stupid as they would like you to believe they are. They know that this is app slavery. They know that the lowest paid and most vulnerable workers in the world are being turned into app slaves, and that's a good thing if you're a government. That's a good thing if you're a government. See, that's why Dad Dash is here to help you with your spreadsheets, so that you understand when you're an app slave what kind of spreadsheet you would be keeping. Popcorn, get your popcorn. Glitch Dash is also making money off popcorn. The nefarious motives of Glitch Dash do not stop and will not stop. You need to keep an eye on this man. You need to keep an eye on his backward baseball cap. You need to keep an eye on his red hair. You need to keep an eye on his white face. If he grows another beard, you need to keep track of that. This is a dangerous individual. Now, he was deplatformed. I like to say decapitated. He was decapitated because he was using the glitch, and the glitch that I told Jeff Black about, so Jeff Thomas Black would then put it out there and then become the target and all that stuff. And I said, don't tell nobody it's me, Dad Dash, that leaked it to you. But it was me, Dad Dash. So Dad Dash told Jeff Black, here's the video, go tell people about it. Well, don't go tell people about it. Here's the procedure. I know what you're going to do. You're Jeff Thomas Black. You're going to broadcast it to everybody because that's what you do. Your big fucking mouth, your big fucking ego, big fucking cult leader. Jeff Thomas Black, obviously cult leader. Obviously a cult leader. America's for sale. Yes, America was for sale. America has been purchased by BlackRock and SoftBank and all those others. But they will sell you pieces of it. They will sell you small shares. What do we have here? Stephen, we're not a country no more. It's a corporation. That is true. That is true. And that's why DoorDash is the corporation that they are targeting to be most successful in 27 countries, because it gives the United States the monopoly on app slavery. You understand this is an international game. This isn't about just the United States of America. If it was about the United States of America, Dad Dash would not have gone all dark bet on you. There's much higher stakes here. There's much higher stakes here that would cause me, Dad Dash, to go dark bet on you. And for other people, Steve Johnson. Did Steve Johnson start out? Was he born a giant piece of shit? He might have been. Steve Johnson might have been born a giant piece of shit, but he might have developed into a giant piece of shit through some type of extortion or criminal activity or financial gain. I mean, people turn into giant pieces of shit for lots of reasons. As Dad Dash keeps spreadsheets on the reasons that people can and will turn into pieces of shit for. That's why the law enforcement yes, are enforcing police states and codes and not law corporation fault public. That's right. That's right. So you are appropriate victims as app slaves. We are appropriate victims slaves. They are good with us getting built. Do not build people that actually matter. They do not. You're not allowed to build people that matter. We do not matter, which is why Twerp calls us the bottom feeders, and some of those people, they kind of embrace the fact that to the people that are living scum of the earth. I'm sorry, I'm Dad Dash. I forgot y'all got. Well, before I went Darth Bet on you, the people that I would have sided with were the good people. But anyway, it's all confusing. I'm a very confused individual. Agreed. The ship sailed a long time ago while the folk were asleep. Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sleep is what DoorDash is about. It's designed to put your mind to sleep. You're playing a video game. You're playing a gambling game. You're going to get addicted to it. You want to wake up in the morning. You want to fuck it. You want it to fuck you. That's what you want. That's what you want. Voice to text is trash, Sinful Toaster, but I thought yours was very funny. I thought yours worked quite well. Thank you for doing that. My voice to text always calls the gig economy the GIF economy, the GIF economy. Like not like Jif peanut butter, but GIF economy, not the gig economy. I'm like, you motherfucker. Get off my text. Get off my text. I think I can figure out how the government's going to collect taxes. Well, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is all a scam. Believe me, sir. Believe me, sir. The government is in on this. The government knows what's going on here. They be using a spreadsheet. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Look, the reason that we are all supposed to focus on other things is that we are getting the tip. We are just getting the tip. We spread cheeks and we get the tip. And when you get the tip and spread cheek, you will become a true app slave. They will spawn inside your brain like Pedro DoorDash Santiago, Pedro Glitch Dash Santiago. It will spawn inside your brain like Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo. Well, did you know? I couldn't believe it. Did you know Steve? Wait a minute. Zach Drives Fast and Kim's Side Money Plans had Pedro DoorDash Santiago on their talk show and introduced him like nobody knew him before. He goes, "Hey, my name is Pedro. I do DoorDash. I broadcast DoorDash information. You may not have heard of me." I'm like, holy shit. That's the funniest motherfucking thing I ever seen. And you can go watch that shit yourself. It was like on Zach and Kim's plans last night or the night before. I don't remember. All the days run into each other with DoorDash, with Dad Dash, unless I put them in a spreadsheet. I got to put shit in a spreadsheet, figure out which one of the gang members is going to broadcast here, and then the other gang member is going to broadcast there, and then the other gang member says broadcast here. I got to keep it in the spreadsheet. Look, man, I ain't no mastermind. I'm just one of the many Dad Dashes of the Dad Dash industry. Voted to have your labor tax, sweat, blood, your body is not commensurate. Commerce can be taxed right. Look, Stephen Iro, if you step back from the gig economy and your crazy ass smartphone, you realize this whole thing's the dumbest motherfucking thing you ever seen in your life. If anybody came up to you in the real world and said, let's play a board game where I'm going to take advantage of you like DoorDash, you go, fuck you, I ain't playing your board game. You go, fuck you, I ain't playing your board game. But in a phone, people stupid as shit. People got a hole drilled in their brain and the hole drilled in their head and the brain fall out. Brain fall out. Sorry, voice text is trash. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. Stephen Arrow, Fax 100. You can voluntarily pay taxes if you want to. Well, you sure you can pay taxes. Now, look. If you're an app slave, chances are you ain't never going to make enough money to pay taxes, so it's probably a moot point. But, look, they want to talk to you about taxes. They want to scare the fuck out of you. They want you to think you're going to get decapitated. They want you to think you're going to get taxed. They want you to think you're going to get watched, stalked, fucked, and guided to the Pedro Glitch Dash heaven. If you follow the cult later who will tell you how to be a high school bully, right? Pedro will tell you how to be a high school bully. And he will tell you of all the times when the geeks were not cool enough to get the looks of the girls that he captured with his flesh face and Jesus hair. Okay. I think that's what my dad told my mom. Yes, sir. Many lies have been told in love. Many lies have been told in love. Sinful toaster, not to call your parents liars, but you know, we love, we lie. We love, we lie. We lie, we love. Laugh out loud. Yes, sir. Spread cheeks. Spread cheeks glitch dash. Spread cheeks really help you to make money. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do believe that legalized prostitution could be a very gainful part of the gig app industry, a very gainful part of the big gig app industry. And I think if we could have a legalized sex gig app, maybe Sin City Deliveries could manage it. I would say the Sin City Deliveries could manage the legalized prostitution gig app, since he's in Nevada. Yes. Spread cheeks for food. Yes, sir. We do that. We do that as well. Yes, Pedro bought Flesh Face. Yes, Pedro bought. Well, sir, you ain't gonna follow Glitchy, right? Glitchy, Pedro's twin, is cute and he's funny, but he ain't charismatic. And you got to have the flesh face and Jesus hair if you want to have the charisma. Now, Jeff Tom Black, the cult leader, he ain't got no charisma. Ain't got no charisma. That's why they brought on Glitch Dash. Glitch Dash got charisma. Glitch Dash can be on like 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, 20 hours, 30 hours, 70 hours. Glitch Dash can work like a 700-hour week, and the motherfucker just don't stop. I think Glitch Dash, it is possible, is on performance enhancing drugs. And I'm not talking about illegal drugs. I'm talking about some kind of performance enhancing broadcasting YouTuber drugs that ain't even been invented yet. That's what I'm talking about. Well, we getting in a lot of spread, pound, repeat. We getting into a lot of unicorn banging territory, which is not for children. Remember, I'm a family man. Remember, I'm a family man. You're all taking me into a double entendre space for which I am not as comfortable. Look, when you get to a family event, you got to share this tab. You get to a family event, the family is. Yeah. You got to act like the family. We don't act like.
Hey, everybody. Guess who's in the house? I'm sorry. Can I see you?
We having a good time with family.
In the house. I'm going to need
Gig
to
Wars
see that
official.
arm of yours.
Families go.
Winner
War is fun.
episode
War is a good
3.
time. War is good fun. We all want to be at war.
Welcome
America.
to GigCon.
Thank you. Made it.
So great to meet you.
Oh, this is.
Hey, everybody.
Hi. Here we go.
Hey, everybody. Guess who's in the house? I'm sorry. Can I see you?
Oh, who's in the house? House in the house. The house. In the house. Who's in the house? Oh, I've never met any of my fellow members. I think that's Red. Red is blue. It's very confusing how red turned blue. I think that's awful research that coming into play.
You know, Cody, everybody's.
Oh, hey now. I just saw Jesus. I think I just saw Jesus. On Sam Lee to Red's question. Watch now. DoorDash.
Hey, did you ever get a phone call from DoorDash support? You was picked up with the stolen credit card or anything like that?
I'll be right back. I got that phone number before, and I knew right away it was not to DoorDash, because I've talked to DoorDash support hundreds of times, and I know how they sound like. And I heard that call, and I was like, dude, this guy does not sound. Be right back.
Well, now, I don't understand Glitch Dash. I do not
Vinny,
I
did
do
you
not
ever get a
understand,
phone?
Dash, all of the nefarious operating that is going on here. Let's say here, I want to say, who are
Hey
all
guys,
these people?
sitting here hanging out with my girl.
Now, see,
All
I
right,
talked to
Van,
that
you're
man.
live.
You know what? They're telling you, no, that's not.
Wait, is that man going to eat my food? That man is a viral sensation. I'm going to give that one a like. He's a viral sensation. He just might eat my food. He eats your food.
Tipper, right?
You know, that is. Oh, that's the best kind of DoorDash news. That is the best kind of DoorDash news. Ooh, take a sip of the fire. Look, I love diversity in my gangs. If I'm going to have a gang, I like diversity, and I do appreciate the van is in my gang for the diversity. I think it's a wonderful thing. I appreciate that he's a small Asian feller, and that having the diversity of small Asian feller in my gang is wonderful. There is red being blue, I believe. I do not know. There's red being a chicken, I believe. I do not understand, not know what we're hearing. You know, let's see what we got here. This looks nefarious. Looks nefarious. But Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, who's behind all this, man, that guy's a
I don't even
nefarious
really like to
motherfucker.
do
Let's see what we
this,
got.
but sometimes
But hey, I don't think she really wants to do this. I think he'd be being coerced by a gig app to do this. It's possible that she is in a gig app that teaches you to stalk and harass
you just can't
people,
help
and
yourself and you have to respond.
that she does not
I'm totally
want to
against
do this,
women
but is doing it for the gig
going
app.
after
Possible.
each other, particularly.
You cannot help yourself. I am also against women. I am fully against women. My name is Dad Dash. Women are evil. This is a sausage party, and it needs to stay that way. We start letting women in leaking. Women are leakers. I'm going to tell you, women do not have the penile strength that I have. So they're leaking. They're leaking. They're jumping around. They throw a
Clearly
football.
on
They
their
leak. They're
appearance,
peeing
but
when they're
I just
throwing
had to
footballs.
respond
That
to
is not
this.
manly. That is not the kind of thing we could have in a Dad Dash gang. If you cannot throw a football without peeing your pants just a little bit,
See this lady,
well, now
that one above
that's a
me,
problem. You need to dress in some
she
spreadsheets.
says that I look like a
Well, we
man.
do not.
First of
We
all, I
do
don't
not want to attack people on their appearance. So let's attack people on their appearance. I do. Well, no, sir. No, ma'am. You do not look like a man. She does not look like a man. I do not think either of you look like a man. I'm very confused. I'm always confused. Why is this part of the GigTube gang? Glitch Dash, can you explain to me why this is part of GigTube? I do not understand why look, I'm not a handsome man. I'm not a handsome man. I look like putty. I have the putty hair when we impinge upon others' looks and or gender and or sexuality. But this is what gang stalkers do, right? So we're going to watch the hate behind Gig Wars Official, because the hate behind Gig Wars Official is what the gang wars, Steve Johnson, all these people, that's what they stand for. The hate.
think that there's anything masculine about me.
Well, you're feminine as a flower, dear.
But for this to
She
want
is
to
also
say
feminine
it,
as a flower.
I mean, sweetheart, come on. Stop hating on other chicks. It's not a good
It
look.
is not a good look,
Women
sir.
are supposed to empower each other.
Okay.
And honey,
Well,
don't
sir. Well, that was empowering. That was empowering by you, Gig Wars Official. That was empowering. I appreciate your empowerment.
go on YouTube in your underwear. That's a bad look. It's just
Well, sir.
no class.
Well, as Dad Dash, I am not. I have never worked in the lingerie industry. My $1 million a year business was not in lingerie. It was not in women's undergarments. I do not have a lot of experience with women's undergarments. As Dad Dash, I did a spreadsheet long ago when I married my wife, and it showed me that the return on investment for women's undergarments was not at the level that I, as Dad Dash, was looking for. It was not the ROI that, as a business person and sociologist, I was looking for. So I skipped that. So I'm very conflicted though as a family man. I feel like, well, first of all, that ain't underwear. That ain't underwear. That's I mean, she got underwear and then she got a top on. I mean, I think that's how human beings dress for the most part. Let's see what this is.
Keep your
Keep your
clothes
clothes
on
on in
in
public.
public.
Right.
Please.
Okay, that was good advice. That was good advice. Let's watch it again. Hey guys.
Hey guys, listen, I don't even
She
really
does
like
not
to
like
do
to do
this,
this. This is
but
not gang stalking.
sometimes you just can't help yourself and you
Sometimes
have
you
to
just can't help
respond.
yourself.
I'm totally against women
I'm also against women.
going after each other, particularly
Right.
on their appearance, but I just had to
She did.
respond to this. Do you see
I
this
do.
lady? That one
I do.
above me? She says that I look
No,
like a
sir.
man. First of all, I don't think that there's anything masculine about
I see
me,
two women.
but for this to one to say it, I mean, sweetheart, come
No, ma'am. I do
on.
not believe that
Stop
you.
hating on
I do
other
not.
chicks.
I do not believe that you are showing yourself to be any more of a woman than the woman above you. I'm very confused by your speech. What is this individual doing? We do not know. We do not know. We do not tire. What do we have? This, we got chickens. We got confused people. We got cry. We got that nice lady. I don't know who that nice lady is. We got the dash wagon, the dash wagon, the dad dash wagon. Now that one, is that Sam? Is that Sam? I don't know Sam, but that could be Sam. That is it is very rude, sir, Glitch Dash. It is very rude. The gang stalkers are not nice people. And that's why as Dad Dash, I have problems with gang stalkers. I do. I do. I'm going to be honest with you. I do not like them. I do not like them. I do not like what they do. I do not like how they behave. Is this gentleman? Is that Sam? Is that Sam? I do not know Sam personally. I do not know that person, but I do not know. Now let's keep going. Now, who is this person? Is this Cray Cray? Is this Cray Cray? I do not know this person. This person is part of the Gig 2 community. I do believe I saw her do a video on how to dad dash in St. Louis. It is possible. I don't know. I do not recognize her, but obviously she is part of the family, and I appreciate that. Family is very important. Now there's Pedro. Pedro, I would say, is kind of like the Patreon of the Glitch Dash of the Gig Wars family. Oh, there's Sarah Elizabeth. Now they welcomed her in. She is also salt of the earth. Look at that hair. That hair has never seen a curler. She is salt of the earth. Her hair is as pure as Pedro's soul, as Glitchy's soul. We got clean souls. This is Pedro's girlfriend right here? I thought that was Sarah Elizabeth. This is Pedro's girlfriend? I'm so confused, sir. Okay, so this is Pedro's girlfriend. I got you. Pedro's girlfriend. Let's watch some more. I got you. Wait. Is that Pedro's girlfriend? The blonde. This one is not blonde. This one is blonde. That looks like Hannibal is thirsty. That looks like Hannibal being thirsty. No, that ain't Sarah. No, that ain't Sarah the blonde. Is that not a blonde lady? All right, let's watch again. I don't know who these people are. Remember, this is a Gig Wars official. This is a Gig Wars official video. A Gig Wars official video. I apologize. Let's see. This is a Gig War of this is a Gig War. Pedro's wife Hannibal. Yes, I do believe. I thought Pedro was married to DoorDash. I'm very confused by the thruples of the corporate industry. I'm very confused by the thruples. that guy, that's a guy that shits logs. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I bet he does. I bet he does. The glitch industry allows you to gape quite widely as needed, and that does help with the fecal release, sir. Yes, sir. Don't bother going to the salon. It won't help. Sir, I actually have that same advice. As Dad Dash, my hair is diminishing so quickly, I really, really do not even have to spend money on that anymore, which allows me to invest further in my spreadsheet. Trader's Mistress. Well, that is exciting. That is exciting. Look, if I was going to go to a GlitchCon in Colorado, where all that weed is legal, you got your legal mushrooms, you got your legal weed, you got your legal tinctures, you got your legal bozo blasts, you got your legal poppers, you got everything. You got everything. Steve's there. Steve was a bartender. Steve knows. Steve got all the connections for the music industry, for the popper industry, for the weed industry. Steve's a very connected man. So yes, Trader's Mistress, I suppose. I don't know. All I can say, Glitch Dash, is that this is a Gig Wars official video. This is a Gig Wars official video, and I'm hoping that by showing this video, I will be allowed in the Glitch Dash Gig Wars gang. I assume this will get me entry into the gang. Okay, so is that Pedro's girlfriend? I assume that. Okay. Okay. Now that is Dash Wagon. I know that's Dash Wagon. Okay. So I don't know who that guy is. That's a guy that's sitting next to Dash Wagon. Okay. Now I seen this lady doing videos. This is Sarah Elizabeth. She does the videos. And I remember when Pedro chose her and said, "Hi, do you want to come? Do you want to come to Denver? You want to come to Denver from wherever you from? And you come to Denver, Sarah Elizabeth, and you with your pretty straight hair, Sarah Elizabeth, very feminine, very feminine. I assume there will be no attacks on the femininity of this Sarah Elizabeth by Craig Frey and Red. I mean, next thing you know, they're going to have an attack on my femininity. If they attack my femininity, I will literally go postal. I will literally go postal if they attack my femininity. So here we have Sarah Elizabeth. Now, Sarah Elizabeth, I think, is one of the up-and-coming broadcasters in the gangstalking GigTube community, which is why Gig Wars Official featured her on this. So let's go ahead and take a screenshot of Sarah Elizabeth. Like, we want to take a good screenshot of Sarah Elizabeth. Because Sarah Elizabeth is a future star of the GigTube industry. We're going to look back and go, I knew her when. That's Sarah Elizabeth. I knew her when she was famous. I knew her before she was famous even. That's exciting. I love it when shit like that happens. It's very exciting. Very exciting. Very exciting. There's a point of purchase sale system. That's interesting. See that point of purchase sale system back there? That point of purchase sale, that's where DoorDash gets right in there. Gets right in there in the business. Gets right in the back door. It slips right through, right past Pedro, right past Mr. Bet On You, wearing his own Bet On You wear. Apparently, he has Mr. Bet On You tattooed on his side because he's a psychopath. Takes it so seriously, tattoos it on himself and looks at it in the mirror and repeats to himself, I'm going to see you in San Francisco. I'm going to see you in San Francisco. I'm going to see you in San Francisco. I'm Mr. Bet On You. I'm going to see you in San Francisco. It's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. Now, Pedro looks happy. Now, this is Glitch Dash. Glitch Dash, look at the hair. The hair. I think this is Glitch Dash behind the Secura menu. Secura menu. Now, does Secura stand for secure? Is this supposed to be secure? Is this a gig economy secure function? Or would anybody be allowed at this gang meeting? I don't know. Let's say. Do that, yeah. Well, now, is this the one that you saying Pedro's girlfriend? Is this the one Pedro's girlfriend? Wait. That's the one, right? The one with the straight hair, that Pedro's girlfriend? Now, this guy, that's just an old guy with a hat and a flag. He could be anybody. Could be anybody. Wears ass again. 2023 GigCon. Hannibal's thirsty. Hannibal's so thirsty. Look at those eyes. He's the thirstiest. There's a hand right there. Whoa, that looks like a claw Satan coming into the picture. Claw Satan. Holy moly. I think we spotted Satan. I think we spotted Satan. Get away. Be gone, Satan. Be gone, Satan. I'm Dad Dash. You may not come into our picture. Do not enter my gang. This is Dad Dash. Like, oh, I'm a lip reader. I'm a lip reader. That man just said, right. Yeah, inspect the menu. If I was at this dinner, I would have somebody taste my food for me to see if they keeled over and died. If I was at this dinner, I would have somebody taste my food for me, because this is one nefarious group of motherfuckers. I do not trust anybody in this room. I do not trust anybody in that room. Holy camola. Emergency exit only. I would run for that. Run for that emergency exit. Run for that emergency exit. That is my advice to you. Run for the emergency exit behind Hannibal is thirsty before he drinks you. Before Hannibal drinks you. There. Now, this man has a beard that could probably poke your eye out. Poke your eye out. Now, if you don't think a man with a beard that can poke your eye out is a scary individual, I don't know how to help you. That man, look at that beard. Look at that beard. Comes to a fine point. Put a little ink on that. Probably signs autographs with it. Pokes people's eyes out with it. Threatens young children with it. Lives under the bed. He's a chupacabra right there. That's what a chupacabra looks like. That might be a chupacabra. Well, Flavor Aid. This is an interesting debate, Matthew. Most people don't know. They think Jim Jones' cult killed themselves on Kool-Aid. They did not kill themselves with Kool-Aid. They killed themselves with Flavor Aid. Flavor Aid blend flavor drink. Kool-Aid is not the choice of choosy cults. Kool-Aid is not the choice of choosy cults. Choosy cults. That's hard to say. Choosy cults choose Flavor Aid. I assume they're serving Flavor Aid at this meeting. It would only be appropriate. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's good for you. It's hydrating. That old man, look at how withered up that old man is. That old man needs hydration. I do believe Jonestown maybe had two flavors. I think they maybe had cherry and orange. I'm not sure. I think there was cherry and orange, but it could have just been for the movie. I think the movie was a fine movie with who was that? Who was that playing the Jim Jones? Oh man, I don't remember. Oh shit. I remember like every time but now. Dad Dash having memory problems. The more you know, the faster you grow. That is true. And if you know about penis pumps, you can grow even faster. Penis pumps are really a godsend to the Dad Dashes of the world. Right? As we lose our hairs, we go through the male pattern baldness, as we go through the testicular shrinkage, as we go to the wife alienation, we really have a problem getting the penis hard. And so when we need to get the penis hard, we really just need to go with the pump because it's quick, it's efficient, and you can keep track of it in multiple spreadsheets. So let's watch some more. Now, this is Cray Cray acting Cray Cray. Cray Cray.
Hey, Cray Cray.
Hey, Cray Cray. Oh, Cray Cray. That's Dash Trade. I don't know who that is. That's Dash Wagon. That's Dad Dash Wagon. Now that's. Now we identified this one. That there's Sarah Elizabeth. And we got the DoorDash tablet back there. That there's Pedro bot. Here we got Glitch Dash in hiding. Glitch Dash. Now that there's Pedro's girlfriend. With the straight hair. Pedro's girlfriend with straight hair. You do not insult that woman. You insult that woman, Pedro's girlfriend. He will come to wherever town you are, and he will look you straight in the eye, and he will go, "Hi, I'm Pedro." You will not You will not talk about the woman that I talk about. You will not mention the name that I mention. I'm Pedro. So you will not repeat what I say back to me. I'm Pedro. Okay, I'm a little bored with that. Let's go back to I just want to show you because, family's everything to me. Family is everything. Share this tab instead. Family is everything to me. Loss that you're probably going to face. Now, some people gamble and win, right? That's the thing about gamification. It wouldn't be gamification if everybody lost. Right? There's got to be a few winners. And so you can ask yourself, why is Pedro a winner? Well, just DoorDash watched the number one. Well, Pedro's a winner because he's the cult leader, right? Pedro has to be the winner. Well, Pedro's also got an ego the size of the universe itself. So Pedro will consider himself the winner even when he's a loser, much like some other people that have psychotic breaks with themselves. Now, remember, I'm a sociologist, and this is a social. I am conditioning you to understand the Pedro gang. And when you understand the Pedro gang, then you're going to understand what role you play in the social of Dad Dash. Right? We're going to get into the spreadsheets. We're going to get into the multi-apping game. We're going to get into how you win the multi-apping game through planning and through spreadsheets. And when you fail, you need to blame yourself and you need to work harder. As Pedro has always said, you may not have a negative mindset. You need to have positive mindset. And the positive mindset is what allows you to join the the positive mindset allows you to have the connections that you need in the gig world to be successful. So you got to keep that positive mindset. One broadcaster and throw him some bones for advertising? You think they wouldn't? Come on. I mean, this is the thing. We believe that they have programs. They give us no metrics. Like, you're going to be a super jumper. How high do you have to jump? You jump and you're a super jumper. Okay, so is that 1 inch or 6 inches? Well, we're not going to tell you that, right? So I mean, again, they're not giving you enough data to even make a basic economically viable decision on any single order. That's the level of deception. They're deceiving you to the point that anything that you do is a flat out guess. Yeah. That's it. That's the best you got. And if you think it's anything else, you're lying to yourself because they're giving you some number of seconds to solve an equation without enough data to solve the equation. So, right. Yeah.
And as we discussed before, in rideshare, you have 5 seconds to decide while driving. On the food delivery side, you have a minute.
Right, 5 seconds or a minute to crash your car.
If anything, you should have a minute on both at least. But if anything, it should be reversed.
I mean, they could
5 seconds on the food with all the offers they send you, but you should have a minute on the ride shares. You should not have 5 seconds. You're going to crash every time.
Well, I could give you 24 hours, and if I give you an unsolvable equation, you're still going to have an unsolved equation at the end of the day. I mean,
which is why I really like the Colorado legislation. Show complete transparency. And hey, listen, if it's a nickel to do every trip, even the people who are really trying and thinking I'll make it work will understand this doesn't work.
The transparency would end the gig economy overnight. If there was transparency, they would never get someone to pick up the passenger at X and take them to Y because the person doesn't want to go to Y. So they deceive the driver and say, just pick up, and then we're going to send you someplace. And the driver picks it up and go, God damn it, lost again. Got to head across the bridge, and now I'm screwed.
Well, and I think that's what Uber's facing right now because they did the upfront fare so that you're seeing it all. And that's what we've asked for the whole time. Just be upfront and show me everything. And now that they do it, drivers are going, I'm not going to take that one. So what we've been asking for, now nobody's taking the orders.
Right. It's not a real business model. I mean, a business model built upon fraud can't be solved. Now, the question is, and this is where our friend David from Para, who we had a podcast with a few weeks ago, comes in. Is there a way to use technology to transparently and honestly dispatch drivers for tasks? Of course there is. Of course there is. That's not the gig economy. And that can't be the gig economy. The gig economy is corporate AI simulations and games that are only made to exploit app slaves. And I'll say that again, because that's what I told Pedro last night via text. The gig economy is created exclusively to exploit humans, markets, app slaves, and merchants.
That's it. It's an exploitation platform. And the fact that governments around the world have let it happen is your first clue to the fact that you're screwed. Because if the governments don't make any labor laws that have ever existed before in humanity, or any safety laws, any OSHA laws, any payment laws, any corporate responsibility.
I gotta apologize to everybody. I can't stand listening to this motherfucker, Jeff Black, the cult leader, Jeff Thomas Black. I can't stand listening to this motherfucker talk. I really can't. So I'm just gonna let this play, but I ain't gonna sit here and listen to it. I can't fucking stand this guy. I cannot fucking stand this guy. He's a cult leader, piece of shit.
Laws. I mean, this thing came out of nowhere, and now it's a global monster that feeds upon humans and is a parasite on our economy. It's gonna die. It has to be killed. But also, it could go the other way and just enslave nations and enslave people to dictators. And corporate AI could be the way that all lower caste people around the world are employed. That will be living hell. You won't want to be there. So my advice to everyone is to make much better decisions than Pedro or any of his ilk would ever tell you. And don't even dip your toe into the trap, because the trap might kill you or eat you alive before you get out. Look, like any gambling, the winners are going to come out of the casino and tell you it was a great freaking day and I'm taking money home. Now, the 75% of the losers that come out of the casino are going to be looking down at the floor. They're going to get in their car. They're going to go home and they're going to tell their wife they broke even. Okay? That is the way humanity works. With gambling is the way where humanity work with gig apps. We know these gig app creators are lying about the incomes that they make and the programs and their stars and all this bullshit. How do we know? Because they don't exist. None of these things have data. Illusion. Remember Doug Henning? Illusion of work. It's an illusion of a job. It's an illusion of financial gain. It's an illusion of freedom, but it's none of those things.
So I think it's a good shift now into the AI portion, because we're seeing mass deactivations like we've never seen on DoorDash.
Yeah.
Okay? Like, I'm going to pick on DoorDash specifically right now, because the other apps, and they all gamify, they all have their ways, but like Uber isn't like shifting gears and doing a 180 right now. They're just going as business as usual. You just haven't noticed it.
And we also want to make sure and note for everybody that Uber is about 60 to 65% of the US and global market. They are the gorilla, they're the standard bearer, and they're very different than Rideshare, because since they don't transport human beings, there's really no standards whatsoever for vehicles or training or safety or anything else, where the Rideshare companies...
Wait, you mean DoorDash doesn't?
Right, DoorDash. I'm sorry, did I say Uber?
Yeah.
The Rideshare companies... They're responsible. They're at the very least involved in you picking up human beings. DoorDash is a whole different animal. DoorDash is the most purely exploitative gig app of them all, because nothing is real and there are no standards, right? They'll let somebody with a car that barely runs, or a bike or a scooter or a foot or whatever else. They don't care who takes the food or the package from X to Y. They just want the money, and they want to be the local infrastructure for 27 nations. They want to be the postal service, they want to be FedEx, they want to be UPS, and they want to be your food delivery. If that's what you want, and that's the future that you want, of a whole bunch of DoorDash ants driving around the world working for the upper class, whoa, what an ugly future, man.
So this is where some things become a little wacky, though, because look, when everything started, you could get like in the beginning of the pandemic, you could get a service agent on the phone.
Right.
Maybe even potentially
third party. They don't work for anybody.
Right. But I was saying in the beginning, maybe even somebody here in the United States.
Sure.
However, it got outsourced, and now it's to a point where I don't even know that there are any humans involved in the equation. I'm literally thinking the door, and again, I'm just picking on DoorDash. It could be true to all of them, or at least it's in the feasibility of their pathways to go this way. But I feel like they have 100% gone to an AI model where, like you were talking about, if somebody were going to go, why'd he get deactivated? They can go, I don't know. AI did it.
Of course AI did it. There's no
right,
human,
right. But
there's no
we
human
just
watching a
trained AI
billion
to look for
deliveries.
certain things. I don't know why they deactivated it. We don't
Right?
know.
These are Sergio Avedian of Rideshare Guy was talking about literally the billions of deliveries with a B, right? There's no humans watching the details of billions of deliveries. Corporate AI is terminating people. Now, why is corporate AI configured by human beings to terminate people? That's the question, because it's not doing it on its own, right? There are parameters in corporate AI, unlike their fake programs. In corporate AI, there are real parameters. Now, let me tell you something. The sad part is, let's also differentiate employment from gig labor. In employment, Steve, I know you happen to be a lighting technician that travels around for concerts. That is something that you and I, being relatively old guys, you've spent many, many years becoming a professional at. You cannot be replaced. If you quit a tour in the middle, they've got a shitstorm on their hands.
Oh yeah,
they just can't get another.
And it's not even just me doing my job. It's me coordinating with everybody.
Right. They can't get another.
That doesn't get solved very easy.
Right, because there's something that comes with experience, and we don't talk about labor and employment very often. So I'm going to throw out some terms here. There's something called institutional knowledge. Everybody's worked when they had a W-2 job for a company where you just go to Betty in the back office, because Betty's been here for 40 years and Betty knows everything. Betty may be the administrative assistant for the president, but Betty knows what the marketing program was in 1993, and she'll tell you, right? So there's institutional knowledge that is valuable beyond measure. That institutional knowledge, that humanity, is what makes, right? Even though, are you not, Steve, kind of an independent contractor in those cases, aren't you? I mean, are you?
I am, but see, that's where the big problem comes in, because I still to this day think, look, how long are we going to prolong just calling the gig app economy something different? And I don't know what its title is. It just needs a different title, though. Don't group it in with what I do for lighting and lasers.
But they did it for a reason, Steve. That
of course.
That misdefinition of the gig economy as an independent contractor took the people that do what you do, the people that do lighting and set design and I don't know, legal services, who knows what different things, plumbing. There could be a million types of independent contractors, but all of them sign contracts that are fully disclosed and legal. They're not deceived. They don't take jobs in Phoenix and then go to Bloomington, Indiana to do the work, right? Everything is on the table when you do it, right? They don't give you a job to go on a lighting tour, Steve, and then give you a different job every time you hit a state, right? You agreed to a contract. You made an agreement that was fully disclosed to you. And if they change the agreement, you're going to go, whoa, hold on. Here's the agreement. Let's talk about the gig economy. In the gig economy, somebody like me, 5,521 deliveries, never to change. Okay, I'm never going to do another DoorDash delivery, but 5,521 isn't a small number. That's a lot of work. So my institutional knowledge to DoorDash is a full negative, 100% negative. I expect too much money. I've been doing it too long. I know their tricks. I know their scams. I know their programs don't work. And I'm never, ever, ever even going to accept a single order that would lose me money. I am the worst kind of dasher that could possibly exist in the gig economy, right? As are you, as is Pedro, DoorDash, and everybody else, except Pedro's a shill, so he's all right. So,
well, I also don't count on the food delivery apps as much, and not to say that ends the problem, but I actually work apps where I'm pulling in some decent money. I try and do the last mile stuff.
Right. As I said, like, so Para app is proof. Could you use technology to honestly disclose the information to have an independent contract with somebody that drives delivery? Absolutely, you could, right?
Yeah.
But how are we? What were the keywords and tricks and riddles and illusions I just threw into that statement? There were none. I'm telling you, right, that we're going to make an honest agreement, and you're going to have an honest task to do. So in the gig economy, everyone with experience, even if you've been doing this, let's say 3-6 months, right? You get to a certain point in DoorDash and you figure out the scam, you become less and less valuable to DoorDash every single day. And so this constant churn of new people coming in desperate with lower and lower expectations, brown kids on bikes, people on scooters, people on foot, people in India, people in other countries that are not economically developed. This is all a downward spiral that is the intention of the gig economy. So it's designed to burn through human fuel. It's not going to keep you, it's going to use you, and then it's going to spit you out, okay? And so humans have to be smart enough to know that for the rest of their lives, that is a tool of enslavement and danger. And if you don't know it, you better know it. You better know it, because you have no privacy. They are tracking every move you make. They know if you're multi-apping. They know.
And you guys, even outside the gig economy,
outside the gig economy.
I was going to say, as you held up that phone, it was just reminding me of like that phone listening to you all the time. I mean, it's running ads based on what you're talking about in your kitchen.
Correct. And so for our friends like Pedro, or for Rideshare Rodeo, or for me, I have a few, on my pathetic little YouTube channel, I have a few views. For all of us, the churn is followed by what we call social listening, and I write about this in my book. Right. So DoorDash and all these gig app companies and Kroger and everybody else, every major retailer in the United States virtually knows everything about you now, and they're all sharing it amongst themselves. So they know the groceries you buy, the medications you buy, the pharmacy products you buy, the personal hygiene items you buy, the medical care you have, where you're licensed, how you drive, your record, everything else. So the gig economy is walking people right down that path even further. And again, the amazing thing about this is they're doing it with deception, not with what we would talk about with human sexuality, which is consent, right? Informed consent. If I was going to go use an AI system, what I would ask first and foremost, if anybody asked me to do that, is give me all the parameters and I'll tell you whether I give you my informed consent. Okay.
Right.
What DoorDash and Uber and all these others are doing, because they're fraud, because they're deception, because they're gamification, because they're labor laundering, because they're app slavery, is they are holding that back, right? Mm-hmm. They are holding back, asking for informed, then naturally, as humans do, anthropomorphize these gig apps and anthropomorphize these corporations and say, well, DoorDash is doing this and DoorDash is doing that and this and that. There is no DoorDash. Those support agents, nobody watching this has ever spoken to DoorDash. They've spoken to third-party support agents. There is functionally no DoorDash, not for customers, not for anybody else. The only entity of the triad that they talk about, the delivery drivers, the consumers, and is a merchant, because DoorDash is going to sell them down the river and take 15 to 30% of their gross sales. So to DoorDash, they want to get in the systems, they want to finance these restaurants, they want to trap all these local merchants into their heinous system as well, so that the local merchants don't make any money on the gig economy. So there is no aspect of this triad where they're not parasitic. They also screw customers, right? They're doing adaptive pricing. Oh, yeah. They're going to charge you a different price. They're going to charge me a different price. They're going to charge grandma a different price. They're going to charge grandpa a different price. They're going to charge my little kid a different device if they happen to get on my phone and order a meal, right? Because they're all being played, just like DoorDash drivers, by corporate AI, which can do millions, like 2 million predictions a second about what you're going to do next, whether you're a driver, whether you're a consumer. They're constantly predicting what you're going to do next and beating you to the punch and giving you what they think you're going to want, what you're going to see. So you're getting a view, and I think I said this when we talked before, the world of DoorDash is a rigged, gamified market threaded through the eye of a needle. And then on the other side, whatever that little thread is poking aside, that is DoorDash. That's a scam. That's fraud. That is a fake world where everything that happens there is to benefit a corporate AI system, which again, who supports that? SoftBank, Saudi Arabia, China, fraudulent financial markets around the world, and oligarchs around the world. That's who wants to enslave you. If you think they created the gig economy to give freedom and employment to the masses, I don't even know what to say to you, because that's absurd.
Yeah, no, I think we all look, if there hadn't, and this is such a hard thing to say, but if there hadn't been a pandemic,
irrefutable,
food delivery never would have taken off.
Irrefutable. It would have been, DoorDash was only in dense, economically wealthy major cities. That's it. That was
and
what
DoorDash was really
for.
growing.
No, of course
I mean, a little bit, but I knew people who were doing rideshare who were like, I'm going to try Uber Eats and DoorDash, and they'd be like, man, I can't make a dime on that. And I live in Denver. It's a great market.
This was the gig economy winning their own little lifetime lottery. The pandemic was the greatest wealth transfer from the lower classes to the upper classes in history, and the gig economy is the nuclear element of that. The gig economy is the end of employment and safety and integrity and accountability of corporations. And if that's not terrifying, I don't know what is, because corporations are the ones that will destroy the world. Corporations are the ones that will drive the wars, that will drive the prison industrial complex, the military industrial complex, all of those things. And, you know, I've seen many people say it. Sergio said it. I've said it. If you want your kids to have safe employment in the future, to be able to have a home, to be able to have a family, to be able to have a standard of living, you don't want the gig economy, because your kids are going to look back at this time and say, what the hell did these people let take over our world?
And also, let's not overlook the fact, and I know this steps away from the gig economy, but right now there are some larger groups. I don't want to get too Illuminati here, but and conspiracy, but there are some groups who are very much pushing for us to not own homes or cars and things like that right now. They don't want ownership anymore. They want us to not own a house.
Mm-hmm.
No, they want you to rent one. They do not want you owning.
Well, that's good because none of us have the money. But
but I mean, but these are like Blackstone and some other things,
right? Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or BlackRock, and literally,
right. It's a BlackRock, not a Blackstone, Steve.
Buying up land that before there were companies buying them up, but they're just buying it up by the acres now.
Undoubtedly, those same entities are.
Okay, so Steve Johnson's a businessman, right? Steve Johnson's involved in investments in Paraworks. Steve Johnson's involved in Pedro. I mean, Pedro is offering those payday loans for gig workers. So if you're a gig worker and you're about to go starving to death and get out here, you can get a payday loan just for gig workers. God bless Pedro. God bless Pedro for all the things he does for the community. God bless Pedro for all the things he did. Pedro brought payday loans to the gig economy. Like, hey, I was like, Dad Dash, I'm like, hey, a payday loan for gig workers? Well, that's got to be one of the better ideas I ever heard. If it's anybody that needs a payday loan, it's a gig worker.
In the gig economy.
I was going to say,
I can say that with certainty.
Yeah.
Right. Those are the same. Yes, they are looking to have a class of people that cannot work, live, eat, or have a home without the permission of a corporatocracy.
Right.
Right.
And so again, that the absolute tragedy is I see the more right-leaning people in the gig app YouTube community.
Steve Johnson's a pretty big old weirdo. He did lighting and stuff. He probably gone to Burning Man and stuff. I would guess he's probably a Burning Man guy, running around with his penis flapping all around, doing gang stalking, penis gang stalking, nutsack gang stalking, whatever kind of gang stalking Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo does. Maybe he does a podcast from the Blackstone Burning Man. Goes, hey now, hi. When we get back, we're gonna do big DoorDash gang stalking. I'm gonna gang bang everybody like a unicorn. Who knows? But yeah, Blackstone is burning, man. I'll take your word for it, Steve Arrow. Steve Arrow, straight as an arrow, I assume. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve.
Community talking about W-2 jobs like they're a plague and the gig economy of corporate AI as freedom. And unfortunately, they couldn't be more wrong. Now, was W-2 wage slavery the greatest thing ever? Or did many of us, no. Did many of us hate our employers more than the devil itself? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that the gig economy is the answer. The gig economy is just another step down the ladder. And this is what happens, is that people looking for the lesser evil, as usual. Yeah. What's the lesser evil than W-2? Well, gig work sounds lesser evil than the W-2.
But it's not.
It's not lesser evil. It's just evil. Okay. There is no lesser evil in gig work. And so they say, don't make us do nobody's going to make you do anything. You could be a valid, real independent contractor, but it wouldn't be with the gig economy, because the gig economy doesn't have independent contractors. It has app slaves that are being deceived. Right.
So that's the question our friend Wild Alaska asked early on. We're going to pull that question up here because it's a good one. And I think Wild Alaska is another person whose family has been negatively impacted by Steve Johnson and Rideshare Rodeo. Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, spread nasty rumors about this man, Wild Alaska. Wild Alaska went on, I believe he went on Robert Reese and talked about it. This gentleman has talked to other people. Anyway, Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, stabbed him in the back, damaged his opportunity to do some good work for his wife, for a medical condition, and kind of scuttled that away by slandering him, as much like Steve Johnson has done with Jeff Thomas Black, right? Being there in the trolls going, hey, you want to see Jeff Thomas Black get arrested? You want to see part 2 that I stole from his YouTube channel? I'm going to put it on it. I'm going to make it look nefarious. I ain't going to tell people he'd never been convicted, but he got arrested a few times. But anyway, so Steve Johnson did that with Wild Alaska too. So, so now we got Wild Alaska. Wild Alaska asks a good question later. Where's that question Wild Alaska asked? Where's that question Wild Alaska? Keep Steve J away from dialysis patients. Yeah, Steve Johnson. Steve Johnson's going to fuck you over. Steve Johnson's going to pretend to be a nice guy, and then he's going to ruin your life, or he's going to try. I don't think Steve's smart enough and connected enough to actually ruin anybody's life, but he puts the effort in. And it's really when you're dad dash and you're working the spreadsheet, it's an effort that counts. Just curious on your opinion. Do you think gig workers are business owners? Well, Wild Alaska, I think we have your answer to your excellent question right now in this podcast, because no, sir, they are not business owners. If they were business owners, they would be operating with some type of autonomy. Let's listen.
I think in a perfect world, or not even a perfect world, in a semi-perfect world, I think that some of these changes and what we're talking about with DoorDash mass deactivations is full-timers like Nova Dasher. Marco's a friend of mine.
This mass deactivation, I'm not sure this ain't mass disinformation. Raise your hand in the chat if you think that this mass deactivation that Steve Johnson and the other Pedro bot gang members talking about might just be fear, uncertainty, and doubt to scare the users of DoorDash that they're going to be decapitated like Glitch Dash. They're going to be like, Glitch Dash is on, they're going to decapitate you, and then they're going to decapitate the dashing dyad, and then they're going to decapitate, who knows? They're going to decapitate Steve Arrow, decapitate Sinful Toaster, decapitate Jeff Thomas Black, except he already deleted the app. So I think if we spread the rumor and we want every single app slave, well, I'm dad dash, right? If we have all the app slaves looking in their spreadsheets and afraid, so very afraid that they're going to get deactivated, decapitated, decrepitated, Pedro bought FUD. Yep, that's called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And so I think we see our friend Rideshare Rodeo, Steve Johnson, spreading that too. Like, hi, Sinful Toaster. I did not ever intend to paint you as actually sinful. I apologize. I'm a family man, and I would not do that. I would not paint you as a sinful man, sinful person, sinful toaster. It is. You are not a sinful toaster. Even though you call yourself a sinful toaster, I will not confirm the fact that you are either sinful or a toaster, because I'm Dad Dash. Well, sinful toaster, your promise to be a good slave is okay, but we're going to need to look at your data. And so you are going to need to keep spreadsheets if you want to qualify for the next soiree in Colorado between Steve Johnson and Pedro DoorDash Santiago. If you want to be part of the family, if you want to be one of Pedro's girlfriends, if you want to have children with Pedro, if you want to be in Pedro's cult and worship his Jesus hair, if you want to listen to Pedro and Bentley Coop talk about how to be a badass glitch tube dasher and be celebrities, if you would like to watch that, because that's really, as Dad Dash, I hope that's the level of celebrity I get to. I mean, that's what I am shooting for in my Darth Bet on You transition. I would not have gone dark if I did not plan to be the star of the film. I do plan to be the star of the Gig 2 Wars. Steve Johnson, Pedro DoorDash fights back with the Death Star and the Darth Bet on You and all that shit. Well, Synth Toaster, I appreciate you think that's fair. I think you're a fair-minded individual. I think you're a fair-minded toaster. I think you are a fair-minded toaster, sir. I'm going to gender you as a male toaster, and you correct me if I'm wrong. You correct me if I'm wrong, because I would never misgender a toaster nor anyone else. Thank you, toaster. So let's listen to this with new ears, because this is from June 19th, and so it's now September. This is almost 3 months old, but this started started a Pedro freak out. Pedro DoorDash Santiago said, "Hi, Jeff Black has to come on my show and answer for the lies he spread about me. He spread lies about Pedro DoorDash Santiago, and that ain't going to fly. I'm going to look him in the eye. And I'm on my podcast. So I'm going to go, you will speak the truth as so is Pedro Santiago." All right, let's keep going.
21,000 plus dashes. He gets deactivated with a 4.99 rating. Only one.
Oh, Nova Dash got deactivated, 21,000. Shit, that could happen to you. Could happen to any of us. We could get decapitated. I could be decapitated sitting right in front of you, deactivated. I could be decapitated for going to a closed restaurant. I could be decapitated for having a flat tire. I mean, shit, I could be decapitated for anything, but hell, I could be decapitated for that glitch too, except it ain't a glitch. So if I tell people as Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, they could be decapitated, they're going to be in fear. And that's what we want. That's how we use the DoorDash app properly, is you need to have a mind state, a sociological mind state, a sociological mind state of fear. Fear, Glitch Dash. You got to have the fear. Tony hasn't looked at my basketballs yet. Sir, are you referring to your testicles? Are you a toaster with testicles? I assume you are. You're a male toaster. Well, look, as a sociologist, I am interested in pelvic exams of both the male and the female of the male species. I'm sorry, of the human species. Part of being a sociologist and a socio-op is the pelvic exams. So, Sinful Toaster, we will check your basketballs at the appropriate time. Thank you for offering. Sir.
Contract violation in the last 100. He had this kind of stats that you'd look for in a
But
person.
he's not. I need you to be in fear when you listen to this. I would like all of you, if you could join me in curling up. I'm going to leave the screen because I'm going to curl up in a fetal position. I want you to think of Dad Dash with my male pattern baldness under my cap. I want you to think of me in a fetal position, rocking back and forth and saying, "Oh, Pedro, oh, Pedro, oh, Pedro, what are we going to do now, Pedro? Steve, what are we going to do now?" I'm rocking back and forth in the fetal position. "Pedro, what are you going to have your girlfriend do now? What's Sarah Elizabeth going to do next? How are you going to get more con glitches? Hannibal even says, stop being so fucking crazy to me. Well, no, to Pedro. I'm sorry, I get confused. I may have, as Dad Dash, I got a lot of personalities in here. When I went all Darth Bet on you, on the dark side, it confused me. Sometimes I walk around the house using this voice. Sometimes I walk around the yard using this voice, talk to my kids using this voice. It fucked me up. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this Dad Dash, when I play Dad Dash, it's all encompassing. It's method acting. It's method acting in the DoorDash realm, which is really beyond what any of us can copulate, right? It's what beyond what any of us can copulate. All right, let's listen.
But he's not profitable to DoorDash. And DoorDash has social listening that accumulates everything that happens on the internet and gives them a daily report with thumbs up, thumbs downs, comments, trends, keywords, everything.
All right, I'm going to let you motherfuckers listen. I can't stand listening to this fucking cult leader. I cannot stand it. I will not stand it.
DoorDash is ultra aware. This is what their marketing department does, right? Their marketing department analyzes data. They analyze.
Dad Dash is a lifestyle, Sinful Toaster. Dad Dash is a lifestyle. It's a spreadsheet lifestyle. It involves multi-apping, and you have to be great. You have to want to be great. You have to want it. You have to think about it, and you have to live it. You have to live the spreadsheet. You have to take on the multi-apping game with the seriousness of a man who drives a car with no hair. That's how much. That's seriousness. And you need to wear a cap, even, because it's so serious.
Us. They figure out how to take better advantage of us, how to further pollute markets, how to take better advantage of consumers. This is the mission of DoorDash. I've received emails from people that work inside DoorDash, and they said it's like a scary cult because the people that work at DoorDash are not stupid. They know they're doing pure evil. They know it's fraud, which is why they never talk. When has DoorDash ever addressed any of these allegations? Ever? Publicly.
Yeah, well, they won't either. Even if you get the right people on an interview or something, they're not going to answer your question.
No, because
it's going to look like a Senate hearing.
Because they can't.
They're just going to be like, I'm not going to answer that.
There are no answers. The only answer is it's fraud. Now, okay, so naked fraud. When will people figure it out? Which country will figure it out first? Who's going to put the first stake in the heart of the vampire? I don't know. I mean, but most often scams can't last forever, right? And again, every one of these companies is subsidizing with investor money every delivery and ride that they do. Why? Are they hoping that it's going to become economically viable in the future? No, the dynamics are not going to change. If anything, the prices are going down. So again, what are they monopolizing? They're monopolizing being able to control mass quantities of humans with only this. There's no employer, there's no employees, there's no HR department, there's no legal lawsuits, there's no sexual harassment, there's no workplace standards, there's no hourly standards, there's nothing. In fact, hey, if we can make sure that most of them make under $600, we'll never even have to tell the IRS they existed. This is why I called it labor laundering, because it's the new version of money laundering, right? Money laundering is using money in a way to obscure its sources, to obscure its sources and its destinations, right? Labor laundering is the same thing. This is a global labor laundering scam. Every single one of these companies is involved in a scam to use human labor without disclosing how it's really used, what it's really used for, and to what end. It's called labor laundering. I made it up. I'm very proud of that. It's a great term. And it will stick, just like app slave, just like app colonization. What is app colonization? App colonization is international companies going into India and getting people to work for less than 8 hours a day. That's called app colonization. That is a whole bunch of wealthy corporations exploiting people in India. Why can they do that? Because there is a lower caste in India, and India is cool as a nation and a people with those people being exploited. That's how it works. America is cool with gig app workers being exploited. Watch some videos.
Well, I can say this. I got to be very careful what I say here because this is very fresh. But there's a 3-letter agency that nobody probably will think of which one it is, and I'm not going to say it. That is newly, as of last week, looking into some things that I had no idea. Just found out and the way I found out was very, very strange. But I found out from a factual source too, is they are very, look at there are some people that have had it.
Yeah. So
on both sides of the aisle.
Here's the thing. Like I'm not going to pretend this even matters, but I've spent many years researching this, and I have a master's in business administration from one of the finest business schools on the planet, Duke University. And I've been in the corporate world and in finance and economics and marketing for, 35 years. So I'm going to tell you, when I use the term naked fraud, I would not use that term if it wasn't true, because I would assume somebody would sue my pants off, right? I'm a writer, I'm a public guy, do stuff, right? You don't call somebody's business naked fraud if you can't back it up.
Yeah,
you don't call something app slavery. You don't call any of these things. You can back it up. I mean, people ask me to start, because I was the first person to really come out and talk about these things. I'm still one of the only people that talks about these things. Aren't you afraid they're going to come after you? And I say, no, I wish. Because every single thing I've ever written or said about DoorDash, I can prove.
Right, they'd probably rather just sweep you under the rug.
Oh God, yeah, they're not going to be able to do that.
I know, but you know what I mean.
They absolutely.
It's better for them just to. I mean, it's better for them. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but it's better for them just to pretend you don't exist.
Hey, I'm connected to about 60 DoorDash executives on LinkedIn as a first person connection. So, and they read my stuff. So DoorDash is plenty aware of me, and I've sent personal messages and exchanged personal messages with DoorDash executives at very high levels. So, I'm going to tell you, so there's no doubt this is crime, right? This is an international crime. This is fraud. This is money laundering and labor laundering are also crimes. But in order for a crime to be prosecuted, it has to be identified, it has to be investigated, and it has to be prosecuted, right? Somebody has to actually care to prosecute it. So far, the problem is that the constituency of people that do gig apps are in general lower income, lower societal status, lower caste. They are DoorDash, and the gig app economy has very predatorily gone after young people, women, and people of color, because they know that those typically exploited workforces are ripe for further exploitation, and they know they can get away with it. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all, Steve, and I look forward to that day. I've been telling people, and I've written in my book, this is a scam that's going to end. It's a matter of when, right? Because no matter what kind of fraud you want to identify it as, even if you just go to basic contracts, it's deceptive, it's dishonest, it's deceptive. There is no transparency, and how many times have they been caught in lies and fraud and total chaos? It's been nonstop, right? That's what the industry is. That's how they survive. It's the chaos. That's why people ask, why did they change the apps? Why did they put this new DoorDash rating system in one place, and then there's another one in another place, and then they're testing another thing on Kim's side money plans, and then Pedro gets another thing, and then they're testing another thing in your market? Do you think that's a coincidence that everybody always has different programs? No, of course not.
No, in fact, I can give you an example on something. Is that Instacart? Like, okay, Denver, because I know that you've been in Colorado.
Yeah,
so
used to live there. Hi, Denver. Love you.
Great,
love
great
Colorado.
Market, great gig market.
Great
If you're going to be doing gig
city.
work, right? If you're going to have been good here, even when it was popping everywhere, and I'm very involved with Joel Shapiro and Dumpling, which is I got to tell you guys, if you're not familiar with Dumpling, this is not an app that feeds you clients. You have to find your own. This is a true run your own business app.
That's what independent contractors do, though. They find their own clients. Did you know that?
Yeah. And that's the thing. And then he created a marketplace thing where they can find you. You have a profile page. It is literally run your own business. You set your own prices. You do everything.
Well, isn't it nice? Isn't it nice to see the flip side of what a legitimate application could be?
Yeah, and I am on Dumpling. I have five clients only.
Nice job, Dumpling. I'll check you out.
Yeah, I mean, you should look into them. It's dumpling.us. Everybody, you probably heard me talk about it before, but if you haven't, check it out.
Look, we are all into lifting people up. We are all into freedom. We are all into having the ability to support our families and everything else. So if we're raining on the parade of the gig apps, it's not because we don't want people to be successful or have income. It's because those of us that have been around for a while truly see what's happening. And again, as we're shedding people like Nova Dasher, who's got thousands of dashes, as they shed people like me who has thousands, as they shed others, remember, if that's what a corporation wants, is to shed the people that have done the most work and know the most, there's only one answer, right? What are they hiding? They're hiding the fact that the scam only works on new people. That's why this no trip, no tip, no tip, no trip bullshit, and this tipping and this hidden tips and this all, Pedro, one of the biggest things that I've taken that kind of switched me off of his train was that he takes great pride in denigrating people for how they tip or not in the platform, and he calls them names and puts them down and calls them clowns, and he raises the hackles in this violent, angry attitude that is intended by the gig economy companies to keep workers, to keep gig app laborers and consumers at each other's throats, so they never look at DoorDash. So he buys into this crap and fuels it. And again, there's only one place to look. That's DoorDash, right? Everything that happens in DoorDash, whether it's tips, hidden tips, payments, non-payments, everything else, everything that happens is because DoorDash wanted it to happen, right? So his criticism is 100% misplaced upon consumers who are doing what consumers do and what consumers have always done. And so for gig economy workers to become anti-consumer, to have this rivalry, it just puts gig app laborers further down that caste and societal listing, because they're looked at as these creeps. And he talks about that, like, well, don't be a creep, don't be this kind of dasher, don't be that kind of dasher, you're representing us badly. No, we're already represented badly. The general public looks at gig app workers as the lowest form of employment, and they're kind of invisible people that walk the earth and do our errands. We don't want to talk to them. We don't want to look at them. We don't want to see them. We don't want to interact with them. And so we have to realize that if that's the view of what a gig app laborer is that something that's positive for society? No, it's not. It's heinous. It's what will tear our society apart, is to separate ourselves into economic classes and trap people in the company store in poverty, which is the gig economy.
So just a couple other things we should go through here. I'm curious what's your take on, I do a show called Driver Nation with Tom Kelly in Houston. Tom is very experienced. He's very involved with truckers. That's a trucker network. And so we talk to truckers all the time who part-time in the gig apps. Look, the gig apps would love it if we were all 15 hours or less. There wouldn't be so many problems, because if you were 15 hours or less, all their legal battles kind of go away too.
Right.
But unfortunately, a lot of us are moving more and more towards full-time. But all these articles that are coming out this was just brought up to me. And I hate it when things slip by me. Like when he said it, I was like, why didn't I notice this? Because he was like, why do we need to know that like an Albuquerque DoorDasher's, this is today, a DoorDash driver's car is stolen with his dog inside. Okay. Last week, Georgia DoorDasher locks her 22-month-old toddler in the closet. Here's my thing. I'm going to use that Georgia story for a minute. Why in that Georgia story are they talking about the toddler? He's surrounded by trash in the closet. He's wrapped in a blanket. And then but the other details of the story are the fire department had to use a ladder to get in through, and then nothing else. Was it through a window? Did you go through the door? Where are the details of the story? Did a neighbor call about the baby? All of these are missing. But the title is Georgia DoorDasher leaves toddler while dashing. Why are they running? Like, you can take DoorDash out of every part of that article, because the truth is, let's talk about it's about the person, not the platform they're working on when they do it. That person might have worked at 7-Eleven and done it.
So why is DoorDash paying? Well, hey, now I want to, this is Dad Dash. I want you to remember for just a second, well, as you listen to this amicable sociological experiment with Rideshare guy, right? That he's trying to lead me down the path to hell, or maybe he's leading himself down the path to hell. I don't know what's going on here, but remember, this guy is my friend, right? This is Jeff Thomas Black's not my friend, right? He is my friend at Dad Dash, but he was Jeff Thomas Black's friend having this amicable conversation before his big, Darth bet on you switch, which was not as good as mine, but it's pretty good. Because Steve's like a troll and he's all involved and got his fingers all in kind of everything, right? Business and solo and payday loans and he's everywhere. Steve's everywhere. All right, so Steve hates Jeff Thomas Black. So listen to the hate in the conversation, because now he's going to go on the opposition research side and going to try and expose Jeff Thomas Black for being a bad person, which he surely is. He's surely a cult leader and a bad person, both. To have these stories written. Why is DoorDash planting these stories?
Because let's be honest, I think most
proof of them
know
planting
that,
stories in Daily Dot.
I was going to say, I think that most people are aware. I mean, not all. Let's hope that some are legit, but most media is backed behind things, just like politicians. So they can't run stories that maybe a good reporter wants to run a story, but he can't.
Right.
Because that publication says no, you cannot run a negative on that company.
Right.
Which really is taking that. This is why the news gets the bad rap all the time, because it should.
That is correct.
You should not be like, well, I can't report on
that's
that
why
correctly.
that is quite frankly why you and I have value, right? There are people in the broadcasting industry that have financial and business expertise, but they won't talk about this. Why? Because they're corporate shills. They're pumping up the stock market. They're pumping up Tony Hsieh and the Stanford cabal and the startup garage and all the bullshit that they want to perpetuate into the future for their corporatocracy and their elevated lifestyle, right? So you are not going to hear this. It's not what they do. Thank heavens, actually, for the freedom that we have now with podcasts and YouTube and some other broadcasting channels, that we can talk about the truth that others won't talk about. But again, this all goes back to the same thing of all of us having different versions of the app on our phones. The more chaos that DoorDash can throw into the world about DoorDashers being wingnuts and attacking customers and customers attacking DoorDashers and people eating food, they make it a cultural phenomenon, right? DoorDash has become, tabloid news. It really has. If you read most DoorDash stories, they're tabloid news. They're ridiculous things that happen with ridiculous people in ridiculous situations, right? People walking into stores and macing each other and throwing things at each other and screaming and, all this absurd human behavior. And so what does that do? It takes all these people that are watching the mass media and they go, geez, the people that work gig apps are a bunch of loony losers. Right, bunch of loony homeless losers.
But here's my point about the story there's tons of them out there, guys. Google DoorDash, you'll see on the first page, you'll see some stories from today.
And as soon as we Google it, then DoorDash puts it in our feed and we get more of them. I found that for sure, right?
Right.
Then they're going to send you more stories about DoorDash and gig apps being insane.
Of course, but I'm just pointing out that they're not. You could take, like, out of all these articles, and I'm talking about hundreds and thousands and whatever, but I mean, if you can take every gig app's name out of those articles, and the article makes more sense without the gig app name.
But then how would they establish that the caste is a lower caste? How would they establish that we are lower class of human beings that are not employees?
But here's my catcher to that, is that why aren't they even trying to cover it anymore? Why is this Georgia DoorDash story just about the toddler in the closet? Yet we have no idea how the police and fire got called. We have no idea why they used it. It literally said a ladder was used to get to a balcony, to go through the door. What? Put the details in. I mean, they used to put the details in the story, so at least it looks like you got some meat on the bone.
I think what you see, and if you look on social media, I think you're going to see that the gig economy is used mostly for clickbait, right? And when something is used as clickbait, you know it's right. What? And we have to ask ourselves, right? Why are human beings interacting in these ways, acting in bizarre fashions in gig apps? Well, I'm going to tell you the answer. It's very simple. They're being gaslighted. They're being medications. They're being deceived. They're being sent around. They're being frustrated. They're not 2 weeks of income in one accident, and now how the hell are they even going to survive? Or like me, they could be dashing for a few years and have their water pump and their timing belt blow out and have a $2,000 auto repair that nobody can do for 4 weeks. And so $2,000 minus 4 weeks of income. You want to be in crisis? You'll be in crisis like, hey, 5 minutes. You just went from living a good, having money to spend and being able to survive to a shitstorm of both no income and a $2,000 bill and nobody to do the work. That's the gig economy. That's the trap, right? Because any of us is a second away from an accident, even if it's not at work, right? What if you depend upon gig apps and you blow your knee out skiing? Well, this
is why when I do last mile delivery apps and people are like, you're killing your car putting that many miles on it for courier. I'm like, bro, my car is designed to do the work. Yeah, I would rather drive my car into the ground and do highway miles and deliver product than be delivering people or food locally. Because I mean, we know the stat. This is true. Any insurance company will tell you this, that driving around your neighborhood is way more dangerous than being on the highway.
It's one of the top 10 most dangerous jobs in the United States, man. It's more dangerous than being a cop. Way more dangerous.
I'm just saying, even if you're not working the gig app, when you're driving, it's just you're in danger being on the streets, especially locally, though. Like when you're on your local streets as opposed to highway.
That's why I, who considered myself a very competent driver, once I started gig apping 3.5 years ago, I screwed up my car royally. I think I did about $6,000 damage to my car over the time I dashed.
Yeah. So I have two more things I have to hit on with you. I need to present this to you because I want to know if you've even ever heard of this. This is new to me. I hate this. I can't believe this is a thing. And yet I know I've verified this. I know the person that it happened to very well. And they've actually, I didn't even need to ask them because I know them well, but they offered to show me every piece of this, and they have. They were deactivated by DoorDash. However, when they called, just like everybody gets deactivated, you try and call. Sometimes nothing. Sometimes somebody gets lucky. You get somebody, they put you back. Who knows? It's a crapshoot on what will happen. But this was very odd. They told the person that they had whatever you want to call it, a contract violation, a strike or whatever. And obviously they don't tell you what that is. That happened. You had one, and you are deactivated. However, they called it something, and it wasn't a soft deactivation, but it was something along those lines where they can call in 90 days and get reactivated. Have you ever heard of this?
No, but it makes sense. No, but it absolutely makes sense. Because
I mean, to me, that you're literally, you just said employee.
Right.
I mean, if that's here's my point. If that's the case, you should be, and I mean, we're not able to because we don't pay into the system, but you should be able to file unemployment for those 3 months because
absolutely.
Because they're telling you can come back in 3 months. Okay, really? But then cool, I'll get unemployment. You can't get unemployment. Well, and then you can't deactivate me temporarily. Okay, then we'll deactivate you permanently. So I mean, there's no win, but I've never heard of them. This is a line I've never even thought they'd cross. This is weird.
So there's a couple things. So remember that during the pandemic, there was the situation where they where gig app workers during the lockdown actually did receive some type of federal benefits for employment, or maybe even some state benefits.
The pandemic
because
unemployment assistance.
So isn't that weird that, when the shit hit the fan, yeah, maybe they did get unemployment. So, is anything carved in stone? Not so much. But so here's the answer, right? This is always the answer. In the gig economy, the only rule is there are no rules. So they could come back. Remember, you could come back in 90 days and they go, we changed the policy. Now it's 180 days, right? This is any time.
Or you could call back and they, who are you?
Right, exactly. I did that when they withheld and then held a significant amount of money from me and never paid it to the source they were supposed to pay it for, too. So it took me many months and a lot of efforts to finally get that money put where it was supposed to go. But the fact is, it was literally impossible to ever talk to anyone that worked for DoorDash. So when there are no rules to that point, when they can keep your money, they can keep your money forever. They can not answer your calls. They can do whatever. We have to realize what this thing is, right? I mean, this is a monster with no accountability, right?
I'm telling you,
do we believe that?
I'm telling you, he sent me the emails and everything.
Yeah.
And I've seen it. I know.
Right. So that's a fact, but that's not contractually binding that they have to give him employment in 90 days, right? They can deactivate any of us for any reason or no reason. Mm-hmm. A gentleman named Gig Geezer, who I think is a very credible.
Oh, I know him.
Source.
He comes in on my Last Mile show.
Yeah, and I've shared a number of his videos. He's a very credible source of information about the gig economy.
He does what I do. He does a lot of Last Mile services. And
Gig Geezer pointed it out without a doubt, and there are articles to back it up, that the gig app and gig economy has a racial bias. That more people of color are deplatformed and terminated from gig apps than other people, and that there are biases built into this AI system, as we know. So this is a racist system as well, which we should note, since it's Juneteenth, June 19th, 2023, that the gig economy is racist. Right.
I mean, you might as well add in sexist too.
It's sex. Yes, it's sex. It is sexist too. So how many heinous crimes against humanity are we going to sit by and watch happen under the name of the gig economy, under the false label of independent contractor? Because independent contractor definition already existed. We know what it is. We know what it was. The gig economy ain't it, right? We can't allow them to redefine terms that fit their own purposes, because that's not it. Independent contractors have to find their work. They sign voluntary, fully disclosed, honest contracts, right? There is no part of the gig economy that involves independent contractors, right? The only part that could possibly involve independent contractors is marketing lies. Is marketing lies. So yes, I have no doubt. And again, remember, their goal is to keep anybody that starts catching on to their platform, or anybody that becomes an unprofitable laborer, just get rid of them. And don't think for a minute that these folks won't start colluding with each other in terms of deplatforming gig app drivers from multiple platforms at once, sharing information amongst each other. We know they collaborate together to fight legislation and any work rules and protections. So these are monsters. These are monsters.
And for those not familiar, I'll quickly use Minnesota as an example, which I've talked about before. Minnesota had this thing locked down. I don't agree with the rate, because they were using the same rates as Seattle, and it's 3 times as much to live in Seattle as the Twin Cities.
Right.
So no offense there, but I just think they should have kind of picked a better number. But nonetheless, House passed it, Senate passed it, went back to the House. This is going back and forth. And they're their governor has never, ever, ever had to veto a bill.
Right.
He's always been on the side of it. Yet when it passed the House and went to him, they were like, when? And he spent his first veto ever.
Of course he did. You know why he did?
Yeah,
because the wealthiest people in the world are behind app slavery. Let me say that again.
But the
wealthiest people in the world.
This should have been a state that went with it, though. This is kind of proof that if they're not gonna, hey, it's like Colorado SB 23098 getting shot down.
Right. So let this be your lesson that the gig economy will comply with human decency and human rights. Never.
Yeah.
They will buy off politicians.
Well, and plus,
they will
like
get the first vetoes from anybody that ever gets. They remember. Okay, so this is a gravy train, and if the politicians kill the gravy train, then the politicians can't be successful. So, are they going to sell out farm workers and gig app laborers? Yeah. Right. Gig app laborers are just the new migrant laborers of the United States. And don't think there won't be gig apps for migrant laborers either, because that's where you're going next when you can't drive your car anymore. They'll have you gig apping in a field. So let's just make sure that we understand that what happened in Minnesota is the truth, which is people in power want you to be exploited. It's up to you. And that's the thing. This is individual action and accountability within a corporate AI system. And the only way you can save yourself is not to play. Yeah. Or you can play and be a rube, and you can be a victim, and you can be an app slave. And if you want to check out and have no job security for your kids in the future, have no labor security, have people attacking each other in bodegas and at drivers and consumers, then actually can have a standard of living that we can all accept, as opposed to some arbitrary financial compensation amount we can accept, which is what you're saying, right? Whatever it takes to live in Minnesota is what it takes to live in Minnesota. If you're in Seattle, guess what it takes to live in Seattle? Whatever it takes to live in Seattle. And that's the terrible part. And again, I encourage people to go to either R9 Media or my Twitter account, JBlack. What's my Twitter account? Oh, Jeff Thomas Black, LRB. It is not LRBITISNOT. Go to that and read the article I published yesterday about minimum wage in 2023. There is no minimum wage. There needs to be a minimum standard of living. And if that minimum standard of living takes $35 in New York City, then that's what it is. And if it takes $21 in Minneapolis, then that's what it is. And if it takes $11 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, then that's what it is. But the fact is, if we want people off our streets, we want people that are disabled, elderly, young, old, or just a regular old human being not to be suffering on the streets in poverty and disease and misery, then what we have to do is figure out what are the minimum human standards that we have in the United States. Let's get people to live at those human standards. But here's the thing. Here's the upshot. And I hope this can be my final statement here. If people lived at acceptable standards, nobody would work for the gig economy. Nobody, right? The only people that work for the gig economy do it because there's nothing else.
Except for I would carve out that there are, like, Curry and some of the last mile apps I do are completely transparent, so I know what I'm taking.
So I'm just gonna say Curry and Para and the other one that you mentioned. Those, when I talk about gig apps, I'm not even gonna call those gig apps because they have transparency and integrity. A gig app is something that is served through as partial information that is modified. Those things aren't gig apps. That is technology that supports fair employment for humans. So good on them. I'm not coming after you. Keep doing it. There are many legitimate ways to use technology to help independent contractors find better employment.
Including I hit on this often, but I haven't probably in a while, so it's a good time, including the internet, you guys. Yeah. For those of you who work gig apps, it's like some of the last mile jobs I find are on the internet and they don't have an app.
Right.
You have to go find their website. like U-Haul, and then you'll find some, or Yugo, or some of these other ones where it's like you go find posting boards and you click on it, and it's completely transparent. Here's what you're taking. Here's where you're going. Do you want it?
Hey, I had some folks that I delivered to over time that owned businesses that needed deliveries that paid me on my own time $20 a delivery to do jobs. So you can absolutely get your own independent contractor jobs driving or delivering, and they will pay significantly more than you will ever make on a gig app, and you actually do have control of your work. So again, yes, and this is the thing. I want to say the same thing about the workforce, okay? The low-wage workforce in the United States and around the world, whether it's migrant labor, whether it's manual labor, whether it's factory labor, that workforce has been around forever. That workforce has always worked hard. That workforce has always worked with integrity. That workforce has always worked with pride. Okay, so that workforce is here now. It's always been here, and it's going to be here in the future. What the gig economy is doing is using economic insecurity against that workforce, using corporate AI against that workforce as a weapon, as a biological and nuclear weapon against humanity. That's what the gig economy is. So yes to the workers, yes to technology, yes to independent contractors, yes to all of it. No to gig apps, no to fraud,
no to no oversight AI either.
Right. Yeah. Well, right.
I mean,
none of that.
When we talk about technology, AI is getting snuck in the back door, and we gotta be careful, guys.
That's why I say corporate AI. No honest business will manage people with corporate AI, because corporate AI, by definition, is both biased and exploitative, right? Because that's what corporate AI is created to do. It's created to make money for the company, nothing else. It's not created to employ people.
That corporate AI isn't outputting to the companies why. Okay, here's why this person was terminated. In case you call, here it is. Here's the packet.
Well, remember, DoorDash is a technology company. DoorDash specifically says they're not into the delivery business. Not only do they not support,
I'll question that, but okay.
Not only do they not support drivers, DoorDash, no business in the history of humanity has ever gone further to disassociate themselves from the people that do the operations in their field. DoorDash not only, and you'll find this when you call support, DoorDash not only disavows drivers, they don't know them. There's a reason DoorDash keeps almost no data on any driver, because you know what? When the IRS and the FBI and whoever else around the world does coming to DoorDash, they're going to go, we don't have any data. You notice how your phone wipes all your past data, how DoorDash is constantly wiping data. And if you ever send into DoorDash and you say, I want my personal data, and you look at the amount of data that they're keeping on any one of us, they don't know us at all. Yeah. So this is plausible deniability. This is a corporate entity with no accountability, with no human accountability. That's a dream come true, man. That's a dream come true for evil people. And we got them. We found them. The people that want to destroy human employment as we know it and enslave humanity are here, and they're bad. We don't like them.
So here's this last question I have, is that Checker. We got to talk about Checker for a minute.
Oh yeah.
So Checker's playing a big role in everything going on here. I have literally talked to so many people over the years, as I'm sure you have too.
I failed.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think from what I'm gathering from people, I don't think that Checker was doing background checks in the beginning. Uber Rideshare. So they just thought, oh, well, we just do this for everybody we onboard. So they were doing Checker in the beginning. I don't think DoorDash ever did, because Checker is backed up beyond belief right now. You actually are on, it's always been, they always have a flow, but it's always, some places can onboard you in a day, some in 3 days. Now things are taking a long time because DoorDash has over 5 million Dashers in this country now.
Right.
So whether part-time or full-time, for whatever reason, Checker is now running background checks. And what I've been hearing from people is if you've moved, if you've done this, that, the other, and I don't understand it, because it's like, okay, I'll use my friend Mac, who's in your city, Portland. He sat with us in the episode before Nova Dasher and was talking about his deactivation. He has 13,000 rides or deliveries, and his was due to Checker. He's from Boise. He now lives in Portland and has for 3 years.
That's probably about 5 years of work, I'm going to estimate.
Okay. So, but he's been in Portland for 3 years and he has 10 kids and a wife. He has his ID on DoorDash's platform from Portland. They've mailed him tax returns. They know where he lives. When they did the Checker background check, they never did one when they onboarded it. Most of the apps do and always have since onboarding and whatever. DoorDash didn't. I think they escaped this for whatever reason, and now they're going back to it. But here's the thing. He got a background check. He requested a copy of it. He didn't pass the background check, and when he looked, they had all his Boise information, but they're like, where have you been for 3 years? And he's like, what are you talking about, dude? You have my ID. You know, you can look and see that I only work in the Portland market. You know my address. You send taxes there. What do you mean, where have I been? You mail me stuff. You know where I live. You know where I work.
Except here's the thing again. So if you know the data that DoorDash keeps on you, they don't know that, right? They don't keep that data, and there's a reason.
Oh,
when you don't keep data, it's because you don't want people to come back and ask you for that data later. Right.
But why does Checker not do? I mean, Checker's job, their onr job is to do a background check on
you. So let's talk about Checker for just a second. So Checker is like CHCKR, I think. It's like it's spelled strangely, or CHECKR.
Yeah.
It's a company that is contracted by multiple gig app companies to do background checks. I failed a Checker background check during the pandemic, and it took me weeks to actually get on with DoorDash because I had, as an activist, been arrested multiple times for peaceful civil disobedience. I've never been convicted of any crime, still to this day. And so, but those charges alone, because charges never look good on paper. They never look good on paper because they're usually about 10 times more severe than whatever actually happened. So I was refused from multiple gig apps. So my desperation quotient was going through the ceiling, right? During the gig app during the pandemic as I'm getting turned down for gig apps. So Checker definitely background checked me. I saw the report itself. It was an accurate depiction of my exploits. But I also, had to sent them a letter, referencing my attorney saying that I am innocent until proven guilty, and that, charges are not convictions, nor do they have anything to do with what may happen. So Checker did at one time, I can most certainly say, check my background for DoorDash, and they turned me down until I got back on. Now, today, would there be a scenario where DoorDash would tell Checker, just wave these ones through? We don't even care if you really do it. Of course, because who's watching? There are no standards, right? Again, because there are no rules, DoorDash can cut any corners they want to. And, I'm sure it all depends, as everything else does, is what today, how does DoorDash demand more drivers in the app today to be sitting around on their ass waiting to take an order? If the answer is yes, then maybe they tell Checker to work faster. If the answer is no, then they tell Checker to work slower. This is one of the things.
Well, actually, you're hitting on something. Checker actually charges different tiers for how quick you want it. They give you there aren't different packages of how deep they go. There's just different tiers of how quick you can expedite it.
That's hilarious. So nothing is organic, right? So the same thing goes for all aspects of DoorDash. So when you watch their engineering blogs, you will find that they can change the parameters in AI to make every driver on the road go 10% further to the next pickup. They can slow down an entire system anytime they want. They can turn off promotions on the consumer app to cut demand down. They can send out they can send out push notifications to drivers all over the entire area, telling them that there's peak pay if they go out and dash now. Now, they don't have to tell that to everybody. They just tell that to the people they want to motivate. So if you're getting the idea that there are no rules, that everything they do is about manipulation and lies, then you're right, because they don't care if you make money. Steve, they will send you to do errands which they know you will not pick up an order. They will send you to a restaurant to pick up an order, even though they know their restaurant is closed, because they want you to verify that restaurant is closed. Is that an independent contract?
No, and in fact, we know of people who have gone to these restaurants, follow their rules, cancel the order, or getting their cancel fee, and then get deactivated, and they hold your money because they're like, "Why are you sitting at that restaurant accepting orders when you know they're closed?" It's like, you sent me here, man.
So what if you know that there are no accidents? What if you know that there are no glitches? What if you know that every time DoorDash slows the system down or crashes your app, do you know they can make it take your app longer to load? They can just slow down the load time. So people have more I are going to earn if we go out and have a 3-hour dash. If you've ever noticed, I noticed when I dashed a lot, do you ever notice how you could dash for multiple days and your income would virtually be the same to the penny?
I never lived and breathed the food delivery space. I didn't really.
So I have.
I'm on all of them except
to
for
be
Grubhub
specific,
now.
because of what I was studying and attempting to do, I only have ever done gig work on DoorDash because I wanted to know DoorDash inside out, frontwards, backwards, and completely. And DoorDash is by far complex enough for anybody to try and figure out this scam over a lifetime. So I never did any other gig apps besides DoorDash. So I had great consistency. I DoorDashed. There were times when I DoorDashed during the pandemic, 22, 23 days in a row. Right. So you can be assured dashing in the same market 23 days in a row, you can see patterns. Right. And I would see those patterns. This is impossible, man. You can't come out and average, $22.67 an hour, 4 days in a row by coincidence. That's just not going to happen.
No, and right? I think there's a metric. I think there's a metric inside there that again, none of us know the algorithm, so I'm not going to pretend to. But I think there's a metric that goes along with what you're saying. That's like, okay, he made $300 that day in 10 hours. He's comfortable working 10 hours for $300.
Of course there's. And so let's just go back to the math, because I think I actually misspoke on the math when we last talked. So the way to calculate this, if there was simply 15 drivers and 15 restaurants, the math to figure out the number of possible combinations for that is called 15 factorial. Okay. That's 15 times 14 times 13 times 12 times 11 times 10 times 9 times 8 times 7 times 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. Okay. That is the number of possible combinations of 15 restaurants and 15 drivers. You know how many that is? Over 1 trillion. Over 1 trillion combinations. So anybody that thinks that they understand how this app is going to pass out the next thing it passes out, whoever it passes out to, better be able to tell me that they can suss out offers out of 1 trillion combinations, because it can't happen. That's why with that 1 trillion combinations, that explains to you why with 1 trillion combinations, can I slow down Denver, Colorado's dashing 10% right now? Yep, I just turned the dial. Can I speed it up 10%? Yep, I just turned the dial. What if I need more driver capacity on the road? I just turn the dial. Right? This is a finely tuned, rigged simulation. They can make it be and do anything they want. And so when you're a dasher, when you go out and you got that eye of the tiger and you're like, I'm going to work so hard today, I'm going to get as many dashes. You can only do as many dashes per hour as they send you. And you know how many that is, no matter what you do till the end of time? 2.5 to 3. Maybe 2, depending on the day.
I say 2 always.
Yeah,
I don't know. You might live in a rural city where you can crank them out a little easier, I don't know.
But depending on how fast they time you, they send you to the restaurant early so that you wait, the food doesn't wait. That's part of their algorithm, right? Is that your time is worth nothing, food time is money, right? So they send you early, you wait. Everything is about the food transaction. So your time is worth 0. And so realize that these companies absolutely have that ability to to fix everything you do. Again, you can do 2 to 3 deliveries an hour under the best circumstances because of the timing. They're sending, you have to drive from X to Y, you have to pick up, you have to do this, right? There's exceptions. Maybe sometimes you get 4 2-mile deliveries and you can do 4 or 5 deliveries an hour, right?
Sure.
Yeah, we've done it all. We've
or
done
stacked,
it all over,
and I don't count all that stacked crap.
But on
stuff either.
average, and as you'll find out, sometimes you'll do that and then you'll sit in a parking lot for 2 hours and not get a single order, right?
Or you'll get 100 orders that you wouldn't take.
Right. So with 1 trillion combinations, the end of the story is that none of us have any clue as to why, where, when, and how we're being sent to do what we're doing. We may be being sent to closed restaurants. We may be being sent to orders that are further away from us rather than closer to us. We may be sent on longer routes rather than shorter routes for delivery. All of those things, there's millions of predictions and trillions of combinations that are happening to control you. So yeah, you're an independent contractor. Sure you are.
So I know I alluded to something earlier in this, so I have to at least give you guys a little piece. This is the piece I can give you, is that when I referred to a 3-letter agency, what I can tell you, because if you're like, well, there's probably a lot of 3-letter agencies looking. Okay, what I can tell you about the one that I'm talking about and what I know now is that they are trying something right now that no other agency or state or any legislation has looked at. They are looking to put these under a RICO Act.
There's a reason for that. I called it the global corporate cabal.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're not familiar with RICO Acts, those are pretty much...
It's organized crime.
That's
what I call it. I call it organized crime. It's highly organized, to give them credit. They're brilliant.
And I mean, for them to even allude, and as soon as I am able, I will spill the beans, because
you're right on, Steve. I mean, that's been a common theme of mine for years. That's why I call it app slavery. I mean, it's organized crime.
But
there's nothing legitimate about this.
If they're looking into a RICO case, that's how they're viewing them too.
I would love to see Tony Hsu and the other founders behind bars, because they are criminals. They are global criminals. Yeah. I think those are horrible people. And we all know, right? I've never met a dasher that thinks Tony Hsu has not lied out of every corner of his disgusting mouth.
Well, heck, people. Well, heck. I think Steve from Rideshare Rodeo, Steve Johnson from Rideshare Rodeo, just said there was a federal investigation that he knows about into DoorDash by a 3-letter American agency. Did I hear that properly? So all these friends of Steve that are laughing and sniding and crawling and crying and playing around all nimbly-pimbly like a little kitty, all nimbly-pimbly, right? All those little meow little kittens playing around like, this ain't no cabal, this ain't no gang, this ain't anything. Well, how come Steve Johnson of Rideshare Rodeo made this podcast and spilled all them beans then? Or was he acting? I don't know. Let's listen again.
That they can suss out offers out of 1 trillion combinations. It can't happen. That's why with that 1 trillion combinations, that explains to you why.
So I dad dash, when I do the sociology of calculus, I show you how to calculate the many trillions of statistical possibilities that are doled out by the DoorDash artificial intelligence. So if you are a fan of artificial intelligence and you would like to be artificially intelligent personally, I can help you with spreadsheets. Okay. So it looks like maybe we got a couple people coming over. I know that Glitch Dash motherfucker, he was on with that Eli motherfucker. And those guys, those guys remind me of the people that come on my lawn. They're just aggravating. Let's listen to Steve Johnson tell Jeff Thomas Black about some kind of federal investigation into organized crime of DoorDash. I wonder how Steve Johnson knew all these things. This is wild. Did anybody listen to this podcast before? I got to admit, I really ain't one for listening to podcasts from cult leaders like Jeff Thomas, Michael. Oh, Lord help me. Lord help me as Dad Dash. This gets hard for me to take. It gets hard for me to take. I sit here as Dad Dash and I think to myself, I think, Steve, is that your name? I think, Steve, is that your name? I think, Steve, when I talk to Gabriel on the phone, well, Steve, well, so Glitch Dash, I see you motherfucker in my chat. I see you there. I'm going to play this for you, Glitch Dash, because Steve Johnson's telling me there's going to be some federal investigation. And I'm saying Gabriel, Camilo, Gabriel Simon, Camilo Gabriel Simon, or also maybe Gabriel Alex Simon. I don't know. I don't know that guy. I mean, Dad Dash does not know that person that put me in touch with Jeff Thomas Black. I know that. I know that Steve Johnson does not know that person. I know that me, Dad Dash, I don't know that person that put me on the telephone with Jeff Thomas Black. I do not know them. That's why I postulated, I tell you, I postulated that maybe it was Jeff Thomas Black's cousin, because I did not know that was a person named Camille Gabriel Simon, also known as Alex, who was introducing me into Jeff Thomas Black's life before I went all Darth Bet on you. Anyway, let's get back. We got a lot going on here, friends. We're going to listen to Steve Johnson on Rideshare Rodeo. I don't know where this podcast went out to. They didn't release the video. We never released the video because we didn't want the YouTuber community seeing it. You don't want to be a YouTuber or a gig tuber or a tuber of any kind. You get tuberculous can kill you. You got to get poked in the arm. You got to get stuff up your butt. You got to get shots in the gut. It's awful. It's awful. You got to stay off the tubers. Okay, let's listen.
With a trillion combinations, can I slow down Denver, Colorado's dashing 10% right now? Yep, I just turned the dial. Can I speed it up 10%? Yep, yes, I just turned the dial. Yes, what if I need more driver capacity on the road? I just turn the dial. Right? This is a finely tuned, rigged simulation. They can make it be and do anything they want. And so when you're a dasher, when you go out and you got that eye of the tiger and you're like, I'm going to work so hard today, I'm going to get as many dashes. You can only do as many dashes.
Look, you could be out there with a positive mindset. You could be out there with a positive mindset like Pedro DoorDash Santiago. You could have your eye of the tiger. You could have the eye of Eli. You could have this eye that could go all the way to San Francisco and intimidate people on walking trails. You could have all of it. So you go out there and you go, I'm going to kill that DoorDash. I'm going to kill that game. I'm going to win that game. I'm going to win the game of multi-apping and spreadsheets. Okay, let's listen.
Per hour as they send you. And you know how many that is, no matter what you do till the end of time? 2.5 to 3. Maybe 2, depending on the day.
I say 2 always.
Yeah,
I don't know. You might live in a rural city where you can crank them out a little easier, I don't know.
But depending on how fast they time you, they send you to the restaurant early so that you wait, the food doesn't wait. That's part of their algorithm, right? Is that your time is worth nothing, food time is money, right? So they send you early, you wait. Everything is about the food transaction. So your time is worth 0. And so realize that these companies absolutely have that ability to fix everything you do.
Again, so I just want to tell you, I want to listen. I want to just say that listen, as a sociology expert, listen to this man's voice. Listen to how he's talking to you about the app, and realize that this is how cult leaders get their followers. Realize that when cult leaders want you to think and be like them, they start talking to you about all kinds of facts and figures and things that you can't track in spreadsheets, things that you can't track in a dad deep spreadsheet. My macros, the macros that I've developed since I ran my $1 million business are beyond your imagination. You think DoorDash has sophisticated artificial intelligence? Well, I got macros. I got Dad Dash macros. All you motherfuckers. I say, hi, I got the macros. I got the bots. I got the macro bots. I got the bot macros. I got a head full of beautiful hat. I got a beautiful hat on my head. You cannot see my male pattern baldness, and it keeps my authoritativeness in peak condition. All right, let's keep going.
do 2 to 3 deliveries an hour under the best circumstances because of the timing. They're sending, you have to drive from X to Y, you have to pick up, you have to do this, right? There's exceptions. Maybe sometimes you get 4 2-mile deliveries and you can do 4 or 5 deliveries an hour. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we've done it all. We've done it all.
And I don't count all that stacked.
But on average, and as you'll find out, sometimes you'll do that and then you'll sit in a parking lot for 2 hours and not get a single order, right?
Or you'll get 100 orders that you wouldn't take.
Right. So with a trillion combinations, the end of this story is that none of us have any clue as to why, where, when, and how we're being sent to do what we're doing. We may be being sent to closed restaurants. We may be being sent to orders that are further away from us rather than closer to us. We may be sent on longer routes rather than shorter routes for delivery. All of those things. There's millions of predictions and trillions of combinations that are happening to control you. So yeah, you're an independent contractor. There you are.
So
just
I know.
Just a note, because it's the internet and it's 2023. He was being sarcastic. That bastard being sarcastic. No, he did not mean that. He did not mean that. He's not a genuine person like Dad Dash.
I alluded to something earlier in this, so I have to at least give you guys a little piece of...
Steve, give us a piece. Steve is about to give us a piece. You're not going to believe this piece we're going to get right here either. Steve, Glitch Dash, I want you to listen to this piece very closely.
This is the piece I can give you, is that when I referred to a 3-letter agency, what I can tell you, because if you're like, well, there's probably a lot of 3-letter agencies looking. Okay, what I can tell you about the one that I'm talking about and what I know now is that they are trying something right now that no other agency or state or any legislation has looked at. They are looking to put these under a RICO Act.
Well, then, now, Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, what you talking to Jeff Thomas Black about a RICO Act for? What you talking to Jeff Thomas Black about 3-letter federal agencies and RICO Act on a June 19, 2023 podcast? What you doing that for? Now, you didn't put that on YouTube's. You didn't put that on the YouTubes. You weren't talking to other people. Now you're talking to Jeff Thomas Black about the RICO Act like there's some kind of federal investigation, like them some kind of organized crime. As Dad Dash, I certainly did not have this in my spreadsheet. I did not have Steve Johnson's going Darth Bet on you in the spreadsheet, but I'm learning. DoorDash RICO Act, right? Well, I mean, I think you have to note that the DoorDash RICO Act, I see that Glitch Dash is taking notes here. I very much appreciate that, sir. Taking notes that we can later put into spreadsheets is a key to success in the multi-apping business. If you're going to get into the multi-apping business on YouTube, you got to take notes. And Glitch Dash is taking the appropriate notes. I appreciate that. Now, I do want to point out again that Steve Johnson of Hideshare Hodeo, Rideshare RICO Act, Dad Dash RICO Act Rodeo, is now of his own story. I mean, this is not coming from Jeff Thomas Black, that cult leader, son of a bitch. Jeff Thomas Black was just the guest on this show, and RICO Act came up. And why did Steve bring up the RICO Act? Why did Steve introduce this and then go around telling everybody, well, ain't no feds looking at this. Ain't no feds looking at this. Well,
there's a reason for that. I called it the global corporate cabal.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Bastard.
If you're not familiar with RICO Acts, those are pretty much...
It's organized crime.
That's
what I call it. I call it organized crime. I mean, it's highly organized, to give them credit. They're brilliant.
And I mean, for them to even allude, and as soon as I am able, I will spill the beans.
Now, DoorDash, Steve says he's going to spill the beans as soon as he's able. It sounds like he's spilling the beans right now. It does sound like he's spilling the beans at this very moment. I'm a little confused about what kind of bean spilling we're going to be doing. There may be multiple flavors of beans. There could be barbecue beans. There could be cheese beans. There could be Mexican beans. There could be frijoles. There could be refried beans. We could have a bean salad. We could have a 3-bean salad. Look, at a Dad Dash party, we got so many beans. We got to keep spreadsheets to understand how many bean salads we got. Now, let's get back to the federal organization that's investigating the organized crime that Steve Johnson of Hideshare Rodeo is telling us about. Because Steve is a wholesome man who stabs people in the back only in the dead of night. So let us look at this transition.
Because
you're right on, Steve. I mean, that's been a common theme of mine for years. That's why I call it app slavery. I mean, it's organized crime.
But
there's nothing legitimate about this.
If they're looking into a RICO case, that's how they're viewing them too.
I would love to see Tony Hsu and the other founders behind bars because they are criminals. They are global criminals. Yeah. I think those are horrible people. And we all know, right? I've never met a dasher that thinks Tony Hsu has not lied out of every corner of his disgusting mouth. Right. I mean, DoorDash can't even have comments on in any of their ads because all they'll get.
I'm just going to say, as Dad Dash, I tend to judge people by their mouth. And Tony Hsu does have a disgusting mouth. I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that to disparage the man, but his mouth looks disgusting. I'm just going to say. I mean, I've had to look down Pedro's pie hole more times than I'd like to shake a stick at. And Pedro's pie hole is just terrifying. It's terrifying. You see the uvula back there jiggling around. You see that tongue wiggling around. You see those crazy ass Charles Manson eyes googling back in the head. Gosh darn it, that's a disturbing sight for anybody, even Dad Dash. Even Dad Dash. Dad Dash gets disturbed by the Pedro googly eyes of Charles Manson. Did you know that Dad Dash did not even come up with the fact that Pedro bot looks like Charles Manson? That was not a Dad Dash original. That was not even a Jeff Thomas Black original. That was one of Jeff Thomas Black's like uppity readers. One of those uppity readers said, that motherfucker looks like Charles Manson. Jeff Thomas Black went, fuck yeah, he does. Jesus Christ, that's scary. If you put a swastika in the middle of that fucker's forehead, it'd be the same dude. And there you go. There you go. A trend was started. A trend was started. Pedro bot does have a terrifying pothole. Stephen Arrow, you are a artiste with the hashtags, and that's something as Dad Dash that I have a great affinity for. One of the things that I do like about hashtags is that hashtags lend themselves to spreadsheet tracking. You see, if you put a hashtag on the left of the spreadsheet, and then across the top, you put like how many letters it got in the hashtag. And then you got, is the hashtag like a Darth Bet on you dark hashtag, or is it like a Luke Skywalker, good hashtag, or is it like a feminine hashtag, like Welte, ULTE, that Southern kid, that weird little motherfucker that saves all the money and shows you he got $30,000 in the bank, like Welte. Wealthy does like he just want to know like a up thumb or a down thumb if it's happy or sad, because that boy dumb. The boy's dumb. So we got very simple categories in the spreadsheets for each type of the multi-apping success business. I do want to note that. Now let's get back to the terrifying pie hole of Steve Johnson, who is now leaking the federal investigation to the world on June 19, 2023.
It is trolled, right? This is the thing. Like, everyone hates DoorDash. Let's be honest, right?
They really do.
It's just the evil that we know now, and we think it might be the lesser evil to a W-2, but it's not. It's not the lesser evil.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know. To me, hearing RICO just means that they have had it with the excuses. They've had it with the BS. They've asked for information and data. They don't get it, or they get packets that they're not asking for.
Yep.
And they're like, this isn't what we needed. We needed this. And they're like, oh.
I mean, it sounds like Steve Johnson is ready to fight for his right to party. Steve Johnson's connected to all these politicians, all these highfalutin politicians. He's tracking the Minnesota politicians. He's going, well, how come that Democratic governor vetoed the bill that would have given some rights to them gig workers in Minnesota? Steve Johnson's like, that ain't no good. And then Steve Johnson's making friends with all these Colorado politicians, and he's all friendly with them and all nimbly pimbly dancing around, having gig cons and con gigs with Pedro and all the family, having the family meetings, having the glitch cons, all that. Now this is very strange to me, because this boy's everywhere. This boy's everywhere, and he's just leaking the fact that he and his business partner David Pakman have close associations with the federal agency called the FTC, and that they're doing a RICO investigation. Now, that is not Jeff Black saying that. In fact, Jeff Black knew nothing about this. This is just Steve Johnson spitting this shit out on his own Rideshare Rodeo podcast, which I don't know. Maybe nobody ever heard. I don't know. Maybe they just made this, put it in a can, and have it never be heard. It's a shame y'all hearing it now. It really is.
Oh, well, that would take us years to go through. And then they have excuses. Right. They're not into this anymore. They're not. And I think that what I'm specifically referring to should move
fairly
very quickly.
It's moving quickly.
And if it does, here's the thing.
This has been almost 3 months since he broke this news of the federal investigation. Steve Johnson, federal investigation by the FTC of DoorDash. DoorDash, that sounds like breaking news to me. That's like a New York Times. That's like a New York Times headline. Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, Hideshare Hodeo. Well, what the hell would you deal with? They got a freaking criminal AI system. Ain't got no way to control it. Even Dad Dash, I'm dumb as a fucking post. I know they ain't got no way to control it. They don't got no spreadsheets. They don't have the macros that I have. They don't have the spreadsheets and the macros. All they got is a world-class AI department that's run like a Death Star. And we intimidate all the employees. They ain't allowed to talk to each other. They ain't allowed to go outside. They on the Death Star, and they know that the Death Star, we the Death Star, so we like death. So everybody's half dead. Everybody's either half dead or on their way to dead or wanting to be dead. That's the business we're in. We're in the Death Star business. You don't get into the Death Star business, Stephen Arrow. You don't get into the Death Star business, Glitch Dash. You don't get into the Death Star business, Stephen Michael, Jeff Thomas, Michael Black. You don't get into the Death Star business unless you're looking for some death. Right. I mean, Darth Bet on you ain't there to babysit your grandchildren. Darth Bet on you's there to Darth Bet on you dying. Darth Bet on you getting fucked. All right, let's listen to Steve Johnson. He's a fascinating character. Fascinating character in this story. DoorDash Death Star. Fascinating. This is a tale. It's a tale as old as the Bible itself. A tale as old as the Bible and Star Wars itself.
Here's what I see potentially happening. And so if you read the financial statements of DoorDash,
this is more cult leadership. Do not listen to somebody talk about financial statements. This is how they get you into cults.
The annual reports, you will see that their largest business risks are all regulatory. They know this, right? They've been waiting for this shoe to drop since they started this global fraud. Now, here's what's really sad.
I don't think they like that Jeff Thomas Black shoe size. I do not think they like that man's shoe size. I think he may have defective feet.
I would foresee a time when gig apps could be outlawed in the United States, and those other 26 countries that DoorDash and their other global cabal monsters are fleecing right now will continue. And I think DoorDash is fully prepared for that. I think you see that in the way that they're positioning. That's the reason that they acquired Bolt services from Sweden to begin with, is because they wanted to expand to 23 other countries. They were only in 4 at the time, right? So why did they acquire Volt app? Is because they know, as they said, fraud and scams can't last forever, right? Because they're not built on reality.
I just did y'all a favor. I just Dead Dash did y'all a favor. I just flicked a pod bean at you. I just flicked that bean. So I flicked that bean right at you, and there you go. That's the pod bean that I flicked at you for the Roger to DoorDash that he now says is never going to happen because there's nothing happening, right? But he went all Darth Bet on you. But again, you really need the macros in my spreadsheets. You need to watch more DoorDash, Dad Dash, to understand more of this. But I do believe each of you should go to that pod bean. You should each flick that pod bean individually. Flick that pod bean individually. Download that, save that, listen to that, learn from that, and learn from the fact that Steve Johnson, right, when he was Luke Skywalker, when he was on the light side, and he had the Darksaber, and he was doing he had the Force be with you. And when he was on the light side, that's Steve Johnson. He's like, hi, This is crime. This is a crime. I care about people. And now he's like, hey, fuck people. I'm with Darth Vader on you. Fuck that Jeff Black. He got arrested once or twice or 8 times because he's a bastard. Don't listen to him. He's a cult leader, right? That's so Steve Johnson. He's in the comments going, hi. If you want to see a video of Jeff Black getting arrested, don't worry about the fact that he's innocent. But you want to see a video of Jeff Black getting arrested? I got one for you, part 2. Right, so that's Steve Johnson, but that was the post. That was after the Force was gone. That was after the Force was gone. That was before he went Darth Vader on you. All right, here we go.
Here, somebody is going to become the wiser. Now, we could argue that that's been going on with migrant laborers forever, and nobody still cares. But that's America. The fact is,
we are
the jig is up. Everyone knows. DoorDash knows. DoorDash knows.
We're just the cocky hours a week just to get by starvation wages. That's what they want. Well, that's what they want for you. As Dad Dash, I have macros and I have corporate relationships from my $1 million business that allow me to elevate my lifestyle above that. But for you people that cult leader calls app slaves, for you, that would be fine. I mean, I think if you have a white box to live in, my guess is that you could be pretty happy with that. You would be able to get your DoorDash app. You'd be able to go dashing 75, 80 hours a week. You could take a nap in your car when you want. You can do spreadsheets at the gas station. You can put your gas into the spreadsheet in real time. It really doesn't get more exciting than that. That's what a career is about. Let's see what Glitch Dash says. It's probably another lie because he's a son of a bitch. Dr. Dad Dash, Reginald PhD, sociologist, Nobel laureate. Well, you got that part right so far, sir. Now you're just flattery. If you're using flattery to win my favor, if you are using flattery to win my favor, there's a possibility. But you will have to use pictures of me that do have my hat on, sir. Certified board mental health expert of the gig economy. The best spreadsheets, I do. The most efficient and reliable spreadsheets. Yes, I do. Look, when you're Dad Dash and you can pump out 25 kids, you got to know you're a prolific pumper. And I can pump stuff, I can dump stuff, I can pump and dump like nobody's business. That's how I had $1 million enterprise under my own direction.
This is their business risk. Their business risk is not their rigged computer game. The business risk is legislation and oversight by governments. So I would absolutely believe there could become a time when DoorDash would be shut down in the United States, but will continue to exploit India and 24 other nations. And there's going to be plenty. That's why they're investing around the world.
Or even they'll be operational in the United States, but you'll be seeing DoorDash executives put in prison.
That would be great.
That weren't very nice of Steve Johnson to say. I mean, Steve Johnson just said DoorDash executives going to be put in prison. Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, the guy going around telling everybody Jeff Black, son of a bitch, cult leader. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. And that is not my cousin's name. That is not my cousin's name. My cousin's name is Holy Fuck. My cousin's name is Holy Fuck. We have a multiracial family. We all love each other. Much like Robert Reese and Hot Facts, we love everybody. We love the Peruvians. We love the black people. We love the white people. We love the little people, the big people. We love everybody. Remember, I do want you to remember that of all things in this criminal enterprise, Dad Dash is always a humanitarian. We ain't going to be talking sexuality about people's families. Ain't going to be talking sexuality about people's families. Ain't going to be talking sexuality about people's families. We ain't going to be talking that. We ain't going to be talking. We're going to keep it to the grown-ups, right? Because I'm a dad. I got 25 kids. If I wanted my kids involved in the gang war, I'd invite them into the gang. They ain't in the gang. I'm in the gang. Okay, so we can keep the families out of this gang war? Yes, we say so we are. Yes, sir, we are. Okay. Glitch Dash, I don't know what your little gang skulls up there, your little gang tattoos, your little equalizer, your little honesty and integrity campaign. You think that's going to work against Darth Vader on you and the Death Star? Have you seen Star Wars? Have you seen the end of Star Wars, sir? Does the good guys win? Do the good guys win in Star Wars? We must find out.
the other thing, though, and
I'm not saying that'll solve problems. I'm just saying don't be shocked if you start, because that's that RICO deal.
That'd be fun.
They get they put that RICO in place, and I'll tell you what, you're going to see cards fall like nobody's business.
That would be
because that's where the government, no matter what you think of the government, I have my issues with the government big time. But no matter what you think about the government.
Steve, I actually believe you on this one. I think Steve Johnson has problems with the government big time right now. I think that was what you call a Freudian slip. I think Steve Johnson might have problems with the government big time right now.
When they put RICO in place, look out.
Yeah, that has
never been a screw around thing. In history, you can't look at it and go, that RICO case was BS. It's always very factual.
Right, because these are very complex cases. I mean, RICO Act was created for organized crime. It was the only way that they could get people that were doing all these hits and murders and cabals. The only way they could get them is to wrap it up into one ball and show that it was a larger conspiracy, because they could never get anybody on, any of the one little things. So that certainly fits the global gig app industry. So yeah, I think this is going to be, every national government is going to have this fight on their hands. But I would point something else out, right? Because this is power. Corporate AI in the form of DoorDash's technology could control the workforce of any company, any nation, any dictator, anybody. So if DoorDash is out selling this technology to people, even if it doesn't exist as DoorDash, this is technology that's made to exploit and control humans. So we're far from out of the woods here. I think this is...
Y'all hear that? Y'all hear what that cult leader said? He said you could use this DoorDash technology in an auto plant. You could use it on a ranch. You could use it for prostitution. You could use it for building baseball caps, keep Dad Dash's bald head covered so I don't get sunburned. You could use that for all kinds of things. You could enslave any human workforce with the DoorDash technology and a telephone. You understand that all? You all understand that technology. See, that's why if Steve Johnson, God knows what Steve Johnson's got going on with the government, right? Steve Johnson's spilling all kinds of beans here, then he's spilling beans on the other side. He's waving around like a flag, left, right. He's with this side, he's with that side, he's with this side, he's with that side. He's banging unicorn with Pedro. He's in Colorado, Pedro unicorn orgies. Where they have the gig economy wars and all that shit. Steve Johnson's deep in this. Everybody's deep in this, right? This is a criminal conspiracy, is what Steve Johnson's telling you. Now, the interesting part is that Steve Johnson's in the criminal conspiracy he's telling you about. That's the part I think as Dad Dash that's fascinating to me. Is that Steve Johnson is blowing himself here. Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, is blowing himself.
I'm going to tell you, I think as an economist and as a civil rights advocate, I think we're in the very early stages of exposure to this gig economy, but the danger is far from over. The danger of corporate AI controlling human beings.
All right. I wanted each of you to notice that I was doing a shout out as Dad Dash. I was doing a shout out to one of my many children. Something you do not know is that one of my children is named Duelte. One of my grown children, one of my children that I spawned as a very young man is Welte. That's why I don't want to tell you who his daddy is, because his daddy is Dad Dash. I know that's a surprise. That's a surprise to you that Welte's daddy is Dad Dash. But I can only, I'm proud of him. I'm proud of him. He's my oldest child. He's my oldest child. Now you ask, Dad Dash, if Welte's 24 years old, how the hell you got 25 kids? If Welte is 24 years old or somewhere thereabouts, how the hell you got 25 kids? And I'm just going to say, I can't talk about that. I'm Dad Dash. I got a spreadsheet to keep track of them kids. I know when they came into the world. I know how to keep track of them in the spreadsheet. I got macros, and I got a beautiful wife. I got a beautiful wife at home. She don't talk to me, but she's beautiful, and she takes care of my 25. Well, she takes care of my kids that are still home with the spreadsheets, and we keep track of my young boy Welte in South Carolina. We keep track of that, son. We keep track of that young man with spreadsheet as well. He's well trained in spreadsheets. You can see by his $30,000 bank account that he shows online that I trained him well in the business of spreadsheets. Whoop, my glasses fell off my hat. See, I always taught my son wealthy. You put your glasses on your hat, you might lose those motherfuckers. I told him that. I told him that. And if you notice, I noticed yesterday, you notice my son wealthy, he got those nice glasses, but he got a crack right there. He's wearing cracked glasses. The boy ain't even wearing fresh glasses. The boy's wearing cracked glasses on the thing. And I'm looking at that going, son, how come you got $30,000 in the bank and you can't get a pair of non-cracked sunglasses? Wealthy. What the fuck you doing with cracked sunglasses on the top of your fucking hat? First of all, your hat don't need sunglasses. Your hat got sunglasses on. Second of all, they look stupid. I'm Dad Dash, and you're embarrassing me. Instead of focusing on spreadsheets, you got cracked sunglasses on your fucking hat. Son, I need you to straighten up and call your daddy, call your mama, take your broken sunglasses off your hat, check that $30,000 in your bank account, and let's get it together, son. Let's get it together. Let's get it together. Well, that wealthy, I don't got no grandkids yet. Wealthy ain't giving me no grandkids. Oh, it's the cracked sunglasses. I'm afraid with them cracked sunglasses, Wealthy don't have it all together as much as he say he does. I'm going like, why a motherfucker with $30,000 in the bank can't get a pair of sunglasses to wear on his hat that ain't cracked? You got me. You really got me.
Even if they were called employees. If we waved a magical wand today and made every gig app worker an employee, that doesn't mean that corporate AI wouldn't still exploit them. That just means we'd call them employees. And that's why I think people's angst about W2 versus gig app is so misplaced. You're playing their game. It doesn't matter. Call it fair employment. Call it.
They want you to be scared. 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 They want you to be scared of Pedro. They want you to be scared of Steve Johnson. They want you to be scared of the gig economy corporate cabal. They want you to be scared of the gangstalking. They want you to be scared of ELA stalkers. They want you to be scared of twerp stalkers. They want you to be scared of DoorDash Revolution stalkers. They want you to be scared of Robert Reese. They want you to be scared of Jeff Thomas Black. They want you to be scared of getting decapitated and decrapitated all at one time. Are you scared yet? If they don't got you scared, you ain't listening. For fuck's sake, you need to be scared. Rideshare Rodeo. Oh, my friend Wild Alaska's back. Wild Alaska, I'm going to come up and go hunt with you one of these days, son. You and Dad Dash. I think you and Dad Dash probably have a lot in common. Sir, I'm an outdoorsman. I could live, I could shit, I can eat, I can fuck in the woods. I can do all of those things because I'm Dad Dash. Some of my 25 children were conceived in the woods. I won't tell you which ones, but the ones that were conceived in the woods are rougher and tougher than the others. That's how you know. Rideshare Rodeo caught Rod and Pedro because they accidentally entered the no horsing around at public contest. Yes, they did. Well, here's the problem. You see, Pedro, Glitchy the robot, Pedro, he ain't got no real intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence. Jeff Black, that cult leader, wrote in a book. He said artificial intelligence, really artificial insanity. You can't believe it. You can't trust it. You can't believe in anything. It's all a lie. It's just to manipulate you. You're the exploited item in the gig economy. And so Pedro bot really, he's so stupid. And we gave the Pedro bot, doesn't have any sentience. It got no feelings, but it's got an ego the size of the universe. So all you got to do is poke the Pedro bot just spontaneously combusts altogether. Then they got to put new flesh mask and new Jesus hair on it. Then you poke it again, spontaneously combust, poof, like Litchy. Then they got to put it on there. He's banging unicorns. He's getting unicorn jizz all over things. Look. It's a complicated situation that I need spreadsheets for. And I'm telling you that when we have the unicorn orgies in Colorado, this is not something we can talk to the general public about. And it's why we keep you safe. It's why we keep you safe from the unicorn glitches. Look, if we had the unicorn glitches in your hands, hell, nobody knows. Nobody knows what could happen if the unicorn glitches got into the hands of the common people like Torp. You give Torp a unicorn, Torp might produce you something like a centaur. Torp might fuck that unicorn, put a centaur out. Then what are you going to do with the centaur? You got a half man, half unicorn ass. You can't even catch the motherfucking thing. Torp ain't that fast. Torp got really nice arms, but he ain't that fast. He got those little spindly legs. You got them little spindly Torp legs. He ain't that fast. But let me tell you, put that motherfucker on a horse. Holy shit! Now you got a Torp progeny with unicorn with the unicorn ass. Holy shit! Holy shit! Let's see what that glitch ass motherfucker has to say. Anyone who is just honest, good work, trying to put food on their family's table, who didn't lie to the community, have nothing to fear. Well, that's true. That's true, Glitch Dash. But you're kind of ruining the gangs counts that are gang stalking them on behalf of Rideshare Rodeo and Pedro and Hannibal the Thirsty and on Kim's Side Money Plans and Zach Rob Faz. If we didn't put on this alternate reality and reintroduce Pedro to the world, has anybody noticed the fact that Dad started sounding like Bill Clinton? I don't know about this. It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable. I've had a little bit of a Dad Dash has had a little bit of a cold. I think it's given me a little bit of a Bill Clinton, I feel your pain type of vibe. But well, you know, I'm Dad Dash. It's not my job to feel your pain. It's my job to track it in a spreadsheet. I track your pain in a spreadsheet. So I do not feel your pain, but I do track your pain. Chow shows. If you are laughing at me, sir, I take umbrage. I'm a family man. And I do request that you leave my 25 children out of the equation, out of the sociological calculus. Thank you, sir. Let's spill some more beans with the federal investigation.
Transparency, call it whatever you want. And if it doesn't qualify for fair, safe, transparent employment, then don't do it. I don't care if you call it a gig app or if you call them don't do it. If it's either fair, transparent, honest contracts, or it's a scam. There's not two ways. So we're at the very early start. Corporate AI is the danger, and it's not the danger because it's going to write your kid's term paper or it's going to take your marketing job. It's the danger because it has the ability to control the consciousness and actions of massive quantities of human beings.
And to get out of control of its makers.
Absolutely, it's scalable. It's already
almost the day they launch it, it's gone.
Right, the day they launch it, it is gone. Right, we have the two twin impossibility scenarios. Right, it's unexplainable and it's ununderstandable.
Right,
and so corporations, remember, have always been characterized as metaphorical psychopaths. They have no consciousness, they have no feelings, they have no goodness, they have no badness. They exist for a function, and it's to be a predator of money. Right, so take as much money as they can, and anything and everything that happens in that pursuit, that's okay with the corporation as a foundation. And then that's what we see here in the gig economy. And the fact, again, that our governments let this happen, even during a pandemic, the fact that our governments let this deceptive, clearly dishonest, and they've called it out, right? I mean,
well, yes, sir, Stephen Arrow. I assume the way you're coming off to me, sir, is like maybe, if that's the right pronunciation for your name, that maybe you're trying to be straight as an arrow to give an example of some type of morality to our people. If that's the case, first of all, I don't think that's appropriate in my chat. And so I'd like to chastise you in terms of that. I'd like for you to stick to spreadsheets and spreadsheet-related multi-apping situations so that we don't get distracted, because there's one thing that we should not talk about as a community, and it's the glitch. I think I said right away that, like, the glitch is bad. We should stick to our spreadsheets. We should play the game of multi-apping, with best of our integrity in our car, with our hats and our spreadsheets. And if we focus on that multi-apping game, we can be examples to our children of being dad dashes, right? So Stephen Arrow, they implicated themselves. You may be some kind of moral compass. You may be some kind of a good person that cares about other people. But I want you to know that the gig economy game and the multi-apping game of the gig economy and spreadsheets is not built for you to be a nice person, sir. It's business. Now, Glitch Dash, you put in these smiley faces and all this stuff in here again. I feel like you're mocking me, and I hate you. I hate you, Glitch Dash. I hate you.
Federal Bureau of Federal Employment Bureau last year put out the statement that said these gig apps have shown that they're deceptive and dishonest. This isn't news.
That's vexing.
No, the NLRB, they're all.
This isn't news. This is just the fact that we're not doing anything about it. It's
right.
But remember, the status quo has amazing inertia, and there are a whole lot of app slaves out there that are going to fight like hell to stay app slaves.
First of all, I want to know what this cult leader's using words like inertia for. He's trying to confuse the people with all kinds of vocabulary instead of sticking to spreadsheets in the multi-apping game. Instead of focusing on Pedro's positivity, he's sitting there with a victim mindset. As Dad Dash, I'm very upset by this. I'm very upset by this. This is some of the terrible situation of this cult leader that led me to go to the dark side, because he was using vocabulary that I found to be incendiary. Now, when I say incendiary, I want you to think of like the hellfire. The hellfire. I'm a down to earth man, so I use words like hellfire, but I also use the word incendiary. It is not too big of a word. Incendiary is an improved word that you can learn from Dad Dash. So I think he was being incendiary. That's what I think. That's what I think. I'm going to rewind a little bit, hear that son of a bitch say that shit again.
And the fact, again, that our governments let this happen, even during a pandemic, the fact that our governments let this deceptive, clearly dishonest, and they've called it out, right? I mean, the Federal Bureau of Federal Employment Bureau last year put out the statement that said these gig apps have shown that they're deceptive and dishonest. This isn't news.
No, the NLRB, they're all.
This isn't news. This is just the fact that we're not doing anything about it. But remember, the status quo has amazing inertia, and there are a whole lot of app slaves out there that are going to fight like hell to stay app.
Well, hell, why would anybody fight like hell to be an app slave? And yes, sir, Glitch Dash, I am salt of the earth. Why would anybody? Why would Mr. Flex? Why would Dash and Dad? Why would Steve Johnson and Rideshare Rodeo? Why would all these people fight for people to be app slaves? Well, maybe they had the better end of the app slavery game. You think maybe they had the better end of the app slavery game? You think maybe they got to go into the big app slavery big house, get some tasty food, get some better shelter, get some pats on the head from the DoorDash Corporation, get some branding, get some funding, do some payday loans, buy a big house, get some AdSense? Well, hell, if I was going to build, I'm a Dad Dash. I ain't really a writer or nothing, but I got a good imagination. If I had an imagination like a writer, I'd just imagine if I was going to spin up an AI game to take over the world with app slavery, I'd just do a psyop or a sociop with it. I'd plant people in the community. I'd plant people to give that training that I don't give, but give training that misleads them into doing stupid shit and making me money. And then I'd get a whole bunch of gangsters and stalkers to kind of protect that thing and make sure that anybody that came in, tried to change the narrative, got gang stomped. That's what I'd do. But I ain't no writer. I'm just a Dad Dash. I'm just a Dad Dash. But that's what I'd do.
Know what they're signing up for.
Yeah. And so, all I can say, but guys, is keep watching, keep an eye out. We will definitely. I'm.
Steve says keep an eye out. If Steve Johnson says keep an eye out, you keep an eye out, because Steve Johnson might be sneaking up behind you. I'm Dad Dash, and that's some funny shit right there.
Jeff well, and I know David and I will too. David and I are going to be.
Oh, he knows me well. He knows me well. Steve knows me well. He does know me well. He does know me well. He knows me well. That's interesting, isn't it? He knows me well.
Diving really into this 3-letter agency is the minute we.
Oh, they're going to dive.
And protect yourself. Everything you do, give your informed consent. If somebody wants to have sex with you, okay. Do you have give your informed consent or don't. If somebody wants you to work for them, give your informed consent or don't. If somebody brings you corporate AI, you can't give informed consent, so don't do it. I mean, this is like raising kids. How do you raise your kids and tell them not to get in the white van that says you can have candy? Don't get in the white van that says you can have candy.
Don't get in the DoorDash van. Don't get in the Dad Dash van. Don't get in the Dad Dash van with the candy. Don't get in the Pedro van with the candy. Don't get anybody's van with the candy. Right? So, I mean, DoorDash is like a candy van. It's like a white candy van, just waiting to come along, trap you in have slavery, take you away, family never see your brain again. You'd be at Thanksgiving dinner, you'd be like, I gotta go. I gotta take a Happy Meal to a wealthy person. That's gonna be your life now. I gotta take a Happy Meal. I gotta leave dinner, honey. I gotta take a Happy Meal to somebody. I gotta get me a hot dog over to the west side of town. I'm a professional. I'm an independent contractor.
Well, now you don't even need to get in the white van, because all these years that Uber said 18 and over, no unaccompanied minors, period.
Oh, right.
Now they've said, hey, listen, we've done this.
Now, this was the night. This is confusing to Dad Dash. Very confusing to Dad Dash, because this is where Steve's playing the nice guy, like he cares about people and stuff. I don't know what the fuck's going on. We'll
study, and only 25% of 16-year-olds in this country have a driver's license. It used to be 52.
Right.
So now, there's a lot of people not getting cars and not getting licenses. Let's just allow the drivers to make a decision whether the teenager can be picked up by them, the independent contractor, or not. And if anything happens, I guarantee you guys, and I know I've had this argument with a lot of people. They're like, well, Uber says, and I called my insurance, and they said, but here's what people are telling me that have the correct insurance. I've called my insurance, and I've said, Uber's now allowing teens, because I asked people to do this, call your insurance.
Mm-hmm.
They've called and they've said, no, Uber has you during period 3.
Well, that's interesting, Steve. So Steve asked people to call their insurance. Sounds like Steve kind of is a mouthpiece for somebody asking people to do shit, isn't it? Old Steve, who hosts so many ubiquitous podcasts in the podcast and the DoorDash and the gig app community. Old Steve Johnson, the nice guy who takes people's wives' medical conditions and tries to throw monkey wrenches into those and stabs people in the back and calls his friends cult leaders and pretends he doesn't know them and stuff. Steve has some advice for you.
So even the insurance companies aren't on top of this, because the insurance companies are on your side. They want your money.
Yeah.
So at least they're on your side.
They're also taking a beating from the gig economy, and they're not happy about it.
Right. But I mean, if I was an insurance agent, whether it be Allstate or whatever, I would even take my chances of being fired and telling you, don't ever put a minor in that car.
Absolutely.
I don't care what Uber tells you.
So again, this goes back to the fact there are no rules. When you signed up, when everybody that ever did an Uber task signed up for it, they were told that they would not have to transport underage minors.
And yet we got calls from minors.
And now you have to do it. So
I used to get calls all the time, and then even some minors would have the parent call me. And the parent was screaming at me, and I'm trying to protect their kid. They're like, dude, just take him home. I'm giving permission.
Well, that sure does sound like a lot of fun. I mean, Dad Dash does not take little people in my car, or big people, or small people, or big people, or small people, or small dogs. I don't take Mr. Flex in my car. I don't take Always Cherry in my car. Oh, Dad Dash don't take nobody in the car. I don't even take my 25 kids in the car. They make messes like everybody else. I keep my car clean. I keep my spreadsheets clean. That's Dad Dash. But the rideshare game, holy shit. Dad Dash finds the rideshare game terrifying. Terrifying.
Like, A, I don't know you're the parent. B, it's my independent contractorship. See, I'm not letting them in the car. They're underage. It says I'm not allowed to take unaccompanied minors. Even if I was, I wouldn't do it.
You see what a pain in the ass somebody experienced with knowledge like you have, Steve. You're just not a good mark for the gig economy because
well, maybe he is and maybe he ain't. Maybe he got threatened. I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit going on here. Somebody extorting Steve Johnson? Could be. Don't know. Could be. Don't know. This is Dad Dash entertaining you with many ideas because this is an entertainment channel. I'm Dad Dash. But, Steve Johnson here leaking the beans to everybody and then flipping, man, that makes a guy nervous because you're going, why is Steve Johnson leaking the beans and then burning the beans and then shitting on the beans? Why is Steve Johnson the monkey wrench and then not the monkey wrench? Why did Dad Dash call Jeff Thomas Black and go, hi, there's a glitch you should know about, sir. And tell Jeff, well, I'll give you the procedure. And then if you share the procedure, just don't tell anybody it came from me, old Dad Dash. So Dad Dash and Steve Johnson have been playing both the like Luke Skywalker, Darth Bet on you, light side, dark side, flip side, this side, that side game. It ain't even Halloween yet. Like October's coming, ain't even Halloween yet. We've been switching personalities. We've been switching costumes. We've been wearing flowers on our hats. That's one creepy ass motherfucking Rideshare Rodeo icon, by the way. Can I just say that that's very dystopic, and that it's Dad Dash? I find that to be less than wholesome. Looks like the apocalypse. Looks like the gig economy leading the people into the apocalypse with Rideshare Rodeo. That's a little bit too close to the truth. That's what they call on the nose. That's what they call on the Dad Dash nose.
Because you're not falling for their scams anymore, right? You're not just taking the fact that they tell you you can do X and Y for the truth. And that's what every single person needs to do. We know most DoorDash drivers are underinsured. We know most rideshare drivers are underinsured. That's a terrible tragedy, both for their physical health and for the physical health of others. And for their
just a note from Dad Dash's spreadsheet. I do want to note that one of the entities in this game that we're all playing, in the game we're playing, one of the entities that kind of gets fucked is the insurance industry. They got a lot of money. Now they're sucking up a lot for all these little people going all around with their own little cars instead of corporate fleets and corporate insurance and all the kind of things that are legitimate. So they got this illegitimate thing where they got millions of people now all over the road. They're hauling people around. They're hauling packages around. They're in sedans. They ain't set to do nothing. So they ain't trained, distracted. They got phones going off. They got mobile all over the place, doing God knows what for God knows who, hauling drugs, hauling pimps, hauling hoes, hauling everybody, because that's what we do. You get up there. If you're a rideshare driver, you go pick somebody up at midnight and you go, hi, sit behind me in a dark back seat. I trust you to sit behind me in a dark car in a back seat. I trust you. I do not know you, but I think you have my best interests at heart as I am driving you somewhere at night into an isolated area. Who would not want to do that job? I do not understand. Anyway, where was I with this thing? I was kind of on the fact that this is very confusing. This is very confusing of people changing personalities, changing motivations, all these things. You just got to wonder what's going on here in the apocalypse, in the end times, in the gangstalking business.
For their automobile and financial health. So this is...
Oh, I remember Dad Dash gets... Look, when I don't have my spreadsheets, I can get confused. If I have my spreadsheets, I'm solid. Now, the spreadsheet said, talk to them about risk and insurance. Okay. So I'm going to talk to you about risk and insurance. Now, first video that cult leader, Jeff Thomas Michael Black, made was about risk and insurance. And he said, hey, you're doing a really high-risk job on behalf of corporate America, and you're probably going to get fucked. So you're not the only one, though. So the insurance companies are getting fucked. Everybody's getting fucked. Now, the insurance companies have money. They don't probably care you so much getting fucked, but if you getting them fucked in the same unicorn banging situation, that could be a problem. They got a lobby. They got money. That may be one of the only kind of industries got as much money as DoorDash. insurance industry. Because insurance industry is part of the same predatory capitalism. Insurance industry is a great deal for the insurance industry, right? Okay. So let's just note there's a lot of weird shit going on here, friends.
This is, God bless America. This is organized crime.
That's right. That's right, Stephen Arrow. We don't want to point out the fact, obviously, that people are living and dying because of cell phone usage while they're driving and forced to use the apps while driving by the companies. I point that out in the book. I pointed out many times. I consider it one of the many elements of the so toxic to the gig economy in the United States that could put the gig economy out of business. If the insurance industry said, "Oh, hi, we're the insurance industry, and we're not going to cover individuals running a business out of their own vehicle. We ain't going to cover that. We ain't going to cover people getting chopped up into pieces and driving over by pedestrians, and running over themselves, running over their garage, going to the Rideshare Rodeo podcast, and oh, we ain't going to do that." It's like a bottomless pit of a unicorn hole. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Stephen Arrow. I think you, sir, are prescient. I think you are, sure, are prescient like the precedent. You're as prescient as a prescient precedent, sir. Because you know it's a unicorn hole. It's like, if anybody remembers Land of the Lost in the Slee Stacks, they had the hole with all the steamy dry ice, and you fall in the Slee Stack hole and you never come out because the Slee Stacks get you. They got the crystals, they got the Slee Stacks, they got the smoke, they got the dry ice. It's Land of the Lost. Look, when Dash Dad was a little kid, I loved the Land of the Lost. What am I going to tell you? I tend to do my spreadsheets and macros with Land of the Lost as my inspiration on some days. That's what kind of makes me a macro artist of the finest variety. Yes, sir. The unicorn hole.
I probably don't root for the FBI or the
trust me, when it comes out, you'll be shocked which three-letter
or the
you won't.
Okay. So it came out. It's the FTC, right? He's playing cagey. Like, there's a whole bunch of three-lettered acronyms we could play with, like the FTC, the NBA, the FTC, the CIA, the NFL. But probably have the NCAA in there too, except got too many letters. I got that in the spreadsheet. 4 letters ain't gonna work. You can't be no 4-letter organization. 4-letter organization ain't even legit. Dad Dash Industries. Why don't you go ahead and count? Dad Dash Industries. Dad Dash Industries. How many letters that got? 3. That's right. Where there's smoke, there's fire. That's why you find Dad Dash Industries with 3 letters. Dad Dash Industries. That's the DDI. That's the DDI. If you work for the DDI, the Dad Dash Industries, formerly $1 million organization, right now in spreadsheet development. If you work for Dad Dash Industries, you are in a 3-letter organization. If you work for the FBI, you are in a 3-letter organization. If you work for the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, you, sir, are in a 3-letter organization. The FTC, Federal Trade Commission. That's the one Steve Johnson gets all excited about. That's a federal organization. Now, if the NBA is spending time, instead of getting Damian Lillard from the Portland Trailblazers onto the right basketball team to be a great basketball player and a hero for humanity, then the NBA is screwing up. I need the NBA to focus on the NBA and let the FTC and the FBI and Steve Johnson focus on the Rideshare Rodeo and the DoorDash corporate cabal. If you understand what I'm saying. I need the NBA to focus on Pedro and Hannibal's talk show. I need them to focus on the hip-hop community, and I need them to stay out of the multi-apping gig economy game. I hope I made myself clear about 3-letter organizations.
Well, guess it. You would never guess it.
Well, nobody would guess the NBA, sir. Nobody would guess it.
This is international fraud. I mean, remember, these companies are not funded
by Make America Great Again and aficionados. This is by SoftBank. This is Chinese money. This is from the Saudi Arabian royalty. That's who's funding the
BlackRock, sir.
So yeah, man, get them.
I don't know what that Jeff Black was doing. Jeff Thomas Black probably had like a cult minute where he left out BlackRock, the most nefarious one of all. I assume he did that purposely. I think he's highly suspect. Highly suspect. Very highly suspect.
I mean, for them to go after Rico on some gig apps to deliver food, though, and such, is speaking volumes.
Well, remember, they're hiding billions and hundreds of billions of dollars of transactions while they're labor laundering, right? They compute, all of these companies compute the cost of their labor prior to even reporting net income. So they are hiding massive amounts of material information from all governments and representing to them that there's this magic that happens outside their corporation. That's bad for governments. Governments are not going to like that long
magic. Well, it's an illusion. It's the greatest illusion in the history of humanity. It's a corporate illusion. There is no DoorDash. There is no nothing. There's no nothing. There's just an evil group of people putting together an AI system that runs millions of people and billions of orders, hundreds of thousands of retailers, steals 40% out of the whole thing, printing money, buying countries, 27 nations. It's the most evil thing I ever heard, but it's God bless America. It is the corporate predatory capitalism and freedom of speech taken to its ultimate degree. Dad Dash could not do better in a spreadsheet. I could not do better in a spreadsheet myself. I'm very admirable. I'm very admiring, I should say. I'm very admiration of the DoorDash corporate cabal of gig economy, Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo, and the gig economy gang, the gig wars, all the gang stuff. God respect those folks. They're doing a hell of a lot of work. It's
like cryptocurrency, right? If anybody thought that governments wanted to be replaced as the owners of the business of making currency on the planet Earth, they may have miscalculated, because governments do not plan to give up the right to establish your currency and tax you on it. It's going to be a lot of interesting. And I think there are lots of parallels between the gig economy and between cryptocurrency and NFTs and all of these scams. Right? There are new things that are coming on that pump and dump, and DoorDash is a pump and dump, right? I mean, their stock, their initial offer price was what, 150s or 160s.
It's supposedly supposed to hit 500.
Unicorn banging is a very pump and dump activity. Usually, when you have a penis pump, it's helpful. You generally want to have a penis pump if you're going to have the unicorn banging. Without a penis pump, you can expand and have all your energy exploited by the DoorDash artificial intelligence system. So I recommend keeping a close eye on the penis.
Right. And now it's in the what, 40s or 30s or something. It doesn't matter, but it's a fraction. So all of this fits together.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and it's just sad. So, I mean, there's like you said in the beginning, we could probably go for 10 more hours.
Yeah. But this has been great. I mean, I think we spoke a lot of truth here, and it sucks, because I'm going to tell you something. I do not.
Well, sir, they did speak a lot of truth, and it did suck. They spoke a lot of truth, and it sucked.
Like to criticize anybody on here. I don't like criticizing any of the YouTube broadcasters or anything else, but we have to be honest with each other with what is, right? If I look away from people that are on YouTube gig apps because they seem like nice, earnest people that want the best for others, that's not the right thing to do, because they're inviting the masses into be victims of app slavery. And I think together, this community needs to start standing up and saying, okay, it's time for keep broadcasting, but how about we broadcast more truthful content, more honest content, more practical content about what's actually happening here, not what our gross income is as we drive around and chat with our friends, because that's just marketing bullshit. And And the only reason I care is because it's hurting people. You know, if you want to go out and, you know, if Pedro wants to go out and sell his Pedro t-shirts, I don't give a shit. But
see, I told you that Jeff Black sounds like a cult leader. Sounds like he wants to make money off you. Sounds like he wants to convert you to Satanism.
Quit leaving. Quit selling out your fellow humans into app slavery. All of you, everyone. Don't do it. If you personally want to make the decision to do it, you do it. Don't. No friend tells another friend to go work for a gig app. Friends don't turn other friends on to gig apps. If you got to do it, if you got to, you know, dig out your sewer, dig out your sewer. There's a lot of shit there. You got to do what you got to do, but don't go selling it to everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, but, you know, I mean, again, I'm going to use Kim for a second. You know, Kim,
okay, so to quote Steve on that response, yeah, but, you know, but, yeah, but, no, yeah, but, you know, but, yeah, but Kim, I think Steve really liked what I had to say there, because that was a very, very, very strong response from Steve. Let's listen to it again. He said, yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but something to that effect. Let's listen.
Turn other friends on to gig apps. If you got to do it, if you got to, you know, dig out your sewer. There's a lot of shit there. You got to do what you got to do, but don't go selling it to everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, but, you know, I mean, again, I'm going to use Kim for a second. You know, Kim.
Wow, that was, well, hell, Donald Trump couldn't have done that no better. That was impressive. I slowed that down to 75%. I got to listen to that again. That was so damn funny.
What else?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, but, you know, I mean, again, I'm going to use Kim for a second. You know, Kim.
Well, that's Steve. He hosts podcasts all day long. That's how eloquent that man is. Let's listen to that again.
And the only reason I care is because it's hurting people. Yeah.
Well, that sounds evil.
If you want to go out and, you know, if Pedro wants to go out and sell his Pedro t-shirts, I don't give a shit. But
I do not, sir.
Leaving. Quit selling out your fellow humans into app slavery. All of you. Everyone. Don't do it. If you personally want to make the decision to do it, you do it. Don't. No friend tells another friend to go work for a gig app. Friends don't turn other friends on to gig apps. If you got to do it, if you got to, you know, dig out your sewer. There's a lot of shit there. You got to do what you got to do, but don't.
Now I have this slowed down to 75% because we're going to listen to Steve Johnson yabba dabba do this. Stephen Arrow. We're going to listen to Steve Johnson's yabba dabba do. Steve Johnson is enjoying this interview where he is leaking the fact that the FTC in his parlance is investigating DoorDash for a RICO act. He claimed that he and David Pakman were contacted by that FTC. Very, very, very interesting that federal agents would contact him, or that he would claim that on a podcast. Okay, here we go. I'm guessing maybe he wishes he didn't do that, but they didn't take the podcast down. Let's listen to his response here.
Selling it to everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, but, you know, I mean, again, I'm going to use Kim for a second. You know,
that was the best sentence I have ever heard in my entire life, bar none. Bar none. Yeah, I mean, but you know, yeah, I know, but you mean. One more time.
And the only reason I care is because it's hurting.
Going full speed.
If you want to go out and, you know, if Pedro wants to go out and sell his Pedro t-shirts, I don't give a shit. But quit.
I do not.
Quit selling out your fellow humans into app slavery. All of you, everyone. Don't do it. Yeah. If you personally want to make the decision to do it, you do it. Don't. No friend and tells another friend to go work for a gig app. Friends don't turn other friends on to gig apps. If you got to do it, if you got to, you know, dig out your sewer. There's a lot of shit there. You got to do what you got to do, but don't go selling it to everyone else.
Okay, we're ready for Steve's. Steve's going to give you his response from the Rideshare Rodeo.
Yes, you know, but, you know, I mean, again, I'm going to use Kim for a second. Kim's always trying to get into this.
It was excellent.
Do this.
But
she's
saying,
here's what I'm doing to combat what's going on.
Right, but what she's doing only works for her, and that's where where she misses the point, is that she's broadcasting to herself. Nothing she does or says means anything.
That's right.
She's just broadcasting her own exploits, which is fine, but it's not extensible to anybody that's new to DoorDash, because Kim lives in Canada, and she's in some specific market in Canada. She's been doing this.
I thought she lived in Canada. I guess she does not live in Canada. Well, Jeff Black thought she lived in Canada because he's an idiot.
Kim's in Jersey.
Kim's in Jersey. I thought she that's another one.
Stupid cult leader.
So she's doing this, but it's not extensible to other people. So what if not that I'm the coach for YouTube broadcasters, but what would I love to see people talk about? Well, I mean, it's what you and I talk about. It's what Sergio Avidian and I talk about. It's what Jim Carter and I talk about. It's the honesty about what this big economy is and how it impacts people. Because when we put rose-colored glasses on and we talk about growth, we don't talk about all the negative impact.
And for God's sakes, if you put on your rose-colored glasses, don't have crack flames like the Wealthy on it and wearing them on your hat. I mean, for God's sakes.
That's on people's lives and socially, and then we're spreading bad will against consumers and all those things. I think they're doing a very huge disservice to.
No tits, no trip. No tit, no trip. It failed. No tit, no trip. That was a terrible program. It was a bad idea. It was abusive. Look, if somebody got to be titting, if somebody got to have tits out to do trip, this just ain't a legitimate business. I don't know what Pedro was ever talking about.
To wage workers across the world. And so I'd like to see them stop. And they will stop eventually because they look like fools already. We have to change with the times. We didn't know 3 years ago what we know today. Steve, you didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know last year what I know today about DoorDash. But I'm evolving with the times. I'm not going to give you the same advice that I gave you 3 years ago. Because 3 years ago, I didn't know what.
When I go back to 2014 with Uber. And so I'm going so far back.
Steve goes very far back. I think that's important to remember.
I'm like, I have a whole story of, it's gone downhill, but not quite at the rate of DoorDash, but it's still right. That's the same type of problem.
Well, Steve, I think you might want to diversify.
So we have to be honest with each other, not for YouTube or anything else. We have to be honest with each other as human beings so we can have informed consent. So we can have truth, so we don't get misled by corporations and scammers. Because we got to stick together, right? This workforce, all of us human beings that have been doing the work, doing the hard work, have been doing it since America started and before, and our entire lives. There's nothing that the gig economy has offered us but human exploitation, and we have to be smart enough to see it. We have to, right? We have to. And when I say have to, I don't mean like, what if we don't? It's going to be fine. No. If we don't, you will pay, and your kids will pay, and humanity in the future will pay, and that really sucks. I'm scared for all of us.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of the timing of this three-letter agency too. They are realizing that the churn rate isn't stopping, and they're like, okay, listen, if this isn't going to end, even and people wise up and they leave, or they go to part-time and understand, but they're like, but it's not happening at enough of a rate, and too many people are getting into the system, and they're like, so we need to get involved. And so like for the again,
Well, now we need to get involved, says the federal agency, according to Steve Johnson of Rideshare Rodeo's remembrance. We need to get involved. Very interesting. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, I agree. For those that don't know, when the word RICO gets used, you should shake in your boot. It's not you gig workers, but these platforms should.
These ain't my boots.
That is not to be taken lightly.
My hands.
So, as we sign off here,
I'll keep track of my boots in the spreadsheet. These ain't my boots. My hands. But I am shaking. I'm shaking in my boots. I'm shaking in my spreadsheets. I'm shaking in my sandals. I hope Glitch Dash is shaking in his panties, because I think that man wears panties. And I ain't disparaging him. I ain't disparaging him at all. But I do believe Glitch Dash is a thong man. I do believe Glitch Dash goes for the thing with the string up the thing. I don't know how he does it, but Glitch Dash is an amazing.
I'll put everything in the show notes, guys. So if you're listening to this, you can.
Oh, guys, he'll put everything in the show notes. I think great discussion, Steve. Thank you. Friday, June 23rd, 2023. 0 replies. Well, wait a minute. I ain't logged in. I can't even like my own show. Damn it. Comments. 1. Jeff Thomas Black, cult leader. Great discussion, Steve. Thank you. What an asshole.
Find all Jeff's stuff in the show.
Fucking asshole.
So where should people find you? And
hey, just Google it. If you put in Jeff Thomas Black full disclosure, you'll find me on Twitter. You'll find me at R9 Media.
All right, I grow weary of listening to that cult leader. I really do. I grow weary. I grow so very weary of that cult leader. Let's watch my gig of, excuse me. Let's watch my gig. I want to go back to when we were partying like rock stars in Colorado. Gig Wars official on my site. I want to go back to that and watch that for a minute and enjoy some family time with you. I'd like to go back. So let's see. We're going to share this tab instead. We're going to share some family time here, friends. Family time. Oh, Hannibal is so thirsty. Hannibal is so thirsty. Now that sir, that could be a solo. I don't know her. I do know him. That is not Dashing Dad. He has a t-shirt for there.
Hey, Cray.
Cray. Cray. Oh, Cray. That name is so on the nose. Cray scares me. I don't know why. I would be afraid to put Cray in a spreadsheet. I'd be afraid she'd come right out of that macro and grab me by the throat and go, "Hey, I'm Cray." My spreadsheets have amazing powers of illusion sometimes. Dad Dash. Sometimes I'm going to be honest with you. I do ayahuasca with my spreadsheets because I need to kind of meld with spreadsheet gods. I need to get inspiration from the spreadsheet gods, and I need to touch the spreadsheet gods for my macros. Hello, Briggs. Briggs, I think you have an appropriate appreciation for Dad Dash. Seems to me like I've seen you online, and you would have the proper amount of respect for a gentleman with such integrity and spreadsheet capabilities as myself in the multi-apping game. Okay, so we're going to watch the family vacation here in Colorado for our family. There we go. Nice bunch of gentlemen. This Gig Wars official approved content. The Gig Wars official posted online right there. That guy's the Dad Dash Wagon. We got, I don't know who this gentleman is. I do not know. There we go. We got Sarah Elizabeth, famous gig tuber. Sarah Elizabeth, famous gig tuber, got invited by Pedro DoorDash Santiago. 49-year-old Dasher here. Well, Briggs, you must be, you could only be second to Jeff Thomas Black as a loser if you're 49. I mean, that guy's 55 and he was door dashing. I am sorry, sir, that at 49 you were as bad as Jeff Thomas Black. Oh, Hannibal wears diapers. If Hannibal wore diapers, sir, would he tell you Hannibal knows how to keep a secret? Now let's talk about this. Hannibal is one of those guys, just like Steve Johnson, just like Pedro. He's one of those guys that says, "Hey, I can keep a secret. I can keep a secret for you because you're my friend. I can keep a secret. We having fun, Briggs. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Yes, we do. We're like Glitch Dash. We're part of the community here. We're part of the community. See this? We got Sarah Elizabeth. Sarah Elizabeth here, the blonde lady with the straight hair, is sitting here with the marker, and she's writing down notes from the Pedro Con. With Steve Johnson, Rideshare Rodeo. So Steve Johnson and Pedro Con, this Gig Wars family gathering together. So here we have Susan Elizabeth. And now I want you to look up here at the top here. I want you to look right up here at the top. Oh, dear old Dad Dash sometimes.
Hey, guys.
Oh, nope.
Sitting here.
Nope. nope, 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 nope.
Hey guys.
I get so confused. In the multi-apping game, if you do not properly spreadsheet your YouTube videos, you can get them confused, especially in chat. This person is not Cray Cray, but I'm hoping that some of you know her as part of the family. We got Dad Dash Wagon, Gig Wars. She's a gig warrior. We got a gig warrior there. We got Sarah Elizabeth. Now up here, we got the point of sale system. That's key to the point of sale system right here with Charles Manson. Okay, so this is the Charles Manson point of sale system, and I think you can see in the eyes right here. You got this eye, you got that eye, you got this eye, you got the nostrils flaring, you got this one, you got somebody fingering somebody for Pedro. Pedro's always got somebody fingering somebody else. Okay. So here we got your point of sale system. This is how DoorDash can loan your restaurants and your retailers money like a loan shark, and then suck the money right out of their system, put them right out of business. That's what DoorDash does. DoorDash does that. Now here's Pedro. He's looking at this person. He's going, "Hey, you're taking video of my family reunion. I like it so much. I want to be on your video, and I want to be on YouTube with my gang." And so Pedro is having a great time at the family gathering. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I do that.
Now, this is my theory here. My theory is that the person behind the menu is Glitch Dash. My theory is that bastard is hiding behind the menu. I do not know for sure. I do not know for certain. That is my theory, and this is entertainment, so I am allowed to have my theories. Now, this right here, I believe, is Pedro's girlfriend. I'm pretty sure this person right here, this person with the straight hair and the nose and the two eyes, pretty sure that's Pedro's girlfriend. Do not know. I do not know for sure. Okay, this old man, this could be a relative of Pedro's. He could be just a person in the gang. He could just be a person in the bar. I do not know. I was not at the party. They did not invite Dad Dash. Dad Dash is a little upset they did not invite me. I got to be honest. Dad Dash is a little, feels like my spreadsheets and my macros really could have been of service to the community that we had going on in Colorado. And I fully support that community, by the way, as Dad Dash. Hannibal there. Some of you said he wears diapers. I do not know. That is Bentley Duke with very pointed beard. Solo hat. Mr. Solo hat. Another one of Pedro's girlfriends, probably. We got Cray Cray being Cray Cray. Cray Cray.
Hey, Cray.
Oh, Cray Cray scares me. I'm going to just be honest with you. Cray Cray scares me. I'm going to go back away from this because I'm scared of Cray. I do believe that was probably the longest live in the history of Dad Dash. I assume that was the longest live in the history of Dad Dash. And I hope you enjoyed it. Yes, pants are grayer than shorts, sir. Stephen Arrow, Briggs, all of you, Glitch Dash, Sinful Toaster, Wild Alaska, everybody, you bunch of heroes to me. You know, as Dad Dash in the community, I keep you all in a spreadsheet of my heart. I keep you in the spreadsheet of my heart. Under this hat, there ain't no hair, but there's love for you. There's love for you. This is Dad Dash signing out. You all be well, be safe, be Dad Dash.